Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what is going on? It is playoff 5 time here. And well, we are in a very exciting time of the tournament. This is the final week. The final week. Playoff 5 quarterfinals here. Last chance. Last chance. Road to Athens is about to be over for 4 people today. 4 people's road continues into tomorrow. Today we've got Matreiuss and 3DB going at it for their first game here today. Let's jump over to their head-to-head, check out what's going on there before we check out the draft. And here we are as a very interesting series between these two, with basically Matreiuss and Bee being split down the middle for this Gameathlon. Neither of each of them have been able to win a series or play a series where they both are winning games. It's been dominant both ways, 3-0, 3-0. Of course, before that, Matreiuss and Bee met twice in Wrath of the Gods and Genesis Retold. But, you know, that only means what it means. Let's jump to the draft and see what our game 1 is going to be looking like. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we've got ourselves some god picks here. Budapest is our first map. The players are already off to the races. I'm going to talk you through the draft in the next little section. Let's jump into game number 1. Zeus Loki on Budapest. This is going to be fireworks. Off we go. And off we go into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Zeus. His name is Matreiuss. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Loki. It's 3DB. There's been so many games played over the past 6 weeks. We are down to our final quarterfinal. We've had 4 gauntlets being run. Round of 16 through to the finals. We've found 4 players to qualify on top of the 3 that are already auto-qualified. That's 7. We need 1 more. It could be one of these 2 players. You never know. But one thing's for certain. At the end of this series, one of these players' road to Athens will be over. We're on the map Budapest. It's Loki, it's Zeus, and these 2 players, let's just put it how it is. In this tournament, it has been domination from 3DB, and it's been domination from Matreiuss. There has been nothing in the middle. Both players here deciding to go for a very equal opening. B opts for the bottom side of the water. Matreiuss opts for the top side of the water. A very different opening that we're seeing here. Generally, we see the Greek players going for the middle water first, then coming back to their home water a little bit later. Matreiuss doesn't really like that style. He much prefers to have his more economically sound opening with a little bit of extra wood income, less walking time early game, and more fishing ships out faster. And potentially also a faster advance time with that as the temple house coming up in the main base. And, well, it's going to be very, very exciting. Let's just put it like that. Over onto this side, we've got the Nose of the Sphinx here, plus 15% of HP for buildings. Can be a really, really nice relic to pick up there for the defensiveness of Zeus in this matchup. Loki, if you're losing buildings, chances are you're losing games. Over onto this side, we got the little crow circle here. Armory weapon upgrades, food and gold cost minus 50%. Another huge relic there for Matreiuss. I'm sure he's going to be enjoying that if he wants to go pick it up. Harmonia's necklace at the top of the map for some gold income increase is kind of huge for 3DB. I know he loves his battle boards. I wouldn't be surprised to see him going in there. And the Kui drum over here, increasing damage for the heroes, is a huge relic for 3DB. As Matreiuss, well, he's already up through Athena. He is going very, very fast to this classical age, and he's going to be looking for that early game damage. He's going to have a Minotaur, he's going to have a Jason, he's going to have a Heracles. Normally, there's not a whole lot of value to be had with a fast advance from Zeus against Norse. Reason is, they normally have Healing Spring, a Valkyrie, and the Herso. In this case, B is going for Heimdall. So there actually is a lot of early game damage that can be done at the moment, as Matreiuss is going to be sending 2 villagers, both a little bit low on HP. He's looking to come over onto this side and potentially drop a dock right next to 3DB's dock. B for the moment is up onto this top side, and we do see the Jason is in for a couple of love taps onto that Berserk, as that is getting sent away. The other thing here that Matreiuss is doing, and I actually like this, this is something that I've started incorporating into my own gameplay a little bit. It's delaying your per scene just a touch as the Minotaur gets in. Big headbutt onto that one, but it's not going to be enough. The Doc does end up getting up, and Bee is going to be out of there just a little bit too slow. Anyways, now we'll see did he actually stop the upgrade? He did. Stops the upgrade, and he's going to get out some boats fast. And this is the point. The point is that it gives you security over somebody who is greeting out that economy. It might not seem like a lot, it's only 300 resources difference, but in the end, it is actually quite a bit. As the Hearser coming in here, a random guy, Dude Fellow, does get bolted out. Hoplites now coming through as Jason is going to be attempting to chase down this Ironry, but some units will come over and shoo that away. The Ironry is a must keep alive unit for Bee in these early stages of the game. As a Dreki comes out over onto this bottom side, we've also got the Pentaconta harassing fishing ships and things like that, as Matreiuss is in full send. He is very much aware that he is playing against a player whose RTS mechanics, to put it bluntly, are incredible. Bee's got some of the best mechanics out there. He's normally what is lacking in Age of Mythology over in, say, Age of Empires 4 is maybe a little bit of meta knowledge. But in this situation, Matreiuss says, "Now I'm taking it to you." Gets a really, really big early game advantage now. Takes out the Doc, going to be able to have all these fishing spots. He does need to get his purse sane in, but he is not going for that one just yet, as the Pentaconta is staying out of range of that Dock there. Nice play. Going to be able to continue taking out fishing ships, causing problems. We are seeing units coming down onto the bottom side here as 3DB needs to take this bottom side of the water and stop Matreiuss from being so obnoxious at the moment. As in comes the Pentaconta over here. Keeps that longboat alive with 18 HP. Kind of a big deal. Hoplites aren't really going to be enough to deal with all this. As he turns around onto this side, a little bit of a fight here. There is that restoration available if Matreiuss wants to. He does have the speed advantage ever so slightly here at 4.9 versus the 4.8 speed of the Berserks, and he can speed walk away for the time being, as we're also going to see Toxotes coming in. He still doesn't have the purse sane though. I liked the delay of it, but you do have to grab it at about this point over getting basically anything else. It's a huge boost of food, and you can actually see that translating right now for Bee into an advantage in units, as the Berserks are out, the Hearser are out, and onto the backside we see the houses coming in. Bee is grabbing himself the first of what will be many technologies here in this classical age, Eyes from the Forest. I imagine he's also going to get that Rigstula. Over onto this side, the Dock does end up going down, and Bee, well, he says, "I'm back up onto this top side. I just have to kill your Dock off, drop a Dock myself, and you're going to have some trouble here." As now Matreiuss goes, if you're over on that left side, there's going to be somewhere in your main base that is worth attacking. And Matreiuss, he knows to attack this position. In he comes with the units. Immediate reaction from Bee, though, as he pulls off of the gold mine. Houses to get taken down. Dock is up. Double Docks in for Bee, as he's going to look for that pressure on that top side. And Matreiuss, he just needs villager kills here to make this sort of a movement work. But Bee's reaction too clean up to the top gold mine here is very dangerous. Hoplite's going to try and clean up that back Dock. Remember, Zeus does have that bonus versus military, or just bonus versus buildings in general for his infantry units. We still don't have purse sane in for Matreiuss. I don't know what he's thinking without grabbing that one. Maybe he thought he already researched it or something, and he's just forgotten about it. Remember, there is still a really big restoration coming in as the Ironry on the back blows that horn. Jason needs to get over there to deal with it, as is there enough stuff here for Matreiuss is the big question. Ironry on the back goes down, but a troll comes in, throws that big boulder straight at the Toxotes, but there's no upgrade on the troll. It's not an amazing unit for Loki when you don't have Forcetti. It's actually probably the worst unit you want. You'd rather a Draugr over a troll without the upgrade, and Matreiuss dominates that fight as he wanders back in onto this side, looking up to the top side to pick off some villagers there, and Bee, he needs something more here as the Toxotes on this top side. They've got to be careful. They have been moved away on this side as the villagers do sneak over onto the chickens, as the units will retreat here. Now, does Matreiuss see this? He does see the gold mine there. He's actually going for a down center after that fight there, after winning the fight, and he does get spotted on this position, and immediately B turns to get the damage done. Over onto this side, though, Toxotes turn in themselves. No real micro here just yet from Matreiuss. He does pull back. Villagers going down on the bottom side there as... well, Matreiuss grabbing this town center. I can't say I'm a big fan of this play. Still no purse, and this is making me nervous. Up onto the top side, Hoplites coming through, pushing off that gold mine there as B pulls back. Heracles gets pulled off to take out the Inery, but the horn does get blown first and foremost. More Inery are on their way as the dwarves will come up over onto the gold mine here. One Inery down, the other Inery getting chased into the main base here as the Toxotes, they pull back, but they will leave the Hoplites kind of open here to take some damage as the Hoplites from Matreiuss do get caught out ever so slightly, with now the Toxotes coming in onto the back there. Inery blows the horn, but only clips a couple of Berserks. It's full Berserk versus this Greek army. It's not the strongest composition. You really don't want to build Berserks unless you're playing with Berserker Gang, unless you're playing with sorry, not Berserker Gang. That's the Mythic Age upgrade. If you have Berserker Gang, sure, Berserks are amazing. But unless you have Hamask from Odin or the four city upgrades in Hall of Thanes plus Dwarven Breastplate, that's where they get their power from. Without those upgrades, it's a little bit lackluster. Where their strength is, though, the fact that they train incredibly fast. I think it's only 9 seconds or something. 9 seconds compared over to, say, a Toxotes, which is more like 12 seconds. 15 seconds? Really? 15? I thought they were faster than that. 12 seconds for the Hoplites. Okay, there you go. Nonetheless, little cheeky raids coming in over onto this side as the docks do get taken down, but the fishing ships are getting cleaned up over onto this side, and we still don't see Matreiuss with his food upgrades there. And B into raiding cavalry berserks. And the fact of the matter is, now Matreiuss has found himself in a position which a lot of Norse players dread, which is being stuck in the classical age versus an archer-ball. What B needs to do here is he's got to get to the heroic age, and he needs to get a nice surround onto this army, because second town center up for Matreiuss is also kind of a big deal, but the villager differential is basically equal, and there's other issues coming in this game. Inery still coming through as the army of B rotating around up to the top side, looking for damage to be dealt over onto this side as the Berserks do check out these docks up over here. And Matreiuss is just getting tugged around the map. Undermine coming through here to take out these military buildings. Matreiuss looks like he wants his own heroic age in for the moment, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Does he have his actual Minotaur upgrades? No. It's definitely an upgrade that is well worth grabbing, because it's a very, very nice amount of bonus HP where that's concerned. As the Inery blows the horn, but the town center, that's not going to be going down anytime soon. Onto the back here, Berserk's getting pulled back. They're going down to all the Toxotes. Though the units on the front there sort of get caught out. Matreiuss pulls them back. He is controlling the army very, very well for the time being. But B, he is controlling the pace. He's not behind on economy, even though he's behind a town center. He's still very, very competitive here. He's got the fishing ship advantage. He's got 18, 19 fishing ships taking the top side, as well as keeping him incredibly competitive here in terms of food income up to the top side. The units, though, for Matreiuss, they are spied, so that is somewhat of a difficulty, but he's not paying attention to the army as the raiding cavalry, they're coming through. Where did the Minotaur go? The Inery drops the horn of doom yet again, as the Toxotes ball does not look like a ball of Toxotes anymore. Huge win for B on that fight as he gets in onto the army, and he is not going to be slowing down at the moment. The Minotaurs hit. Lots and Hursa as well coming through to deal with these Minotaur. The Labyrinth of Minos not in just yet, and we see Apollo actually on the way here for Matreiuss. While this is all going on, of course, he needs the next age. It's a huge advantage for him. The Minotaur not really going to be enough either to hold on versus losing that many units. Finally, Labyrinth of Minnows comes through, but Matreiuss, one gigantic mistake. Everybody knows what it is. I don't even know if I need to tell you. Don't push while going to the heroic age. Sit back and enjoy. You can put light pressure on. Maybe Minotaur raids or something could have been a nice idea with Labyrinth of Minnows in, but there's no need to leave the Toxotes over here while you're going Apollo. It's just going to become Problem City for you. And Problem City is where Matreiuss was in. He was playing an amazing game here, but you make mistakes like that. It doesn't matter how well you played earlier, how many great small advantages you get. If you make a really big mistake, like losing half of your army or the entirety of your army, it was kind of more than half of his army and then the rest underneath the town center, that is going to be game over. Well played from B to keep his cool here and wait for the mistake. Pounced on it, took full advantage. Matreiuss, well, this does not bode well for him because last time he played B, he lost 3-0. So, not last time. Last time he lost to B, he lost 3-0. Last time he beat B, he won 3-0. So it's a long series. It's a best of 5 series, but history is saying a little something, something. We'll see if history is going to continue to repeat itself or if maybe Matreiuss is going to be able to bring this back somehow. Alrighty, our next game, 3DB. He is in the mind of Matreiuss at the moment. He got the Loki versus Zeus matchup on Budapest that he wanted. Now we're going in onto Giza, and there's a god in the pool of 3DB that looks incredibly terrifying. And that's Kronos. So Matreiuss picks his Ra, and now he has to deal with Kronos. It's not an easy matchup, not by any stretch. However, the Matreiuss style of Bast Sphinx, that can work. That can work. You can really catch out a Kronos player inside of Bast. A lot of Ra players like to play for the star segment angle, feel like they're having a great game until they lose to Satyrs, or they lose to Chaos, or they lose to Contarius, or they lose to Destroyers. The list goes on. But Bast, on the other hand, it's not as simple to play verse. You got to be careful. You can't let the Sphinx get onto your backline and things like that. Lots of problems. The Sphinx also can deal with Satyr, at least one wave of Satyr with a nice Eclipse push. So there's lots of ways that things can go right for Matreiuss. B, on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if he chooses to go Leto here. Leto is an incredibly powerful tool that I think not very many people, even at the top level, fully understand. There is no, you're not racing against the clock with Leto with Gaia. That's the big thing that I think people are misunderstanding with this god. As opposed to when you play Oceanus and you feel like you've got the strongest human unit army in the game, you forget that, oh, not even strongest human unit, strongest human unit Atlantean army in the game. You forget that, well, if you go Leto, you've got the strongest infantry myth unit in the game. Nonetheless, let's jump into game number 2, Ra versus Kronos. B, looking strong, but tiny bit shaky versus Matreiuss. It wasn't clean for that first game, but clean doesn't matter. A win is a win. Let's jump into game number 2. and off to the races we go. Left side of the map is the Raft for Matreiuss. Right side of the map is the Kronos for 3DB. And we do see B not opting to Kronos Rush here. Bit of a sigh of relief for Matreiuss. In the main base for Matreiuss, he's gone for a monument to the villagers. And he is saying, no worries. The only thing that he hasn't gone for here is the pickaxe, which is normally something you pick up after you get 5 or 6 villagers onto food. So Matreiuss here is basically saying to B, I don't believe in the Kronos Rush anymore. It's not gonna kill me. Part of what has changed recently inside of specifically dealing with the Kronos Rush is that every single hero in the game, similar to the Warrior Priest, right? The Warrior Priest came in and had a lot more base damage than every other hero in the Archaic Age. So there is a natural reduction in power for heroes in the Archaic Age. They get refunded upon hitting the Classical Age, right? But what it would mean is that if you weren't Greek or Aztecs, the early game myth units, it felt like your heroes were just kind of not even a threat. You could almost ignore them. Now, it's still kind of tickling, so to speak, but if they sit there and they just going to say, nah, we're just going to try and kill villagers, you are going to get some good damage done with Egyptian, with Norse, with China, with the Japanese have the Miko as well, right? So that's another example of other units that were just fine to deal with the early game myth units. But nonetheless, it's still a somewhat fast advance from B. He did go for the mana. Is this... It's a 7 villager advance. Is that normal? I think it's normal advance for B, but a somewhat quick one. And he is going Leto as the walls are coming up. And we actually are not seeing the Bast from Matreiuss, which is, to put it bluntly, surprising. All the gold is forward here as well, which is not what you want to see if you're playing Ra. You almost want to see that back gold mine, and you're going to live the dream. You're going to have a fun game. Priest coming in, Pharaoh plus Priest. I mean, they will get some good damage done as the villager gets pulled back. The Pharaoh needs to get involved here as well. Matreiuss, I don't know what he's doing at the moment, but he has not paid attention to his villagers. As one villager's getting healed up over here, attempting to get back to the town center. Can he get there? Another villager gets targeted down, and it does get sniped. Damage dealt by 3DB. Some very sneaky automaton play. As in the automaton comes again as Well, that's going to get finished up, and the priests will be enough to scare these automaton out of there. Pharaoh gets brought over, and I think... Will both automaton die? Nope, just one. And the temple does get brought back home as into the main base. Now the question is, what is 3DB going to do next? I didn't check out the relics just yet. B's got himself a couple of relics already. Blue Crystal Shard, Staff of Dionysus, so boosting up his own economy. Twofold there with the regeneration for the villagers, as well as the extra economy. Arrows of Heracles and Thunderclad Shore on the map there as well are both very, very nice too. So Barracks comes down for Matreiuss. And, I mean, I have to imagine the way that Matreiuss' economy looks here. Matreiuss wants a second town center. B, on the other side, well, he's got vision on everything. Vision here. He's got vision here. He's taken out the obelisk on this side. This town center is way better than this one in terms of proximity to gold mines. But the way this is looking is a full all-out classical fight for Matreiuss. Almost has to be the right call. Or some sort of semi-fast heroic age into Betsukos and slow pushing forward to grab that second gold mine, almost hoping that the Kronos player doesn't go for a second town center. Nice hand axe, pickaxe on the way for B. And the circling around over here to try and find any amount of damage. Watchtowers does come through. The Wadget plus healing from those priests is going to be enough here. And I could be wrong, but B, it looks like he's just stopped building units. So he might be looking to get his own heroic age in here. Never mind, he is getting more units out. Volcanic Forge, Terma as well. He very much can just go into his automatons as well right now. He can drop an extra 3 oracles out, maybe build a second temple, go full automatons, and Matreiuss is going to have a very, very difficult time dealing with that. The hero Terma to come in to try and deal with the potential Wadget threat. Goats up onto the top side. 5 goats here as B is going to try and shepherd them back to the main base. That is a mission and a half considering the obelisks out here. The spearmen roaming around the map as well. All over the place. We've got the obelisk on this side going down. As more units come into the middle of the map, they do spot the priest here, and that one looks like it might go down. No, not just yet. Villagers up to the top just hanging out on this greenery. As there goes a spider egg. The priest does manage to stay alive as B doesn't want to sacrifice anything. Remember, he doesn't have that Valor, so there's no real way to heal his units. He doesn't have Gaia, so he's got no Lush to heal them. So Kronos ends up being one of the few gods in the game that... Actually, no, he does have one option to heal his units. One option. And that is Hyperion, right? He's got Hyperion and he can get the heroized units and they can heal themselves. But I don't think there's any other way to heal for Kronos outside of that Valor and outside of that Hyperion heroic renewal. Unless these goats do get stolen here, attempt to send them back home as... Did B notice? I don't know if he did. He's coming up onto this spot. It's very, very hard to remember what's going on with those goats. The goats are just going back and forth. There's this Oracle just chilling over here as well as the priest on this side running straight to its death. He sees the units there and Matreiuss over onto this side looking for a kill on these villages. We do have the spider egg there as well. There is a world where Shifting Sands here is going to be very, very strong. And that is exactly what Matreiuss is going to be going for. He's only got a handful of units here. Will he get one build pick? Yes, he does. The automatons coming in, getting some damage back over here as the red units will start to come back in onto this spot. But this is the damage that Matreiuss needs to do here. He can take out the automaton on this side as well with the priest. No problems. 2 citizens get back. But that there now is Shifting Sands down the toilet. Matreiuss behind this in Matreiuss fashion decides to be as aggressive as he possibly can while floating a ton of resources for the next age. On the flip side, B is already going to the heroic age. So Matreiuss, he could have got this heroic age off. He's going up with the market now. And he would already probably be halfway there, but a little bit of a misplay there, forgetting about his market, forgetting about his armory. And the game continues along here. But the next stage of this game is incredibly scary, and I'm watching B go Rhea here, and I'm scratching my head. This plays into Matreiuss's game plan quite a bit. And Matreiuss, I don't know if he had some sort of tingling sensation going on in the back of his brain, but Dark Segment versus Leto Rhea, that seems pretty good for the Ra. You can make slingers. Slingers suck versus Chaos. They suck versus Satyr. Versus Rhea. Versus Leto. I mean, the automaton are probably really good versus the slinger, but I'm also not sure if B is going to be building those or not here. Maybe that's what his plan is. Get a whole bunch of oracles out now and then a couple of temples later and 20 automatons later, and maybe he doesn't care about the slinger. But nonetheless, B roaming outside this position. Gold mine for Matreiuss finishing up. And the scariest of scaries for the next stage of this game is basically B sitting on this gold mine. I would be considering full spam of these spider lairs here on this position and potentially over on this position as the goats get stolen again. The 5 goat special. And we'll see how it all goes for Matreiuss. Slings of the Sun, medium slingers. He's probably already got himself his other slinger upgrade. Spearman coming out over onto this side as the Oracle there. Just baiting things in. One thing that you do get with going Rhea that probably shouldn't be understated is Rhea's gift. Making all of the unique upgrades. All of the minor god upgrades cost 0 favor. So he gets a lot of favor back. Meanwhile, behind this, B actually says time for a town center. And that's going to be kind of huge for him. But this should mean that Matreiuss isn't going to have any problems pushing out of his base. As in comes the upgrades. And you look at Matreiuss' perspective here. He sees nothing. He sees nada. But he does have scarabs. So if he does notice this second town center, well, he can probably just walk across the map and get some real damage done. Does Matreiuss have ballistics? Yes, he does. So B does need to respect that. Well, Matreiuss has also decided he doesn't need villagers, so maybe he's going to just go for a massive all-in, which, to be honest, might actually be the best play for him. If he spams units out, charges for, the gold situation for B is really, really bad. This might... I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but this might be the right move. The Scarab on the back just chilling. Siege Works coming down over on this side. Matreiuss still not starting the villagers up as the Slingers snipe an Oracle there. Over onto this side, the Spearman does see what's happening here. Sees the town center. Siege Works to come through. Lots and lots of wood in the bank. 4 siege towers. I mean, if... Wow. Wadgets. I like the Wadget idea, actually. Wadgets to take out the Automaton. It's a little bit more effective than Priests because they actually can kill off more than just the Automaton. The Matreiuss is basically playing against the clock here with this push. And the deconstruction onto the Siege Works coming on. You also have to remember there's Trader, so this one Scarab isn't really worth a whole lot. As the Siege Tower comes out, the Pharaoh empowering the Siege Works does mean he's going to be getting these out here. 30 villagers to 56. Incredibly terrifying. I mean, what do? Do you send the Scarab in and just say it's probably going to get traded? Villagers over on this side. All the gold is on the sort of left side of the map as well, so controlling this center is technically game over here. As the Spearman pulling back and forth. In comes the Siege Tower. Another Siege Tower to come through. Spearman up to the top. There goes the Trader onto the Siege Tower, but the Scarab now coming in. Spearman up to the top, distracting the units away. Little bits of damage to come through. Leather frame shield also on the way, as this palace will end up going down. Matreiuss in full flight, attempting to get this gold staff together, as he does pick off the palace. 4B, he's got himself a 4.4k military army, but is that going to be enough? We got random Wadgets all in the middle of the map here, as the Spearmen back onto the villagers on the back here. B pulling away from this position. More units pumping out for Matreiuss, but he is losing a lot of stuff. Shifting sands onto his units as he pulls back over here, and the Spearmen pull back, and B is fine. He lost a couple of citizens, but he's up by 30 villager count. Spearmen continued to move back and forth here. I mean, if Matreiuss had... He's got units inside of the barracks as well. If Matreiuss had more military infrastructure and he just went full pop and full send, different story here. Spearman still sitting off of this army. He doesn't feel like he can actually win the fight. I feel like he probably can, but he continues to pop after the gold villagers here, trying to just stop gold income. As the citizen pull back, Murmillo's getting pulled over onto this side now, can probably actually take the fight as the spearmen, well, they are getting greeted by Murmillo's here. Heavy spearmen versus Murmillo's might be a close fight considering how many are there. In onto this position, however, the army of B says, hang on, we aren't going to deal with this anymore. Let's go. There's a spearman here. They need to get over onto this position. Is there the skin of the rhino tech? No. He hasn't even looked in the town center to see he's not building villages. The spearmen pull back over here. Villagers getting that time shift in for the mana, and I imagine a palace is going to come through here shortly. There's the priests doing what they can over onto this position. Can Matreiuss win a fight here? Wadget's doing a whole bunch of damage up onto this position as the slingers over here doing what they can do. Lots of automatons falling on this top position. Militarily speaking, though, B is losing everything. Surely villagers starting at this point. Up onto the top side, there is going to be a palace coming up. More Wadgets would not go astray for Matreiuss here. Contarius is probably the unit that B needs to be making over making the Murmillos, but I mean, to some degree, it almost doesn't matter as the Wadgets come up onto the top gold mine, see nothing there. It's 29 villages to 80. 29 to 80. There's literally 0 villagers on food here for Matreiuss. He is full send. In over onto this side, though, slingers, spearmen, that's a pretty decent army as the rest of these units make their way up to try and take out the palace, push off this gold mine. But if Matreiuss doesn't win this fight, life is going to be very, very tough for him. In he comes, another traitor onto the siege tower. And the slingers pull back as the destroyers will come out here. And I think B might have just done it. And Matreiuss taps out as he is not able to get that gold staff through. Look, I'm going to be honest. I actually think that this would have worked if Matreiuss just deathballed it rather than went for the split off onto the gold mine. Just deathball it and walk straight through. Of course, if he just built villages as well, he probably would have been fine too. But he didn't build villages, so don't ask me why that happened, because I don't know. But in terms of this could have worked, it definitely had merit considering the way that B played with the second town center. But game 2, over to B, and B is 1 win away from a semi-final here. And Matreiuss not looking as strong as he did last week. And that's what happens in these tournaments. You get right to the finals, one good series away from winning, and you have to do it all again. Brutal. Let's jump back to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty then. Our next matchup. We got ourselves a little bit of time. Our next map and matchup is going to be Poseidon on his pride and joy. As he picks Poseidon. And he is up against the 3DB Quetzalcoatl. So this matchup here, I don't know a huge amount about it, but I do know that you kind of have to be scared of the Centaur as Quetzalcoatl. You need to utilize Lullaby. You need to utilize Tailwind. But the thing is, right, even if you do both of those things, that doesn't mean that the Centaur menace stops, because you can just build more Centaur. One thing that I've learned the more I play Greek recently is if you lose an army, you can just rebuild it, because you can just put more villages on favor and you can build 2 temples and you can just spend all the favor. Get your myth units back. It's not the end of the world. So we'll see which way Matreiuss wants to take this one. This is a god he has stood by for many, many years, has played incredibly well with, but he is up against the Bee-Man. Let's jump into our next game, game number 3, and see if Matreiuss can find a win. Let's go. Off we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3. 2-0 for B, 1 win. And we see him tomorrow. 1 win for B. And Matreiuss, well, we might see him in Athens. He might come. I don't know. But he won't be participating. It's a difficult pill to swallow for a player who has been effectively in the top 8 for the entirety of Retold. He's been in the top 4. He's been in the top 8. He's been incredibly consistent with his placement throughout the Retold lifespan. But he's 1 loss away from from not being there. Quetzalcoatl here for 3DB. A bit of a scary god for Poseidon. On the one side, you got Tlaumani Spearmen. They're just really good. Doesn't matter if you don't have any specific upgrades for them. You can go for Powder Cattle and build them. You can go for Huehue Coyotl and build them. Doesn't matter which way you go, you can make those Tlaumani Spearmen. But if you don't have a good answer for the Centaur, well, then those Tlaumani Spearmen don't become such an issue. So you kind of have to go for Huehue Coyotl so that you have an answer versus those Centaur, whether it be inside of the Shinekwe, or inside of Lullaby, or inside of Tailwind. Let's check some relics up onto the top side. We've got the Dwarven Horseshoes. Huge relic here. Has this been spotted by either player? Wow. Both players miss it. And the scouting from Matreiuss is just not big. And Tusk of the Iron Boar. Are you kidding me? It's not very often you get to see 2 relics that greatly benefit one player, both on the map. Tusk of the Iron Boar and Dwarven Horseshoes. I gotta say, the gods have come down from their mountain and they have said, they have decreed that Matreiuss must win this game. Up to the top here. Thundercloud Shawl as well for a bonus protection on the arm. Oh my, and Arbor of Achilles. Oh god, there's so many crazy upgrades here. Centaur's going to be coming across the map. I imagine this Atalanta is going to be going, making a beeline for the top of the map. I have to imagine. Did he not see it? He didn't see the relic! I thought he set the Katoskopots up there. Did B? B didn't see it either. Oh. Oh. My heart. What is happening in this game? Well, Nonetheless, at least the Hippias are in with Tusk of the Iron Ball. That's a big boost. I can't understate. It's a huge boost. In comes the Atalanta, and that's going to be some answer for these Warrior Priests as they're going to attempt to take down the Centaur, but 5.7 speed is way too much. Hippias in here as well to send that packing there. I mean, there's still going to be a chance to find that relic, but we'll see what's going to happen as the Shinekwe comes in. Gets a little bit of love tap damage done. When he's not in turret form, he's basically an archer. When he's in turret form, he turns into a menace. Tepanartsly Drums does come through, and we do see one villager getting sacrificed for that one, as a war hut will come down. Meanwhile, Matreiuss, he's just sitting out the back, throwing down some walls over here nice and early. Drops another stable. More walls coming up into the main base. As the Theseus does spot this relic here, Thundercloud Shawl is very... You really want to pick it up. There's going to be issues here. Be utilizing some partly tower garrison trick. One of my favorite tricks is to just pop a hero inside a garrisonable position. Inside the Kalpuli lumber outpost on partly tower. Somewhere where you expect your opponent to travel by. And then you just pop him out when they get close, and you try and take them out. As we do have the Warrior Priest here, picks up Thundercloud Shawl. And the Theseus still searching around. Still, both players haven't seen. There's so little of. Look at how close it is. It's just like literally an inch of scouting. I mean, you have to know that there's relics on the map. This is one thing about these maps. You got to scout the entirety of the map. You don't have a choice, otherwise you miss out on things like this. As the wall does go up, oh, could have killed off the wall segment getting built, and that would have been a little bit of an issue there for Matreiuss, but does not do so. Over onto this side, Matreiuss sitting back, waiting, watching. Looks like he wants to go to the heroic age, potentially for a little something else. There's the villager over here, gonna make a bail. There's the speedy Quetzalcoatl units to come through, and the defense is in from Matreiuss, keeps his villager alive. Whether or not he can win this fight, I don't know, but there is the Kimichin Spy just chilling over here as the Pegasus gets into the main base there. The villagers yet again getting chased down and back and forth. Little bits of dancing as another Centaur to come through. All comes up. One Hippias does get caught out here. And the villager will end up going down a little bit too much. Fancy footwork from Matreiuss. And B gets the slight outplay where that's concerned. Market coming up from B as Matreiuss spots that. And Matreiuss here, he doesn't have a market or armory up just yet, but he is getting closer and closer to his own heroic age. And of course, heroic age is probably one of the best things he can do. Getting access to Pacifist. These Hippias are still going to be really important for later in the game. But the Pacifist completely shut down the Spearman. As the Kimichin Spy over here does get spotted, and now Matreiuss. Oop. Micro from Matreiuss is so clutch. He gets out. No, he loses 2 Centaur there. Up onto the top side, though, the Centaur have escaped from the Warrior Priests. The wall doesn't actually go up over here, however, and a big win for 3DBs. He picks off another villager. Absolute disaster for Matreiuss at the moment. Behind this, Koyal Zhaokui will be on the way. Market now coming down from Matreiuss. But B out on the map now, happily on this hunt, as the Centaur going to continue to utilize the wooden wall here to keep himself going. But with Koyal Zhaokui coming in and this amount of Warrior Priests out for 3DB, he can simply wander back and drop down a great temple on top of a gold mine. And he's going to be complete. The villager comes back in again. How many times? Matreiuss has got... He wants the wall up. He keeps trying. He doesn't protect himself. He's not scouting it. And B is shutting him down on every single possible movement happening here. Up onto this side now. The Centaur, they're coming in. But there is one warrior priest in here. And he walks straight into the warrior priest. Hippias and Atalanta moving out on this position, though. More Centaur coming through, but this is not going well for Matreiuss in the slightest. And I hate to say it, guys, but unless Matreiuss makes something happen here shortly, he is going to just have to tap out. Now, he's not even going to try. What a disappointing end to the Matreiuss road to Athens. Just ends in complete ruin. B gets the win. We'll see him tomorrow. His journey continues. But Matreiuss, I would say better luck next time, but that's it. There's no more chances. I salute you, Italian stallion. Hopefully I see you in Athens anyways. But this game could not have gone worse for Matreiuss. Instead of trying to lock this position up, he should have used this as a distraction to be able to actually put pressure on elsewhere. If the army is attacking you, okay, let's just put this into the perspective that it actually is. This army that B has is slower than this army that Matreiuss has. Matreiuss has Spirited Charge. He's got 6-point-something speed units. You should get Spirited Charge, and you should be running circles around the Aztec army as the Poseidon, right? That's just what you should be doing. If the Aztec army is going to be attacking you, that means there's no one back there defending them. So you say, cool, come and attack me. That's fine. I'm going to go kill your villagers. And then you find yourself your advantage that way, and you build on that advantage. But I don't know what Matreiuss was trying to do here, but he was not trying to do that. He didn't even get Spirited Charge, and he was missing a lot of the advantages of playing as Poseidon in this one, unfortunately. But a well-played game from Bee.GMT. We're going to have a short intermission, and then we're going to get back to you with our next series. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own unit. As the army charges forward, bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side, another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up. And Magic so far in front on economy here. Oh. Let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might, and this here is the Soup Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu Hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and it's the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up, can't get to the next age. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Quafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a Suppe grand fight. He did not cheese one single time versus grass. Mountainous might rush, and this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next stage. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes the Boulders of Doom. Oh, God, the Quafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling off the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Mosca is going to need to micro very, very well here. Good dodge from Mosca. Dodging everything. In comes the boulders. He hits one. There's no ballistics here. There's no... Oh, he hits two. He hits three. The temple is denied for the time being. More now in comes Matreiuss. He says, time for the fight. The trolls do get some big boulder tosses into the middle here. I don't know if this is a fight that Matreiuss can actually win, though. No chaos in. There goes the chaos now into the middle of the fight as Frost gets dropped. But that there cannot have been good for Matreiuss. Villagers, for the moment, they're going to be coming through. It might be a worthwhile move to use those villagers to get on top of the back line of those Karabalista. Berserk's coming in, more trolls coming through. There's so much favor in the bank for Matreiuss. Units streaming in up onto the top side. Is Satyr going to be coming through? That's not that effective here, but still. 5 seconds remaining as the reinforcements from the surface on the way. One Hero Karabalista over here goes straight in on top of that troll as that's going to get shanked down. Can Matreiuss hold on here? Dwarves getting pulled. The boys are in. Satyr goes down onto this side. He's not attacking with the dwarves, though. Hersa doing what they can to keep themselves going through all this. The military differential is very, very close as the troll pulls back behind the wall here. And it looks like another healing spring. Clutch healing spring to come through there to keep the Hersa alive. And Grass, well, he's going to continue trying to make this attack happen as the troll over here pulls back again through that very crucial wall. In comes that big boulder toss. You can see the ballistics paying dividends there. And Matreiuss survives. And Tezcatlipoca Incarnate gets dropped down. And there goes the Lullaby Corrupted Ground combo. And Suppe, he can run here. He's not running. His army is getting erased at the moment, but so too is this Jutsu getting mad value in the middle. I said you can't sit in the death arena, but apparently, nope, you can't. But both players drop down to nearly no military numbers. And Magic here, well, he's got some units coming in. The Jaguar Riders hitting over onto this side. The military is getting spammed out by Suppe for the moment. As over onto this side, huge damage coming in from the Jaguar Riders. Is there enough stuff here from Magic to keep this fight going as the Halberdiers charging forward onto this side? These guys that I cannot pronounce the name of them, they are falling. And Magic's massive push seemingly has been thwarted here once Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's two Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Garnath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help be stabilized. That wasn't what I meant to push. Well, we're going to sit here and wait until this fixes itself. We've got unfortunately, because that series finished in record time, it is somewhat unheard of for a series to finish like in 1 hour or less than an hour. It's pretty unheard of for that to happen. But because we did finish that fast, I don't think Garnath is actually here just yet. So I think he's probably planning to be here more at 15:30, which is in 20 minutes. So yeah, that's the story I'm running with. Let's jump back over to this. Why is this not working? Hello? Let me try clicking this. Alright, and let me try clicking. This. Hey, there we go. Yeah, so I don't really have any plans right now for anything specific to get us through all the other good stuff. Is there a small tournament happening meanwhile? I have an announcement, very small announcement coming tomorrow for what's happening in August. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. August is the time between now and the Athens land. So I want to tell you what I'm going to be planning to do through August. But that's not ready for today, so I can't throw that out today. But yeah, so apologies for everyone who wants to be watching everything, but Suppe and Garnath are not here just yet. If you are over on the YouTube chats, feel free to give the likes, love hearts, cheers, emotes, etc. Does help. There is the Athenian League going on, and I believe they go into the playoffs of some variety through August. So that's something that's going on at the moment. But I am going to go back to the highlights, I think, until Garnath shows up. So hopefully he shows up soon. And I'm glad to see Recon has finally started following. That's good to see. I don't know if you got a new account or not, but that's funny. He hates me. Thank you for following AOM Recon. Yeah, he hates me because I keep saying Greek is good. That's why, and Egyptian's bad. But he admitted to me today he only likes playing set. That makes me very happy. We're getting somewhere. Thank you for following Suppe. That's, oh god. So yeah, the Gameathlon tournament is September 11th, 12th, and 13th. I actually have some times, but I mean, I'm going to do a whole post on it a little bit later. The first thing is that how do I put this? On Friday, we're going to start with the first round of games. Haven't revealed the format just yet, but the first round of games on Friday, and that's going to start at 5 p.m. 1500, probably like 1530. No, not 1500. 1700. No, 1500. Can't do math. I don't know. It's the venue opens at like 5 p.m. in Athens. So at 5 p.m. So it's going to be 5 p.m. Athens time, so Central Eastern time, I think. That's what it's called. What is that in GMT? It's +2, so you got to take 2 off, right? So it is 1300. I think. There is a Garnath now. They're going to get started in a couple minutes. Okay, fantastic. Well, let me finish off this little bit of a splurg. So Friday from 5 p.m. in Athens, which means we'll be streaming if you're not going to be in Athens. Friday from 5 p.m. Write that in your diary. Saturday it's going to be a much longer stream on Saturday than on Friday, obviously. We've got a lot of games to get through on Saturday. Saturday is going to have the most games. And it starts probably midday-ish Athens time. And then Sunday, it should be, well, the finals, obviously, that should be happening late afternoon, Athens time. And there's going to be some games before that getting played as well that happen earlier on in the day. So there's that. Anyways. Okay. What we're going to do for now is we are going to go to the highlights for just a short amount of time. And then we'll be back when the players are finished drafting. I'm going to put a timer on for I don't know. We'll see. We'll be back soon. As the army charges forward, bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side. Another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up. And Magic so far in front on economy here. Oh. Let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might. And this here is the Suppe Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu Hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and it's the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up. Can't get to the next age. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Kwafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a Suppe grand fight. He did not cheese one single time versus grass. Mountainous Might Rush. And this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next stage. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes the Boulders of Doom. Oh, God, the Kwafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling off the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Mosca is going to need to micro very, very well here. Good dodge from Mosca. Dodging everything. In comes the boulders. He hits one. There's no ballistics here. There's no... Oh, he hits 2! He hits 3! The temple is denied for the time being. More... Now in comes Matreiuss. He says, time for the fight. The trolls do get some big boulder tosses into the middle here. I don't know if this is a fight. that Matreiuss can actually win, though. No chaos in. There goes the chaos now into the middle of the fight as Frost gets dropped. But that there cannot have been good for Matreiuss. Villagers, for the moment, they're going to be coming through. It might be a worthwhile move to use those villagers to get on top of the back line of those Karabalista. Berserk's coming in, more trolls coming through. There's so much favor in the bank for Matreiuss. Units streaming in up onto the top side. A Satyr going to be coming through. That's not that effective here, but still. 5 seconds remaining as the reinforcements from the surface on the way. One Hero Karabalista over here goes straight in on top of that troll as that's going to get shanked down. Can Matreiuss hold on here? Dwarves getting pulled. The boys are in. Satyr goes down onto this side. He's not attacking with the dwarves, though. Hersa doing what they can to keep themselves going through all this. The military differential is very, very close as the troll pulls back behind the wall here. And it looks like another healing spring. Clutch healing spring to come through there to keep the Hersa alive. And Grass, well, he's going to continue trying to make this attack happen as the troll over here pulls back again through that very crucial wall. In comes that big boulder toss. You can see the ballistics paying dividends there. And Matreiuss survives. And Tezcatlipoca Incarnate gets dropped down. And there goes the Lullaby Corrupted Ground combo. And Suppe, he can run here. He's not running. His army is getting erased at the moment, but so too is this Jutsu. What's going on, everyone? Time for the second series of the day. Our first series was a domination, with B taking it in 3. Our next series is Suppe versus Garnath. I wonder if this here gets fixed up. Oh, it does. Look at that. So we've got Suppe versus Garnath for game number 2, or for series number 2. Now, they haven't met each other before. They've never played each other before. So it is a bit of a difficult situation for both of them because, well, for those of you who don't know, Suppe plays his own way. Definitely different from every other top player out there. And Garnath, he plays his own way as well. So it's not like you can prepare very easily here, apart from just watching the games over the entirety of this format. Well, let's just to confirm it, let's jump into the head-to-head and see what they've, well, how they've gone, but where they're sitting and all the other good stuff. Alrighty. So, yeah, both these guys haven't played before. Garnath is literally at 34 wins, 34 losses, which, to be honest, when you're playing in a tournament of this caliber with this many good players, literally the top 16 players playing at the moment, plus probably like, I mean, the top, let's just call it the top 24 players playing. And you go 50-50, it basically means you're doing really well. Like you can see Suppe here, who is, a lot of people would say he is in the top 8, and he only has a 58.3% win rate. So Garnath is definitely performing, is definitely a threat here, so to speak, for Suppe in this whole kit and caboodle. Big question is how the draft's going to go, how the game's going to go, and will Garnath be able to put up with and deal with the Suppeology, so to speak, that is the wild world you do enter into when you do start playing against him. Let's jump into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 1 and for the rest of the series. Alrighty, I could be wrong. Did I read this right? I did read it right. Okay, let's talk about the draft here while these guys are still sort of getting ready to rumble. We are slightly ahead of time, slightly ahead of schedule, so to speak. But let's talk about the bands. Let's talk about the draft and see what's going to happen. So Susanoo Matreiuss banned from Suppe, as he just doesn't want to deal with the Japanese. And to some degree, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. If you don't want to deal with the Japanese, why wouldn't you want to deal with the Japanese? In a lot of the ways we got to start thinking about these drafts and how players construct their draft is what matchups do we not want to play versus with the gods that we're picking? And I'm just going to take you through the gods that Suppe picks and just go, would they be okay into Japan or not? So he picks Quetzalcoatl and Huitzilopochtli and Fuxi, Odin, Uranus, and Thor. Of these gods, are any of these particularly good or bad versus Amaterasu Susanoo? And I think the answer is surprisingly no. I don't think that they're awful versus these two Japanese gods at all. So these two bands, for me, look like they're targeted bands at Garnath, rather than a specific band to sort of make his god pool feel stronger in the actual games, which I do think is the more sound approach. But nonetheless, Garnath grabs and bans out Loki and Shenlong. Now, those are also quite clearly targeted bans at Suppe. Two of the strongest gods for Suppe, well, definitely one of the strongest civs for Suppe is China. He's had a lot of success with China in this tournament, but also the Norse as well, banning out Loki in a map pool that does feature Budapest, means well, I don't know. We see the Shenlong Loki ban, and that's both of these bans are literally just targeted at each other, as far as I'm concerned. And Garnath does take away two big power picks from Suppe, but in doing that, he doesn't pick up those Aztecs. And from what I've been hearing from Suppe of late, he's been coming up with some really, really interesting ideas for the Aztecs, and has been enjoying playing them more and more recently, and trying to get into what their strong strats are. Because when they were released, a lot of players sort of found their way into the strong units, right? And then they just play into strong units, which that's only half the battle. So for example, Quetzalcoatl on release was a absolute mission of a god to kind of get through, to beat. A ridiculous god to beat because of the Eagle Warrior. And players would just rush to try and get as many Eagle Warriors as they could out as fast as they could, and then they just start to micro with them. And to me and to people like Suppe, who like to play more into the strategy of the game rather than just into the, well, this is the strongest unit, you want to think about more things like, well, how do I maximize my economy? How do I maximize my unit compositions? How do I maximize my position in the game, map control? Those sorts of things are really interesting to me and definitely to Suppe. And now that the Eagle Warrior and maybe some of the other units like the Sean one, they're less oppressive, and some of the power balance has been shifted away from those units into a more balanced sort of thing. Now you start seeing that these Aztec gods have got a lot of layers to them, and a lot of really fun things that can happen. So I like that we have seen. I like what we've seen. I like that Suppe has opted into picking them up, and I'm very excited to see what he is going to be throwing at Garnath. Now, one thing here, however, in what Garnath has picked, he picked Nuwa and he picked Tsukiyomi first. Now, the Nuwa pick is simply to take it away from Suppe. Now, Garnath plays Nuwa. I've seen him playing Nuwa. It is a scary god for him, but it's also taking it away from Suppe. Tsukiyomi, well, he's taking that away from Suppe as well, as I believe, I'm not sure right at the moment, but Suppe was the first player to hit 2,300 on the ladder with Tsukiyomi. He knows Tsukiyomi inside and out. Nobody knows Tsukiyomi better than Suppe. If you know, you know. I want to see you Twitch chatters knowing. Say, write something there. Go, quick. All right. Anyways, the Tsukiyomi gets grabbed, and then, of course, Soup will very happily take the Huitzilopochtli. I am sort of surprised to see Quetzalcoatl as the prio over Huitzilopochtli, but yeah, no, I'm just gonna say it. I'm surprised to see the Quetzalcoatl over the Huitzilopochtli, but Soup does pick up his Fushi after that as well, which is simply just one of his power picks, and then Garnath grabs the Tezcatlipoca there, of which I think Soup is pretty happy to play against. It's a god that I do think is strong, but it's also a god that has not really been investigated enough. And inside of that, if you've got a god that you don't think players are fully extracting the most value out of, and they're playing into X OP strat, and they haven't really figured out how to play the god, well, you just have to find one small thing to take them off their line, off their opener, off their strategy, off their game plan. You just have to nudge them off the path, and then it's over for them. So I have a feeling that's what Soup is doing there. But Garnath still picks up the Tezcatlipoca, and then he picks another god away from Soup, which is Kronos. So the more I look at this this draft, the more I'm looking at gods that Garnath has just taken from Soup, and Soup has to go into his he's like, I think he has to go into his sort of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th prio picks, which is not what you want. You want to be trying to get your top 5s every single time. Maybe Soup has got them. He does get Odin as well, but our first matchup is going to be Quetzalcoatl versus Nuwa on the map Blue Lagoon. Thanks for being patient and waiting us out. I know it's been a little bit of a break before we got into this game. Is what it is. Let's jump into game number 1 on the map Blue Lagoon and see how it goes. And off we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1. Our second series of the quarterfinals here for the last chance playoffs on our road to Athens Gameathlon edition. In the right-hand corner of the map, the biggest brain in Age of Mythology himself, still on the road. After having gotten to the finals twice, he is looking for his 3rd and final attempt and some success this week, because it's his last chance. It's Mr. Husk Soup. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Nuwa. Yet to make it to a semi-finals, I think. He's made it to some quarterfinals quite a lot, but he is yet to get past the quarterfinals and get in onto a Sunday semi-final situation. He's had an incredible tournament. He's improved leaps and bounds in skill, in execution, in consistency, and in taking games off really, really strong players. But this is the first matchup between these two. Garnath, Soup. How do the styles match up against each other is the big question. A lot of Age of Mythology does come down to stylistic differences. So, for example, you've got the aggression of, say, Tunison. You've got the defensive fundamentals of, say, Mosca. You've got the all-out craziness of, say, Grass. You've got the power greeting of Soup. And some players are going to really shine versus some styles, and other players are not. Will Garnath's style match up well versus Soup, or will it not, is the big question. Let's check some relics out, see what's going to happen. We've got the Ullr's bow over here. This is going to be ranged soldiers and ballista of +1 range. Very, very nice there, especially for Soups and his potential to build Eagle Warriors. We've got Bridle of Pegasus over there as well. For the free Pegasus is always nice. Up onto this side, there's the Tower of Cestus, giving damage bonus versus myth units for towers. Not the most impactful, but definitely not useless. And Jade Hair on this side, that's actually a really, really nice relic here, especially if Soup decides he wants to go in for the Tzitsamiddles, which can be really, really, really powerful with that extra speed boost. He is going up through Huehue Coyotl here, and we are going to be seeing Hull 2 from Garnath, as to me, it looks like Garnath is going to be going for a fast second town center, which is fairly standard. It's a pretty nice town center up here as well. And by pretty nice, I mean very nice. Gold mine, zebra, elephant. Yeah, this is, if there's a situation you want as Noir, well, this is it. Now, he can also go ahead and drop his earth wall right here if he likes. And that will protect this from a lot of different things. But the warrior priest now in, going to try and take out the pioneer over onto this side. As Garnath is just going to pull back. And we see a little bit of a raid coming in here. As now the warrior priest going to be going after the Kuafu here, doing some pretty nice damage to the town center, 10 seconds away from being completed. And of course, you don't want to take the Kuafu hero off. And I think this Kuafu hero might end up losing its life. It's not the end of the world for Garnath, as he will finish the town center off. But that there is some early game damage, as now the warrior priest will come over and kill off the earth wall. I don't know why he waited so long for that, as we will have on the back of this the terracotta riders coming through, as for some reason Soup decides he wants to actually take this fight. He's going to be losing all of his warrior priests to these terracotta riders that he could have just ran from. On the backside there, the Shinekwe also going down to the pioneer, and that, I mean, you have to call it like it is. I don't know why he didn't just run. He was perfectly fine to just run, let the terracotta riders lose that HP. They lose HP very, very quickly. And he could turn and like kill them all off without losing anything. But that there is, without question, advantage Garnath after picking off all of the warrior priests. Losing the Kuafu here, it's not the end of the world. You get it back after, I don't know if it's 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of resources lost, it's not that much. Meanwhile, up onto this side, Soup is going to be looking for a town center for himself, as the warrior priest comes in over onto this position and cutting off onto this position. There will be no escaping here. You can't even go into flying form here either to get away, because the warrior priest will simply chase it down. Actually, the Chongqi going to get away from here. 5 speed is the same as 5 speed, so he's fine. He spots the town center. Chongqi will live into this position. However, the Shinekwe coming through, and he will turn that into a turret. And he's going to be a little bit annoying here, because you take a look at this, even with only 76 HP remaining, he's got 80% pierce armor. That's a lot. As the warrior priest, look at this, the damage, he takes 12 damage a shot there. That's really not that much. As the pioneer continuing to try and take this out. One more shot. Not able to do it. Another pioneer comes in, and that there is the dead Shinekwe. So a little bit of annoying damage done as the priests pull back, town center up. And after all is said and done here, it is effectively equal on villager count after the difference here. Though Soup is having a little bit of issues with his food income, so that's going to help out Garnath ever so slightly. As this one Kuafu with 14 HP, that's going to be one that he wants to pick, but it's going to be tough to get there. As the temple getting taken down, and Tepon Artsui drums is something that Soup is really going to be wanting in this game, and now he does decide to go for that villager sacrifice. No problems. On the backside, Machine Workshop coming through, and well, Fire Archers aren't really much of a help here for Garnath, but he is going to be getting himself the Watchtowers in, which might make Soup want to leave. He could go into some cheeky micro, moving back and forth and trying to exert a whole bunch of energy into actually taking down the temple. But he's going to just continue getting slightly in onto this position as Garnath pulls his pioneers through his stone or his mud earth walls, whatever you want to call them. And Soup has to pull back ever so slightly. And behind this, I could be wrong, but it looks like it's a heroic age for both people. at the moment. As, well, Garnath isn't really building much. He just built a machine workshop just in case. And Suppe, well, he is only building warrior priests. We're on to this side. Bridal of Pegasus does get picked up. Big little walls coming down from Garnath. Armory also coming in. And I believe that Coafu Hero will be back out momentarily. There it is. So it is 4 minutes of downtime. So if you think about how much resources you lose, 4 times, we'll just call it 4 times 240, right? That's some damage. As Suppe does get in, finds a peasant, gets one little pick there. Every little bit of damage matters, and it is the armory as well, slowing that down as we got another Terracotta Riders coming in. Are you kidding me? This time he's got to run. Surely he just runs. They're the same speed, so you can run literally forever, so long as you can get out of snare. And then you can turn as they get to somewhat half HP or whatever. I mean, it's a big spend from Garnath. Like, each one of these Terracotta Riders is 100 resources. You buy 5 of them. That's 500 resources. Just not necessarily. He deletes them as well, so he doesn't give the favor over. Nice awareness, but Coatlicue is in for Suppe, and Suppe for the moment is going into Nobles' huts. So he wants to build Eagle Warriors. He probably wants to build the Ocelotl Warriors as well, but one thing that you do have to keep in the back of your mind is that Noir wants to go into Cav. So having an option to build yourself some very much needed Spearmen, Cloudmany Spearmen, you definitely should be keeping that in the back of your mind to go into those as well. Let's have a little quick look at the eco upgrades. As Garnath is only now just getting himself hand axe, pickaxe, and his abundance technology. On the flip side, Suppe's already got all of those initial upgrades. He's getting himself ballistics in already, flint weapons in, Eagle Warriors starting a second Ayototchli to come in as Suppe says, I want to put pressure immediately. Why stop? As Terracotta Riders doesn't cost 300, I'm pretty sure it costs something close to 300 resources. Can someone give me how much do they cost? Is it not 250? 250? Am I wrong? I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Anyways, Warrior Priest getting cleaned up over onto this side as Suppe sending in his first Ayototchli. He has 2 of them. Another one's coming in over onto this side. There goes the Golmang as the Ayototchli gonna start beating down this earth wall. I don't believe this ballet is going to be finishing up here, especially not with the Ayototchli coming in to prevent it. And, well, Suppe very much sees what's going on here. As in comes the Warrior Priest trying to take out the Pioneers here. The Ayototchli finishes off the ballet where that's concerned as the Coafu pulling back over onto this side. Another peasant going down onto this position as in comes the Ayototchli to take out the Garnath Town Center. We've also got the Eagle Warriors on the back. They're starting to come through to take out said Taowu, as that's going to send those other Eagle Warriors packing. But here's the thing, Eagle Warriors, they take out Pioneers very, very fast. And Suppe, he's scared of the Sage. He pulls back with the Sage. Doesn't really do a whole lot to stop this. The town center is going to be falling. And Suppe is just ridiculously far in front. At this moment, we've also now got the String of Hearts coming through and up onto the top side. One of the gold mines that I thought was going to be completely safe, untouchable, has been pushed off. And Suppe, he finds a massive timing in this matchup to punish everything that's been going on in this game from Garnath. From the double... It's okay. From the double Terracotta Riders, which apparently only cost 300 resources and not 500. Excuse me. Close enough. That's 600 resources. From losing the Coafu Hero. And this push just brutal for Garnath to deal with. And the fact that he stopped the ballet means those White Horse Cav, they got stopped as well. Now, Garnath, he's not done just yet. He's still fine on villager count. But the villagers from Soup, what a madman. He wants this hunt. He is crazy, but he sees the units going over. And now in comes the White Horse Cavalry after all the good that Soup has done. He throws away a fairly substantial economic lead here, but the main base is still under attack as the Ayatollah will take out the ballet. In comes the Eagle Warriors to take out more units. Are we going to see any attempts to build anything other than Eagle Warrior? I did say at some point here that Mass Eagle Warrior wasn't really the go, wasn't really the best strat, but that's all we're seeing out at the moment for Soup. Will he get punished by the White Horse Cav is the question. Down onto this side, another ballet for Garnath, but to some degree, Soup probably should just ignore that and get guaranteed value rather than just trying to chase villagers around the map. Kill off the other town center, drop a third town center himself. He is going to be getting himself some of those all-important Thalmani Spearmen here as well, which is what I thought was very much needed. As in comes the Earth Monster, trying to keep everyone alive here as the Jiangxi are down to 2 HP. Does end up getting picked off. And this town center with this forest protection will end up going down. Some massive value where that's concerned as the White Horse Cav, well, they are getting picked off as they will attempt to retreat away from here. More buildings to go down. Villagers over onto this position going to start getting targeted down. And Soup is just miles in front. He's up 10,000 score here. The only way back into a game like this for Garnath is to raid. He's got to get every villager kill he possibly can while keeping all of his villagers alive. Military camps coming down in this position potentially for some Javelineers. Villagers over here trying to get more houses up, but the Ayatollah is just going to continue to kill him. You can see that Garnath is actually housed at the moment. Up onto this side, the White Horse Cav coming in, and Soup's villagers, not a single wall dropped in this game from Soup, so he is giving Garnath an opportunity here to come back in this game. Soup will get himself some Thalmani Spearmen back in to defend this position, as well as more units to come through, but he is at full pop. He has one house that hasn't been built up the top here. Easy way to spot where all your houses are on the map if you ever only have 180 or 170 pop and you don't remember where you placed your houses down is to use the select all of a unit hotkey, and then you can take a look at all of the white dots on the map. And it will you'll be able to see where they all are, and you go, oh, it's over here. Secret strats. Don't tell anyone. The Ayatollah continuing along here, though, as Jiangxi gets taken down. These Eagle Warriors, no real shoot and scoot here, but Soup doesn't even need to do it. Up onto the top side, though, the Thalmani Spearmen are in, takes down those White Horse Cav. I mean, the villager differential is literally still equal. But Garnath just doesn't have any income, doesn't have any eco, doesn't have anything. And Soup walks away with game number 1 with an impressive display of Quetzalcoatl proficiency. Can't speak. Very, very nice first game from Soup. Garnath caught out on the second town center. He didn't need to wait on the Earth Wall. Hit the classical age, Earth Wall on his temple, would have protected his villagers, would have forced Soup into having to beat down the Earth Wall rather than killing off his Quaffy hero. Wouldn't have lost the Quaffy hero, wouldn't have had to drop himself that Terracotta Riders there either. It would have been off to the races, would have been fine. And then on top of that, I don't know if I like rushing Heroic Age here at all for Nuwa. Why go Heroic Age? What are you worried about? You've got Dao Swordsmen, you've got Javelineers. What are you worried about? What unit? You can't, like, to be completely honest, Quetzalcoatl kind of struggles versus Dao Swordsmen. Aztecs kind of struggle versus the Dao Swordsmen. They don't die that easily to Kiwa archers. The archer, right? And you have to build a lot of those archers to kill them off, and then the Javelineers clean them up. And of course, Eagle Warriors don't do all too well versus Dow Swordsmen either, especially when there's Javelineers to back them up. And then on top of that, Bay Beasts cleans up Eagle Warriors pretty easily, as well as cleans up the Tequila Archers. So a 2TC classical fight here definitely would have been a more terrifying, more difficult to deal with strategy for Soup. But Soup, well, he finds his way to his power points and he applies pressure immediately and never stops. Let's jump back to the draft and see what game 2 is going to bring us. Alrighty, so our next one is going to be an Uranus. And Uranus versus Tsukiyomi. I'm not sure what map it is just yet. Hold on 1 second. Step. Uranus versus Tsukiyomi on step. Okay, so this matchup here, for me, I think it's just super simple on the Uranus side. I've played it before once, and I stumbled upon what I would consider to be an incredibly difficult to beat Uranus style. I would challenge many different people to give it a try and see how you find it. But the general gist here is that it's probably going to be a one town center versus one town center situation. You have infinite food as the Uranus player because you've got sky passages, and you have a unit which completely prevents raids inside of catapultes. So you have the ability to go into the Prometheus boom, where you're actually manually heroizing citizens, getting yourself a big amount of income. On top of this, you can then make Terma. Now, Terma aren't everyone's favorite kettle of fish because you do have to micro very well. You actually have to shoot and scoot forward. But if you can manage that with catapultes and with Terma, then you can take out a full cavalry army from Tsukiyomi. It's just what the Tsukiyomi player wants to do. And you actually force the Tsukiyomi player into units like the Shinobi, like the Samurai. And then from there, you obviously have whatever else you want to do. If you want to have, if the Shinobi start coming in, you can go into some Murmillos, you can go into some Catapulti, not Catapulti, you can go into Murmillos, you can go into Prometheans, actually, is probably your best bet inside of that strat. But nonetheless, I'm just waiting on Garnath as he hasn't yet joined the game room. Not sure what's going on there. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about at the moment in the chat about the, you're talking about the siege myths. Now all the siege myth units are actually quite good. I used to think that a lot of them weren't very strong, but if you go through the list of siege myth units from Greek, Colossus, amazing. Egyptians, Scarab, very, very good now. Norse, Jotun, amazing. Atlantean, Behemoth, maybe the Behemoth is a little bit lackluster. I'll give you that one. That one might be maybe the worst of all the siege myth units, but I still think it's very useful, especially if you combine it with Caladria. Caladria plus Behemoth is a monster of a unit. Then you have of course the Chinese with the Tao Wu, which is one of everyone's favorite Chinese myth units because it just sends your opponent's army, displaces them, gives you an advantage. And then you have the Oni for Japan, which I think when people who know, they know. People who don't know at all. The Oni is amazing. And then you have, of course, the Aztec Ayatollah, which is also amazing too. So I'm a myth unit lover. I'm a lover of all things myth units. If there's a myth unit that's bad, I'm probably the first one to admit it. I think it's quite good. Trolls actually got a really, really big buff in the recent patch where ballistics went from the heroic age into the classical age. Really big buff. And such a big buff, in fact, that I think they are very good, not very bad. But if you don't buy ballistics, then your opponent can just remove half of their damage or the main part of their damage without any real effort. The Egyptian Scarab, the bug? No, it's actually quite strong. Especially with the Sekhmet upgrade. If you grab the Sekhmet upgrade and you use the Scarab as an anti-myth unit, you're going to actually have a lot of success. These are little factoids that just, for some reason, people just don't know. But let me edify you. The Scarab has a pretty decent modifier versus myth units. It does a lot of crush damage and it's got a lot of hack damage. 3x versus myth units, and its lifesteal is through the roof when it's getting actual damage dealt, of which it is doing versus myth units that have less crush armor and kind of low hack. So they end up being an amazing anti-myth unit. You can use them versus automaton, you can use them versus but yeah, you can just use them versus anything, right? They're very, very good. Give them a try. Yes, the Scarab with the upgrade. You have to make sure you get the Sekhmet upgrade. Crimson Linen. Crimson Linen. Of course, it's good versus buildings as well, but is what it is. Super FM is back again, spreading propaganda. The Greek lobbyists are back, even though Greek is doing fantastic this tournament. All right, guys, time for game number 2. Uranus versus Tsukiyomi. I am excited to see how Suppe is going to approach this because he's always doing something offbeat, something funky. But I'm also excited to see how Garnath is going to go about this one because he's also up to no good when it comes to strategies. Let's jump into game number 2 and see what Step is all about. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. Suppe in the bottom side of the map, playing as Uranus. In the top side of the map, we've got Garnath playing as Tsukiyomi. On the map Step. First game, a very, very strong performance from Suppe. Caught Garnath with kind of just sort of just caught Garnath completely out and didn't give Garnath a chance to get into what he wanted to go for. Now, this next game here with the Uranus, Hermes' wing sandals on the map is kind of huge. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later for Suppe and what he can go for, but Black Lotus on this side too. Okay. Okay, let's break it down. Tsukiyomi, Japan, they managed to sit back and they managed to get this Bushido in from taking a lot of different fights And basically, they're just going to get their Bushido in. So if you go really aggressive versus Japan, they can often just take little engagements, have a little bit of fighting, make things happen that way. But Uranus doesn't need to apply that pressure like he does often in other sort of games. He can sit back himself and get a really big amount of economy going. Part of it is that he's got the Sky Passage network, and wherever the raids come, you just pop out, you deflect, no problems. If you have this technology here, the Hermes' wing sandals, you get yourself the extra movement speed for those heroes. And then you can even keep up with the Naginata riders as well, with Catapulti heroes, right? So you get yourself Empyrean Speed, you get Catapulti heroes, and then you get yourself Weightless Mace, and you get this one. And now you don't even have to worry about anything. You're just going to have a fantastic game here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Suppe go directly into Catapultis here. But this is a rare game where we are actually going to be seeing Suppe going Oceanus over going for Prometheus. Which, while I don't think is a mistake necessarily, it's just not Suppe's style. So I'm a bit surprised to see him playing for this. But we'll see how it's going to go for him. On the flip side, Inari Okami is in already for Garnath. I imagine he's going to immediately drop himself a stable. The unit composition you basically want here for Tsukiyomi is going to be... Monkeys! The monkeys are monkeying! Can he get a mill pick? No. But no real Bushido in for Garnath with that cheeky raid and the double stables coming down. So the unit comp you actually want here at Tsukiyomi is going to be Samurai, and it's going to be Naginata Riders. But we're going to be seeing Suppe actually just going straight into Murmillo, which, to be honest, is a bit strange. Because Murmillo, while they're solid generalist units, really, really strong infantry units, and sort of like the backbone of the Uranos army to some, well, not even the backbone, the front bone of the Uranos army to some degree, it just doesn't really make sense versus the Naginata Riders, especially because you don't get that speed up. You can get up to 5.5 speed or something, but I mean, with that relic, it just makes sense. But nonetheless, Sky Passage is up onto both sides of the map, ready to grab this gold mine. One thing you definitely want to do here as Uranos versus Tsukiyomi is not be on your main base gold mine. You can jump through this Sky Passage, come over here, get onto this gold mine, and save the gold mine for later. Up to this side, Garnath now finishing off his wooden wall. As now in comes the Murmillos as they say, hello there, good sir. We do have Naginata Riders trying to search around and find oracles and things like that, but for Suppe with 3 Sky Passages up, there's really nowhere for him to... There's really no reason for him to have an oracle that's not safe for the moment. As the stable of Garnath gets taken down, we do already have watchtowers in for Garnath. That's a kind of a crazy decision to some degree, as both the houses come down, but there's an opening over here. And with double Caladria behind this, well, Suppe can kind of just charge forward, take some damage from the tower. It's not the end of the world. Gonna go after the temple though, which also makes sense, as he can just simply sit back, heal up his Murmillos, no problems, as the Naginata Riders coming over onto this side. And Suppe, he's got to be really paying attention to all this, and he does do that. Pulls back into the Sky Passage he goes. Garnath not paying attention to his own Naginata Riders, can't steal anything, and the citizens have simply just moved to the top side of the map. As villagers will try to repair this all up, and we do have 8 guardhouse coming down with Yumi archers to come through. So it pulls back the low HP Murmillo. Gonna get that healed all the way back up. And one Murmillo goes down for the temple. That's a good trade there as the hero Murmillos get split off. Still got to be careful here if you are Soup into the main base though. Murmillo's getting picked off and Garnath is searching for little bits of damage as the citizens do get into their manners. More Murmillos to come through as this Oracle over here might end up going down. Does end up getting picked. Nice play there from Garnath as these are two Murmillos. Well, now they're just leaving and Soup is still trying to apply pressure here. The temple coming back onto this side. That's going to get denied yet again. Soup charges forward. I guess Soup using the Murmillo as a bit of a distraction. But this is giving Bushido over to Garnath to use here. As he charges back in onto this position, still looking for those villagers to pick off. Yuumi Archer's getting some good damage done. Can't pick off a villager there, but gets the idle time through. But losing Murmillos and all the other good stuff there as the Carnivora does get dropped down. There goes the Swampland. And Soup will have to pull back as he loses a lot of Murmillos there. Bit of a crazy attack from Soup. Definitely didn't have to go quite that hard. Picks up a couple of Naginata Riders behind that. But Garnath will deal with the Carnivora. He's got his gold mine back. But the problem for Garnath is he's out of food in the main base. And this is something that Soup definitely will be wanting to apply pressure on. Villagers finishing up over onto this side as he can come over into the middle of the map here, potentially forward, and start taking this food, and all the other good stuff as the citizens over here do get spotted. This citizen has a little bit of problems not managing to get into the sky passage. Soup does not notice that, and he loses his guy there, not making any effort to move that around. So nice pick there from Garnath. And Garnath behind all this actually saying he wants to go to Fujin. Does that kind of work? Can you go Fujin with no food? Generally, I don't like going for Fujin unless you've got map control, unless you've got some amount of food that you can grab. He's grabbing himself the goats over here as the Murmillo will come back onto this side, looking for some more damage. Shockwave is available here. I wouldn't mind seeing the Shockwave dropped onto these commoners because there's no way for them to get back if they get caught out, as the Juragumo will get caught, will go down. One Catapulti here is in now as well for Soup as he tries to make some more stuff happen. Still pumping out those units as onto the backside. The Terma goes down and those Naginata Riders managed to get away from that. A little bit surprising. Soup going to bring his Murmillo back. One thing that Garnath has done really well here is he's limited the Oracle situation. And Soup really should... like I said, there's not really any excuse to lose Oracles when you got 3 Sky Passages up. 1 Sky Passage here with an Oracle, 1 Sky Passage here with an Oracle, 1 Sky Passage here with an Oracle. And then you can probably also put another Oracle like somewhere else too, like near a tower or something. But nonetheless, Tenshu actually coming through for the Garnath. That's a big spend. As in comes the Murmillos. Taking out the temple prevents a new moon onto the temple at the very least. Armory situation for Garnath. He's not grabbing anything there as the Terma trying to get some shots off at those Yuumi Archers. Picks off the tower there, and this gold mine with 900 gold left in it. It's not looking all too safe here. Meanwhile, behind this, Soup goes, okay, time for a town center. I mean, it's fair enough. He's done damage, done a lot of damage. He's killed off like 3 temples or something. Second tier of Bushido comes through as the monkeys are sort of feeding Soup at the moment. There is this idea for Garnath that is somewhat scary for Soup, which is a Smiting Gust into the Tenshu Towered Town Center situation. You can build a box here, send the units in. You might be able to get some real damage done. Take out the army. But nonetheless, up onto this side, walls get taken down. Villagers get picked off. There goes the Smiting Gust, but these units are more than safe over onto this side. In fact, he's going to take the fight with his Terma. Does he have himself ballistics? No ballistics in for Suppe is kind of a mistake. You definitely want to grab that while going for these Terma here, but doesn't really matter. He's going to be able to pull back, pulls away from this position as well. There is still the shockwave available for Suppe too. You have to remember that, so he can use that on these villagers whenever he likes to get a massive amount of damage. And Suppe, for the moment, is just looking like he is outclassing Garnath. There goes that shockwave. Sends a couple of units back here. Picks off 4 villagers. 5 villagers. No, that one looks like it's going to get back. Amico as well going to be going down. And Suppe happily diving in. He's doing a classic pro player move. Still holding this relic. Wild. Nice. Up onto this side. He's got to be careful. The villagers almost finished up on this food. It's 54 villagers to 32. As one thing for Suppe you do have to remember and you do have to be careful of is getting stuck in the classical age. Yes, he's on 2 town centers. He's slowing himself down. Now he's getting himself the armory. There's no real need to force fights. You can just keep poking while you get yourself the resources to get to the next age. I see a couple of hero units getting converted. But even then, even so, I don't even know if Heavy is going to help out Garnath here because he's not hitting 175 population anytime soon. And the one thing that Garnath does have going for him here is that he can build these Yumi Horse Archers, which do beat up on the Murmillos. But with good Terma, Micro, I don't really see it for Tsukiyomi. And then again, there is the new moon onto the armory, which is a big, big help where that's concerned. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Horse Archers coming through. That's a lot of citizens here. Does he have ballistics? He doesn't, but no real reaction from Suppe just yet. That's going to be a lot of picks, a lot of Bushido also to come through as he tries to shoot and scoot forward, trying to get as much value as he possibly can as the army coming back in for Suppe. Can he prevent these guys from getting home is the question. He doesn't have himself that Empyrean speed as in comes the Terma over onto this side. And the Horse Archers, well, they're out of there. 5 speed, 5.3 speed. I know which ones I'd rather be at the moment. As Garnath gets another hit over onto this side, as Suppe, for some reason, decides to be incredibly greedy on that gold mine. Picks off 2 citizens, a 3rd citizen going down. I've said this before, but whenever you're behind, one of the best ways to get yourself back into the game is to just kill villagers off. And equally, when you're ahead, one of the easiest ways to lose the game is to throw your villagers away by being needlessly greedy. Now up onto this side, Garnath needs a gold mine. It's 4.3k a piece here. There goes the armory. New moon there. There's the Terma coming in onto this side. Villagers will have to garrison yet again. There's another 2 citizens falling, 3 citizens falling, 4 citizens. No reaction from Suppe. Very late in onto that one as the Murmillos charging forward. What are they going to do versus heavy units here? He drops the Chaos to try and get in here and actually get some damage done. As the Terma, effectively, you have to shoot and scoot forward with these Terma. He does pick off a lot of units here. Chaos going to be coming through momentarily as well. That's one of the best ways to pick off these Yumi Horse Archers. He's onto the back here. The Oni tanking up for days. I mean, he's a little confused. He's very, very pacified. He can't do a whole lot versus that amount of Caladria. And Suppe will pull back to his Sky Passages. I mean, after all is said and done here, that is, at best, Garnath, or at worst, Garnath equalizing for Suppe. He's still got a villager lead. He's still got the military lead, but he's going to need some different types of units here to make things happen. Now, finally, we see the ballistics coming through, as well as weightless mace. The other thing in this sort of situation, I said it already once, but Empyrean speed, weightless mace, hero catapultes, and Yumi Horse Archers literally can't shoot and scoot them. There is literally no way for them to shoot and scoot them because they're moving at like 6 speed. Right now they're 4.5 speed without any of those upgrades in. Soup's still playing without his sky pack. What is this? Why is he here? My brain is hurting. Soup is going to lose even more citizens as he does get into his manners for the time being. Up onto the top side, the villagers have migrated to a different gold mine as Soup is attempting to get something happening over here. But Garnath, I mean, he's still got a road ahead of him. Remember, even if he picks all these citizens off, Soup still has 2 town centers to 1 town center. But the big thing that Garnath has coming for him is the fact that he's going to be able to get to champion inside of the heroic age if the game continues this way. Heavy Termera in. Ballistics is now in for Soup. Hero units getting converted through as the Caladria get pulled back ever so slightly. In comes the reinforcement. Yumi, Horse, Archer, as the Terma are getting some good damage done. Splitting this up. There goes the Chaos over onto that bunch of units as they all just taking themselves out. They've got next to no HP remaining. Up onto the top side. More Yumi, Horse, Archers dying as the Terma need to focus fire, and they focus fire very well now as the Terma, well, they just win this fight. And the Yumi Horse Archers get back, but up onto the top side, villagers going down as well. As Soup desperately trying to charge forward and finish all these guys off. One Mermillo pulls off onto the villagers there too. There's also Contarius here to help out. And Soup behind all of this, he's got 0 gold. No, he doesn't. I'm looking at the wrong person. He's got 4 oracles in, which is enough for him to start slowly working towards a second Chaos, which is another amazing answer, as we've already seen, to the Yumi Horse Archer of Garnath. Meanwhile, over onto this side, attempting to get another gold mine here as the Relic Monkeys are back. Quit monking around Soup. More villagers going down. It's now 74 to 43 villagers, and he doesn't do it cleanly here, ladies and gentlemen, but he does it in his own way. And he has now put Garnath in a very, very difficult position. A 3rd town center to come through, a 4th town center to come through to staple his advantage. As Soup will charge up onto this side. He does have access to a shockwave if he wants to go for it, but says, nope, we'll just keep on getting ourselves further and further in front with the gold starve and go from there. I think instead of this town center or instead of this town center, I would have liked a palace here, a sky passage here, and a sky passage over onto this side with a palace here, just to shut this game up completely. Shut this game down completely. The town center for Soup is up. And it's going to be more villages, more population, and Garnath, well, he says, all right, the game is done. Taps out. A valiant effort from Garnath. He almost pulled this one back from the brink. Not the best start for him. Definitely should have gone into Samurai at the start of this game, or on the Musha or something, like 1 or 2 on the Musha into Samurai. It doesn't really matter if you lose 1 to the Carnivora, because you are just playing defense here versus the Oceanus. You just have to. And you can run around with the Naginata Riders while those Samurai are there playing defense, forcing out Carnivoras. When a Carnivora comes out, sure, no worries. You run away, you push forward, you kill it off with the Miko and you on the Musha, and then you get the Samurai in to help you out for later. But yeah, if you don't go into Samurai here, these are tough units to kill off. I mean, I like the idea of Garnath getting to Yumi Horse Archer and then maybe a really big Smiting Gust into his main base, but there was no like Shifting Sands box there from Legacy. You know, the Shifting Sands box, that's what Smiting Gust is. Build a Shifting Sands box, Smiting Gust into it. I have to know how it works, but I mean, in this sort of situation with the forest here, you just wall this off, you wall this off, Smiting Gust backwards, they fly into here, kill them all off. Happy days. But not looking good for Garnath in this series, as Soup is in full control for the moment. He is up 2 games, 1 win away from another semifinal. I don't think he's missed the semifinals throughout the entirety of this playoff series. He's been incredibly consistent. So we'll see if he can win 1 more or if Garnath is going to be able to commence a reverse sweep. Alrighty, our next matchup. What are we looking at? Elysium is the god, is the map, and it's going to be Elysium is the map, and we see another cheeky Kronos rearing its ugly head. All right, we got ourselves about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So the good thing here for Suppe is he is now at the forefront of anti-Kronos Odin build orders, because the build order that he constructed is as anti-Kronos as it gets. Fast Temple comes up. Herser comes out. Probably doesn't even need to rebuild the temple if it gets deconstructed, but is also very happy for it to not get deconstructed so he can build more Herser. Herser now a lot better at dealing with the early game Prometheans. If he can get 2 Herser out and take a slightly later advance time, he probably will. Also, he's very, very much into herding, so his food villages are safe. He's going to have straggler trees, so his wood village is safe. It's really just the gold mine that's going to be under attack. I think Garnath here is going to need to think about doing something slightly different. And I do think that Kronos, inside of doing something slightly different, can deal with Odin. But it's not simple. It's not easy. I keep on shouting out that this Valor idea is good, yet to see anyone super high level try it seriously, but I've had success with it against high level players. But going in for a slow advance, like two hero citizens, 4-minute-ish advance into a counter barrack sort of style where you play a defensive game, it just works versus Odin. And you're not really that scared about the game going longer as Kronos either. One of the things that I'm a little confused about is Atlantean players wanting to try and end games quickly versus Norse. It's not really that difficult of a matchup later on, especially with Kronos and Gaia, who've got the Rhea Fanatics and the Atlas Fanatics as well. So late game is always quite nice for Kronos. So we'll see how it all goes, but I'm fairly certain Garnath is going to be looking for some sort of aggressive play here. He has to. He's been on the defense for the first 2 games. And one thing that I've noticed is Suppe does tend to, that when he makes mistakes, it's when he's normally on the defense. So, well, we'll see how it goes. Let's jump into game number 3 here onto the map, Elysium. Off we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3 here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Suppe playing as Odin and Garnath playing as Kronos. He hasn't committed to the Kronos Rush just yet, but this is looking very much like it, and it is indeed going to be as he drops his temple. I mean, this could be a fake. You can still put the next villager onto wood, put the house down, and you can even try and drop the temple like into line of sight, just outside of line of sight or something, faking it. It is possible. It's not a terrible idea. And then you play for a later advance, you scare the Odin player and go from that. Go from there. But Suppe now, he's dropping his temple, and he is going to be off to the races in this game, trying to defend himself. All of the hunt underneath his talent center, temple safe, outside of line of sight. And we do see the temple coming through, so this is 110% confirmed what's going on. Food is in. Prometheus is coming through. Villagers making their way around here onto the gold. Garnath's going to finish up on this pig, I imagine, first, and then head back over onto the gold mine. He's got that shift click queued up, so he finishes off the pig. No pig meat goes to waste for this Kronos. That's the backside here. Berserk trying to take out some units there. We do see a Herser coming through. Can he get that out in time though? Is this Oracle spot it? It's getting the vision. It's gotta be. No, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. He might see the tiles on the ground. But the Herser gets out, and that generally means the initial issues facing you against the Kronos Rush, well, they're not going to be that big of an issue. As another Herser will come out. And does he get 2 out? He's got 2 out already. That's absolutely huge. As the Garnath Prometheans, well, they can't do a whole lot here. He's going to be spreading out, trying to find the temple. And he does indeed see it, but now there's literally 0 point in deconstructing that temple. There couldn't be any less of a point in deconstructing the temple. As he comes over here, sees another Oracle, could take that down. Oracle hero over here, going to be getting cleaned up as one Oracle hero gets converted over here. Suppe going to pull back away from that one as Caraballister is going to come through, and you really want, as fast as you possibly can here, you really want to get yourself a great haul as fast as possible. Because what Garnath is going to do is he's going to go straight into Caraballister. As this Promethean does get whacked a little bit more. Caraballister is out, and Suppe knows there's actually not really a whole lot of chance for him to actually pick that Caraballister off, because there's going to be a Valor on it as the Valkyrie comes through. And yeah, he's just waiting on the Valor. He knows the Valor is coming. There it goes, and the Valkyrie is out of here. Behind this, still no great haul is making me a little bit scared as the dwarves get pulled here. They say it's time to bring in the boys as the Valkyrie, though, goes down, and he's no healing anymore. And some issues for Suppe are slowly starting to come through here as he gets his great haul up on the back. Villagers over onto this side getting pulled back as well. Another Valkyrie comes out. He would have really liked to be able to heal up. But only enough gold for 3 raiding cavalry before he very much needs to get back on to that gold mine. Looks like Suppe's going to say, all right, over onto the left gold mine. He's totally fine. I mean, he's not wrong. There is nothing wrong with that. There's no scouting going on from Garnath. He's only got the 2 oracles anyways. And in comes the great haul from Suppe. One Catapulti is out as the great haul does get deconstructed there. Is there enough stuff here for Suppe to actually win that fight? 1 raiding cavalry might kill off the Karaballister, but a couple more. That's going to be really, really important. Getting onto this back line here, trying to take down the Karabalisters is huge as he gets one hero Karaballister pick going up to the next one, though. There goes the heroization, and Suppe now losing his Valkyrie to boot. He could have brought the dwarves in too. More raiding cavalry coming in. He can pick off this or go onto this position if he likes. As up onto this side, there is going to be a Karaballister there. As does Suppe notice that or not? Pulls his villagers off. The dwarves are going to make their way over onto this side. Not the best start here for Suppe, but Garnath, he's looking great. As this Karaballister will take out the Hersa. And is there a Valorin? Yes, there is. So he can't even pick that one off by sitting in there. Can Suppe get out the units here or not is the big question. Pulling off of the gold. Gets as much as he possibly can before back over onto the left side. Left side, right side. That's the name of the game here for Suppe. Just trying to get himself something going. A longhouse will come up. A great hall will come up. He could try and move his villagers up here and eat food, or up here and eat food there too. It's a little bit of a risk, but at this sort of a stage, you kind of need to take those sorts of risks. As the raiding cavalry still trying to just get in here. They get trapped. One cavalry gets around onto the side to try and take out the Karaballister there. It's not going to happen. And Suppe not able to defend the Kronos rush. I thought he was in a pretty decent position until he decided to use the Valkyrie to actually fight. One thing you can do is sit back, and if it's Karaballister right away, they don't do a huge amount of damage to the villagers. So you can sit back and you can just heal up the villagers on the gold mine. You keep shooting. Like, you can see how much damage they actually do to a villager. 6 pierce damage per second. And you take a look at how much the Valkyrie heals. If you have 2 of them as well, it's even better. 7.5 HP per second. So they're out healing the Karaballister if there's one there. You don't really have to go super ham straight away. You just sit there, let him attack you, get your buildings up, and once you get yourself your raiding cavalry early on, your Hersa, a couple thrown axemen, you just start winning the fights. But Suppe, little bit not sure exactly. He had the build right, he had the units out, he just didn't quite make the right decisions with them. And Garnath gets on the board here. So we're going to see a day full of sweeps, but Garnath is beginning his reverse sweep here. We'll see if he can continue it. Let's jump into the next game and see how it's going to go. Okay. Now, next game is going to be Ghost Lake. And it is going to be a Huitzilopochtli versus Tezcatlipoca. Who'd have thought it? A wild game 4. Aztec Mirror on Ghost Lake. This one here makes me worried just a little bit. This one here makes me worried just a little bit. You see, one thing I said before that last game is Garnath has been on the defense every game up until that last one. And that's where Suppe is at his best. When Suppe is on the offense, he isn't making macro mistakes. He's not making defensive positioning mistakes. He's just happily being aggressive, macroing well. Fantastic. But when he's on the defense, things start to go awry. But this matchup is another one where Suppe gets to be the aggressor. Now, the question is, are we going to see Suppe go crazy here? And what do I mean by crazy? There is this, we just saw a Kronos rush, right? there's another build for Huitzilopochtli, which is the Kronos Rush on steroids. Soup knows how to do it. He put a video out on it. We'll see if he goes that way or not. Of course, the defense of that for a Tezcatlipoca isn't that tricky, especially if you've got access to... Actually, you know what? If it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, it could be over very quickly. Could be over very, very quickly. Nonetheless, alrighty. We've got ourselves a game coming up right now. I didn't put the timer on. I'm sorry. Let's give you guys this. Okay, so Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, Soup with the crazy builds. This is the big question. What is he going to go for? Is Garnath going to be ready for it? What type of map are we going to get? Let's jump into game number 4 and check it all out. Ghost Lake is the map. Off we go. Game number 4. Garnath strikes back. He's on the board. It's not a sweep here for the Supinator. He's got himself his Huitzilopochtli. He did get a win already in this series with his Quetzalcoatl. Can he find another win here with the Huitzilopochtli or not? Garnath on the top here. He's got Tezcatlipoca, though, which does change things a lot. This is a very interesting matchup because Tezcatlipoca also gets Blood Pact, which is a big advantage for Huitzilopochtli. And you know what? Tezcatlipoca can use it really, really well. From dropping it onto a myth unit, which he wants to have die any... Oh, he just stole it. I thought we saw the Blood Pact really early. He just stole it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Garnath is going for a very late advance. Anyways, the point here is that well, both players have got Blood Pact. The one thing that Soup has that Garnath doesn't, as Huitzilopochtli, is you have the Ayatochli Blood Pact, which is really, really strong. Takes out a town center, basically guaranteed. I don't know what the interaction is if you double Blood Pact unit. Not that that would really matter, but I don't know what the interaction is if you Blood Pact a Warrior Priest in order to try and take down the Blood Pacted Ayatochli. Because, I mean, the bonus is it 3x? 2x, 2.5x on HP and on damage. So it should be the same thing. The Warrior Priest should be able to take out the Ayatochli, maybe save the town center. So there is that too. All right, let's check out the relics over on this side. 9 cauldrons. That's really nice for the Tezcatlipoca, who already really wants to go into those Jaguar Riders up into this side, the Great Sompartli, just to make the Sompartli Towers a little bit better, cheaper. Tusk of Dankang over here gives you the pigs, which you're going to eat throughout the game, which is really nice. And Tail Feathers of Heaven. This is kind of a big relic for Soup, if you ask me. As we see the temple coming up for Soup over onto this side. Question in the chat is, do we find out who the final person going to Athens is today? Tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the semifinals and the finals. The final person will be the winner of the finals. So tune in tomorrow. I should say, for those of you watching now and you want to be watching tomorrow on the YouTubes, I'll definitely make a post on YouTube about it as well, so don't worry. But we won't be streaming on YouTube tomorrow, but we will be uploading a premiere on YouTube immediately after the day is over. with the game. So if you do miss out on the live games, there will be a live-ish type thing happening tomorrow after everything finishes up. But it's going to be coming out at a bit of a weird time. Anyways, it's going to be Malinal-GMT to come through, and Koyoro for Garnath. Not really surprised to see either of those, though. Eventually, Malinal-GMT might be the better choice for Garnath in this one, as Soup looks like he did miss out on this relic over here, and that does mean that he doesn't get those super Thalmani Spearmen, which he's going to be wanting, as his Warrior Priests make their way forward, looking for any amount of early game damage he possibly can. And into the main base, do we see any sort of war huts? It looks like the answer is not just yet. One war hut coming in from Garnath. But yeah, I'm a little bit, I'm interested in what sort of game plan Soup has got here, as opposed to just simply going full in on the Warrior Priest, which is obviously going to be one of the more standard ways to play. Does catch out Garnath's units nicely there, gets a lot of damage. No real way to heal those up at the moment, as the Maki's Coatl there coming in with some nice damage. Villager over here almost going down. 9 HP there. One Warrior Priest comes through, as there goes the Blood Pact, and Soup will do exactly the same thing here in an attempt to get as much damage as he possibly can. Garnath's Blood-Pacted Warrior Priest is down to 60 HP. Does he have enough stuff here to win this fight or not is the big question. It's looking like he might. He's ignoring the Warrior Priest. I don't know why you would. It's got so much extra damage. Anyways, well, the Blood Pact does end up there, and it looks like Garnath is fine. I don't know who comes out in front there at all. Like, score-wise, Soup is way in front, but I don't know why. Is it just because his economy is slightly better? Does Garnath have all of his upgrades? Craft Workshop, Livestock. Oh, Garnath doesn't have himself his lumber outpost, so he is behind on total resources, but I think that fight just went Garnath's way. I mean, on the other side of things, Lullaby was there. Huitzilopochtli gets extra resources for taking the fights because of the Tonali. True, true, true. But here's the other thing. Why didn't we see Garnath drop Lullaby on that? Isn't that the whole point? You drop Blood Pact first. Then when your opponent goes into their Blood Pact, you pull everyone away except for your own Blood Pacted unit and click Lullaby, and then you just ignore the Blood Pacted unit. Nonetheless, on the backside, Sting of Yapan coming in, and we will see a whole bunch of Tequila Archers, War Huts coming in too. And, well, a Noble Hut on the back here, so that gets scouted there by Soup. And I think Soup, he's got to be somewhat aware. Oh, the villagers on the... This is always Soup's undoing. Units over on this left side. Soup is about to get hit on these villagers. Like, Garnath just coming in with the units. He sees the villagers here, and he's about to get some big damage going. That Kimichin spy showed everything over to Garnath, and villagers lost here. This is gigantic. It doesn't matter how far in front you were in the economy. Now you're not in front at all. Lullaby gets dropped down. The Tequila Archers over onto this side, going to try and get a little bit of damage done, but 29 villages to 23. That there is gigantic. Well, Soup, he takes a big amount of damage, and behind this as well, look at what Garnath is doing. He's applied pressure. He's got all these resources. He's not building anything. He wants Coil Zhaokui in immediately. As the wall's coming down, yet to drop his armory. Does he not have an armory? Yeah, he's yet to drop an armory or a market, so he might hit the resources to advance soon. He's got himself the Sompantli Towers as well as the Shinekwe turret there. And Soup charging in right now, looking for a little bit more damage, trying to get anything. He needs to get some Vil picks here. That's the big thing. Because the longer that he sits behind on Vils, the harder this is. On top of that, he's kind of stuck in the classical age as he's grabbing a settlement over onto this side. And what Garnath can do here is he doesn't actually have to go straight for the Jaguar Riders, which aren't really the be-all and end-all for Tezcatlipoca. You can go into Eagle Warriors. There's nothing wrong with that. And onto this side, Tequila Archers getting their damage down. There is no ballistics here, but Soup says time for a town center as the blood pack gets stolen away again. You'll see a war hut getting dropped. Can't get the other war hut up to get the block, and the two warrior priests get away from there as the war huts will get deleted, and Soup can now move over onto his Aurochs. Now, the one thing here that's good for Soup in going for the second town center is he doesn't have to pay full price for that town center. So these warrior priests will get picked off on the retreat. But Hoyle Xiaokui is in. Garnath now, he's got everything he wants and more. In going to the heroic age, funnily enough, the village differential does get stamped out. But how do you deal with Eagle Warriors while you're in the classical age as Tezcatlipoca? Oh, sorry, as Huitzilopochtli. Well, you have to have Coyote Warriors, right? And then you have the issue of what? Well, you've got the issue of how do you deal with the next thing, which is the Jaguar Rider. And Soup's got to be somewhat careful here as the Starfall comes down. Soup pulls back. We do have a couple of the Chinookways in. Losing those for heroic age myth units is always nice. As those Titsamiddles will head down to the bottom side walls. Not finished. As those Titsamiddles will get in here. Soup tried to get everything walled up and get himself into a protected position, but he is about to be very unhappy with himself. He's losing villagers over here yet again in a position he feels is very, very safe. Oh, that is not going to be ideal. He does get alerted to the fact that this is going on. Pulls up onto this side. There is the wooden gate over here that he can get through. One villager goes down, and he is in safety for the moment. But he's also idled. As the warrior priest coming up onto this side, the villagers will pull back in onto this position as he's got to be somewhat careful as to how he approaches this situation. Back onto the food he goes. There are these... Oh, they're not Star Demon Titsamiddles just yet. So surprised to see this technology not getting grabbed. Up to the top side, the Titsamiddles are attempting to escape out of here, but they will get greeted by warrior priests. And both of those Titsamiddles will end up going down. And that will be also an Obsidian Shard down too. But off onto the top side, the Titsamiddle raids will continue here. As Soup going to drop a villager or two up onto that side. As he needs a warrior priest up over here too. He's trying to get himself to the heroic age himself. Villager differential is sort of in the advantage for Soup, but I mean, the thing is, he's just got idle villagers all over the place, so what does it matter? As this sits in the middle, checking things out over here. And the warrior priest is in hot pursuit as the villagers can get back to work. And now that he's been attacked a couple of times, he should have gotten snared up and died, but I think the warrior priest was a bit confused about what it wanted to try and do. But nonetheless, the Titsamiddle goes down and the game continues along. This wall will get broken. And the thing is here, Garnath, he is technically on a timer here. He did a lot of damage, and he did a lot of damage into getting out of the pressure that Garnath was applying here. But these Eagle Warriors, they're going to be strong for quite some time, actually. I'm not sure exactly what Soup is going to want to do versus them. Go for his own Eagle Warriors is probably a fairly worthwhile idea as they pick off a couple of villagers over onto this side. He's got plenty of safe wood at the back. The villagers on this gold mine are going to get pushed off of as the walls aren't completely up for Soup. And there is just simply no way for him to take this fight. The Eagle Warriors beat the Tequila Archers, and they will be able to shoot and scoot away from the Scorpions there too. If he goes Coyote plus Eagle Warrior, sure, but then of course there's going to be the Jaguar Riders, which are another difficult unit to deal with. There's Garnath looking over onto this left side to see the villagers where they might be. More units getting picked off, and we will see more units getting queued out there for Soup, but he's not making those Coyote Warriors. Yottl's reach to come through. There goes the Earth Monster as Soup says, I want out of this. Let me get in here. I'm going to get some damage done. Ayotochli is going to come through too. And Soup sits waiting in onto this position to get as much damage as he possibly can. He needs value out of this God Power. As the Ayotochli send a whole bunch of those Eagle Warriors flying. And while the Eagle Warriors get some revenge fire in, Soup does manage to get out of this position nicely. But Great Temple's coming in, and Garnath smartly says Sean 1 are going to be his unit of choice. Don't go into the Jaguar Riders, which are really strong, which get countered really well by Spearmen. Instead, go into the Sean 1, which really don't have a fantastic counter. I guess mass Deuterinos is an option. As the Ayotochli, I say mass Deuterinos, mass Eagle Warriors could be an option. So the Ayotochli is going to be sneaking around here, and there is access to a blood pact. The favor's not in just yet, and Soup here is going to be dragging, he has to drag some villagers around to sacrifice that, but that looks like it will be a dead town center. And behind this, look at the resources for Soup. He is attempting to get himself exactly, oh, excuse me, I got this wrong. He's got the favor in already. He's got 50 favor in. In he comes with the Ayotochli, and there's no there is defense for this inside a Lullaby, but that is not available just yet. Ayotochli in, and Soup will be able to click that blood pact if he wants to, and indeed he does. And the town center for Garnath is going to be down, and Soup is going to be off to his Mythic Age. So he's got his 2TC power greed happening. Do we see any Atontan smashes? The next question is, which town center do you go through? The town center that your opponent is most likely going to attack first, or the other one, which is a little bit less defended? He goes for the one close to his Great Temple, as he'll need to get himself some units out. Another Great Temple going on up here, as the villagers will run to drop the town center again into the main base. Atontan smashes, looking to smash, looking to catch. The Soupster out here, as I can't really tell what's happening here. Yeah, he's 25% of the way to the Mythic Age. I've seen him do this so many times, and I get terrified because I say, you're power grading, your opponent's got siege units, he's got an army. How are we going to defend it? As in comes the Scorpions trying to take out that front line. Soup sacrificing all of his units there as his main town center is going to be falling. Soup has just got nothing here. He's trying to figure out what to build. He's got no infrastructure. No units getting built in queue. Town center going down. Villagers dying left, right, and center. So over onto this side, the villagers getting picked off as Garnath taking those out there. And the temple for Soup up onto this side will come through. He does have not Ayotochli, but the rat guys to come in as well once he hits this Mythic Age. But he just lost so many villagers. The villagers over here distracting up onto this side. The Atontan smashes continuing to smash. What's the plan here for Soup? I think he just wants Jaguars as soon as he possibly can. Villagers over here getting picked off as Soup pulls into the Great Temple. And these villagers are just in full flight for the time being. Now he's into the next age. He can get himself his upgrade as well. He doesn't have the favor for it, but he can get himself his upgrade to give himself a big amount of gold. But man, he took damage for that mythic age without question. As the Ahuizotl, that's what it's called. The Ahuizotl comes in. We do have this obsidian shard coming in too. That's going to be a butterfly there, though he is at full population, so it can be whatever he really wants. And in comes the Ayototchli as the unit of choice. Well, not even unit of choice, just the unit that pops out. But these Jaguar Riders going to town for the moment. The Warrior Priest on the back. Got to be careful of that one. On the backside, there is the Huitzilopochtli Incarnate in as the Ahuizotl does end up dying. Over onto this side, the Jaguar Riders killing off villagers. It's 31 to 56 here now, though. Huge. The villagers on this gold mine expire, though. There's no gold over here. There's no gold nearby. He's going to have to rotate onto this side. So if Soup is really switched on here, he can definitely consider going elsewhere. But these Jaguar Riders trying to take out all of these units here, they're about to get greeted with Spearmen, Thalmani Spearmen, to come in. As he does decide to turn around, takes down those Jaguar Riders for the time being. Taunton smashes, taking out the temple as Soup needs something to deal with these. He's still got himself the Pillar of Tlalocan, and he does drop that in now. Where? Am I missing something? Where did he put it? Over here. What? What? He killed off two great temples with that Pillar of Tlalocan, but that's it. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate coming in over onto this side for the raid. He does so much damage. He picks off three villages there. He's only got a little bit of time left with it as into the main base he goes. The Taunton smashes, though. Well, they're killing off Soup's great temple over here. As the town center back up into the main base, but 28 villages remaining for Soup. I don't see how he's pulling himself out of this position. The Taunton smashes look like they will end up going down. But now Soup doesn't have a great temple either. And also Garnath's on 2 town centers to boot. As Soup taps out. And we've got ourselves a game 5. Soup yet again caught inside of this power greeting. You can obviously see here that he sees the position and he goes, I got to get to Jaguar Riders. But I feel like the more simple solution is to just go into Eagle Warriors yourself. He had 2 town centers. He had a defensive position. Just put everyone onto wood and gold and make Eagle Warriors play defense. Maybe you'd have some issues versus the Jaguar Riders. I don't know. Didn't quite work out for him with the upgrade there. Maybe getting some Sean ones in as well before he advanced to sort of garrison micro and defend his town centers and his buildings and things like that could have been a good idea. But for Soup on this one, unable to make it happen. We've got ourselves a game 5. Will this be one of the first weeks that Soup, and the fight in the last chance as well, will this be one of the first weeks that Soup doesn't make the semifinals? He's one of the favorites to get a ticket, but Garnath is showing why he deserves a shot. Let's jump back to the draft and see what game number 5 is going to bring us. All right. Game 5. 1 map remaining. And it's Budapest. As there's really only one god here for Garnath to pick. There are 2 gods that Soup could potentially choose. Bushi is playable on this map, but Thor and Norse have been Soup's go-to. Garnath here does not have Thor. Soup has Thor. Got them on the wrong side. So Thor Freyr. Yesterday we saw Soup actually playing a Norse Mirror against Vega and struggling. Whether or not he's struggling just on that day, whether or not he's maybe not fully up to date with how to play the Norse Mirror, whether or not that's going to continue right now or not, I don't know. But one thing's for certain, without access to Njord here on this map with the Thor, I don't know if I like this matchup for Soup. Mountain Giants to help deal with Rock Giants. You've also got the Frost Giants to help deal with the Rock Giants, but it's not the same. Flaming Weapons ideas kind of get countered by Tempest. Frost kind of counters the Ghoul and Bursty, so you keep that off the table. It's definitely a winnable matchup here for both players. So we'll see how it's going to go. But this is a very, very tense situation. I know this is something, this is a situation I would never want to be in. Last chance, you can't lose. One loss, one misstep, and the game's over. And your road to Athens is done. The question here is, do you go Freya as Freyr, or do you go Ulla on this map? Ulla feels good because you can basically lock the position up. It doesn't give you anything. There's no undermine for Soup either. Like, Thor is the worst Norse god versus Freyr because of no Heimdall. We'll see how he goes. Garnath, he's a Norse main as well. Both of these players are technically Norse mains. I know everyone plays every god at like now, but Garnath started off, as far as I'm concerned, he started off with the Norse. Is there ever a world tier where you just do a no dock rush on this map against Freyr? Do you start with aggressive animals here? I don't think you do. If you start with aggressive animals, you can go double Valkyrie and just ravage from like 3 minutes onwards, 4 minutes onwards, 3 minutes 30 onwards. And you can drop your docks, get your fishing ships in, and catch up where that's concerned. Now, do you go into full berserks? It's not really the safest of plays versus the throw and axeman and things like that, where that's what Freya wants. Sits back, lets you come at him, and just deals with it all. Alrighty. Well then. Time for game number 5. Strap in. Keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times. We're going to Budapest. And off we go. Right side of the map, Soup as Thor. Left side of the map, Garnath playing as Freyr. As you do see the first dot going up on the back side for Soup and on the side here for Garnath. So already a little bit of verging off. Divergence in opening strategy. Anvil for Firestis over here for the Armory Gold Research, cost minus 50%. Over onto this side, there is Dar's Scepter for the farms becoming cheaper. Not going to be that important. Heavenly Jeweled Spear here will make the Herdman in this matchup better, with a little bit of extra range. And on the bottom side, Skulls of the Cercipes gives you those Relic Monkeys to help out. I need to do this. All right. It's not the mods, it's me. I see every message you write, okay? Every single message. It's very tiresome when that's all you want to talk about. Let's move on. Next time out is going to be for a day. Okay. Sorry, we had to have a little stop there, a little conversation with someone who just doesn't get it. Temple coming up here for Suppe. And he doesn't go for the second dock straight away. So it is going to be a little bit more of an aggressive play here for Suppe. As it should be somewhat of a fast advance. If you're going to go temple before second dock, he's going to get that food through pretty quickly. He looks like he's going pure dwarf, so he doesn't have to spend the 50 food to advance. On the flip side here, Garnath doesn't even have a temple up just yet, so he's about to have some issues dealing with everything. And Suppe gets the top water to himself for the time being as well. Did he scout that, or is he just lucky here? It looks like he's just somewhat lucky moving up to the top. And Freya is now coming in. Oh, there are Aurochs here. There's only 2. I think that's 8 favor you can get from all the Aurochs. And then if you kill off the deers and kill off the goats, you can get a second Valkyrie in really quickly here. You do have to sacrifice, obviously, some villager gather time, but you gain that back by not having to kill off the animals later. So it's not really a loss. It's just it's like an early game loss. Get it back later. Anyways. Berserk's checking things out over onto this side. And in comes the Hearser looking for the early game damage. Forest fires and all the other good stuff to come in. Villagers pulling in here. Forest fire gets dropped down and a villager does end up, and the Berserk gets killed. Huge value for Suppe in the early stage here. He's going to continue looking for damage, but the villagers just pull back. Uller is not even moments away. It's still a while away. Valkyrie in onto this position, looking for more villagers. Bursty gets dropped. That's huge for Suppe. He will have to simply just run here. Does he lose the... I don't think he's going to lose the Hearser either. The Bursty will get slowed down very, very quickly here. As he gets out, if he keeps the Valkyrie alive, he can heal everyone up. Over onto this side, Hearser is still going at each other. As up onto the top side, the fishing ships are slowly coming in. Valkyrie going to be hitting the villagers on the top as Garnath. Well, he is in a little bit of trouble here. Gets the garrison off. Valkyrie is now stuck, though. A nightmare for Suppe. More Hearser into the middle of the map. One villager kill is big. Bursty out is bigger. But dropping that Valkyrie... This is the second time he's dropped it in this series for what I would consider next to nothing. As we got over onto this side now, the Asgardian Hillfort getting dropped for the gold mine here. Yeah, you just can't. Oop. Did Suppe feel to do something else here? He's not going to go after the dock. Decides to head back up into the main base, looking for any amount of damage. While the Asgardian Bastion's getting built, he thinks he can get some value picking off villagers here. There's the raiding cavalry coming in onto the top side and onto the back side, trying to pick those villagers. The Draugr does get targeted down there. That's going to get picked off. There's one throwing axeman in to help out as the units over here, microing, will be able to pick off some villagers or some units over here before maybe heading up to kill the villagers where that's concerned. As the Herser chase the raiding cavalry away, villagers pull back over onto this side. Does he get a vill pick? No, he doesn't. But there's a lot of idle units here for Garnath. As Suppe pulls back to his main base, will turn around. He's got that defender's advantage, so to speak. There's a lot of food in the bank and favor going to come through as well for Suppe, so he can continue to get himself in the all-important Valkyrie as this fight continues. But there's a lot of low HP units here as they pull back, but too little too late. They're going down, and Suppe finds himself with a fairly substantial advantage here. Still want to see those Valkyrie coming out as the villagers pop out, only to get greeted by a whole bunch of units again. They go back to getting idled. See how many units just idle there. 6 idle villagers. They come back out. They're turning in to try and take the fight. Suppe's scared of it. Turns around. Throwing Axeman on the back is going to be a huge advantage, but there's also throwing Axeman coming through here for Garnath as Suppe continues the aggressive ways here. Raiding cavalry versus those Herser is a fantastic option. Villagers dying over onto this side as Suppe cleans the army up beautifully there. 22 to 27 villagers, and there's still the Dwarven Armory that can come through. But while this is going on, Dragon Ship out for Garnath, and Suppe, well, after doing all that damage, he's got to consider coming up here and cleaning this dock up. So Dreki will pop out. We'll clean up the Dragon Ship. Fishing ships will come through. There's still no Purse Sane in for Suppe. Garnath does have his own, as he's going to get himself... Well, he's got his hill fort up, so his gold situation is fine. Valkyries will now start to come through for Suppe. He can also get himself the... I've forgotten what it's called. Dizablot. It used to be called Aurora Borealis, and I just get confused. But Dizablot coming in for Suppe. Garnath does have a lot of favor on his side as well. One thing that he can do right now is go into Draugr. Draugr are an amazing defensive unit. Amazing. Like, there's no excuse, really, not to be building them here. Get Valgaldir, make Draugr, live the dream. Raiding cavalry coming in onto this side. Valkyrie over onto this side with the raiding cavalry to distract. Garnath quick to react, but he does drop a villager over here as Suppe drops a raiding cavalry, only to take a couple of swings, receive a couple of swings from the Herser. So Valkyrie will pull back. Berserk's over onto this side, searching for a little something to hit themselves. Funnily enough, one of the advantages here for Suppe is the fact that he doesn't have to leave his base for Hunt, because he's still got Hunt in there. So this random raid, well, he has to come in and hit this, but Suppe should be fine if he is watching the minimap, though he isn't. Moves forward. Villagers over here going to start getting targeted down. Suppe pulls back. Going to be dropping one villager. No, not just yet. Does lose one. As the Valkyrie raiding cavalry can charge after them. And this will be a few units actually falling here. He goes up. Does he get another vill pick? Yes, he does. 29 to 32. But with the town center coming up and potential armory, Dwarven Armory coming through, the village differential is going to become stark moving forward. Another longhouse, though, for Suppe. Check out the armory. Oh, economic upgrades. Hand axe, pickaxe is in for both players. Purse Sane is in for both players. 30 villages to 33 here. Of course, Garnath has got the advantage in military, as he didn't go for a town center. So he gets his Dwarven Armory up. I have to imagine he's going to go through Skadi momentarily. The idea of going for Bragi here is very appealing too. As the Valkyrie trying to snipe a cheeky little house there as the raiding cavalry split off. Valkyrie after the Berserks, unlike the Odin Berserks with Hamask. These Freyr Berserks, they only start getting strong once you get either through Bragi or when you get to Vidar, right? You get Vidar upgrades, you get Bragi upgrades, Berserks are amazing. Without those, they're pretty lackluster as the Valkyrie continue to charge after these guys. If Garnath isn't careful, this might open up As the Hearser coming through, Suppe does get away from that, keeps his Valkyrie alive. He can always heal those up. As more raiding cavalry coming through, the need for throwing axemen has now become apparent as one dwarf gets picked off over onto this side. The Valkyrie coming over here to try and deal with those. Raiding cavalry onto this side. As the fact becomes quite apparent now to Suppe that he is in front. He's on 2 TCs. He's in the heroic age. But he is still versus Frere. And being in front doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot if you're equal on tech. So Garnath is going to be able to catch up here with heavy cav, heavy infantry, full bronze. Of course, Suppe can get full bronze because he's got the Dwarven armor. It actually starts to research really quickly here when he gets to the heroic age. So there's no need to stop production of those armory upgrades there. You can get the full bronze really, really quickly. The other thing that Suppe can do here is he can drop that hill fort on the front and look for portal rams. Upgrades are all going to start coming through. Heavy cavalry on the way. With Frost, the Tempest becomes a little bit lackluster. You do have to be careful when you drop the Frost, as you've got 20 seconds you have to wait after the Tempest finishes until your units actually unfreeze. As a couple of units do end up falling, Suppe pulls back, hill fort goes down, and with the majority of units here picked off, Suppe is going to be looking for his raids. Over onto this side, though, Berserk raids coming through, trying to keep things close here. One dwarf goes down. Villagers over here getting targeted down, but the town center, that's getting its damage done. More Berserks go down. We've got another dock attempting to come through here, though, and I think Suppe will see that if he's paying attention there. But the big problem here is what's happening on this position. The Hearser and Frost Giant focusing down that Rock Giant on the back there as it's trying to get close to the throwing axemen. Over onto this side, the raiding cavalry need to kill off the enemy throwing axemen. Not the best of control here from Suppe, as Garnath, he is looking like he is somewhat in control, but the heavy upgrades are all in for Suppe, and it doesn't matter that that fight started so well for Garnath. While this is all going on, more attacks up onto this position as the dwarves might as well just convert into berserks here and turn around and fight. There's also the dwarven mine available for some advantage where that's concerned. As Suppe pulls back, upgrades still slowly coming through. Winning that fight isn't really the be-all and end-all for Suppe. He has to get some more tangible advantages. This town center grabs, a mythic age grab, some rams and making a big push onto this town center. Those sorts of things are very, very important. It's up onto this side, one throwing axeman to try and deal with all this. The dwarves get pulled over onto this side, and, well, both throwing axemen throw axe at each other through the air. They both die at the same time. More Valkyrie actually coming in for Suppe is a bit of an interesting one. He wants to heal up his units, obviously, but Frost Giants, they're must-need units here to take out those Rock Giants. The other unit to build against the Rock Giant, Portal Rams. Over onto this side, Kraken on Kraken action, as it's a perfectly fine trade here for Garnath to make that happen. Anything to slow down the floor is good. Take a look at what Suppe's upgraded. Is up to bronze mail. On the flip side, Garnath has got bronze weapons. Got a lot of Goaty coming in. You really don't want Goaty in this matchup. Yes, it helps you with against the throwing axeman, but it's one of those units that is just not that good. As Suppe charges around this side, he's going to be searching to check the town center, but now the wood line is open, and there is an option for him to get this raid in and hit these villages. Jarl's coming through. We've got both players going after the Drekkie here. You can capsize the Drekkie if you want. It's got that special ability, and he will go for that. But same too for the Garnath Kraken. That can happen as well. No, never mind. No, can't. So units checking out in onto this position. Suppe, he has pulled his units back for the time being, but Bergrizia now in. Suppe's still chilling over here with these units. I want him to be looking for a raid himself. He's been taking a lot of damage here. Another Kraken to come in onto the top side as Garnath's multitasking is starting to make Suppe work really hard. He's going to pull his raiding cavalry back. I mean, we've got Omniscience. We see that wood line there. But Suppe not even looking to go in and try and take that fight is a big question mark for me. On the armory situation, Suppe still missing himself those much-needed armory upgrades. That's not doing him any favors here, as he now says, time to take the fight. Trying to take out those Bergrizi here. We'll see if he's going to be able to manage to actually take them down. They're such beasts of units. Throwing Axeman coming in onto the top here as well. The taunts have finished up as the Throwing Axeman numbers, they're doing a toll on both players here. Fighting underneath the hill fort has to be good for Suppe, though, as the Bergrizi numbers slowly starting to dissipate here over onto this side. The Bergrizi just eating up a house while this is all going on. The numbers for Garnath are falling. The question is, why is he looking for a fight when you're a Frere? Generally, you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the advantage of playing defense for the entirety of the game. He charges forward, and now Suppe gets a big amount of value there. Garnath in onto the main town center. Throwing Axeman coming through. Jarl's coming through. And now Suppe sees the opportunity to go in to Portable Rams as Tyr will be clicked up behind this. There is now a significant villager advantage for Suppe. His armory upgrades now queued up. He's getting himself that bronze shield. Not the most important of upgrades in this matchup, but gets him a dwarf. On the flip side for Garnath, he's going in for heavy cavalry. We see crenellations. There's also all the Jarls coming in. As, I mean, that's what he needs here. Portable Ram will take down the watchtower for the time being. As these Portable Rams slowly taking out units over onto this side. Town Center number 3 coming up for Garnath here, but he is very far behind now. He might be able to click up to the next age, but there's going to be issues here. He's losing infrastructure, and this is the hardest thing to deal with when playing Norse, is you can't fight the army because you have to build. But he is throwing up the buildings on the backside. And Suppe looking to kill off the town center. He's halfway to the Mythic Age with Fimbulwinter to come. As he can pull back and yet again fight underneath the hill fort. But this time, there is the town center here as well. As Jarls versus Jarls, obviously very equal fight. But these are great Jarls versus the Ulf Jarls, as it takes so long for those to come through. Suppe here should think about pulling his Throwing Axeman behind the Goatee, so that the Goatee tank up the damage the Throwing Axeman of throwing. Though that being said, is Garnath micro? No, he's just attack moving. So you definitely want to just pull back and you're in a good spot there. But it doesn't matter because Suppe is just so far in front on everything for the time being. Armory over here getting deleted, preventing that ballistics from coming through as the main town center under attack yet again. And Suppe, he is in full flight, full control. Tyr comes in. There goes the Fimbulwinter as the wolves hitting the villagers over here, stopping gold income, stopping wood income, stopping gold income at the top as well. Berserk's now coming in as well as Suppe says it's time to go. I imagine Berserker Gang also is going to be coming through momentarily as this town center falling with the Fimbulwinter wolves to help out. Well, that's going to be a big advantage for Suppe in this game. 165 pop to 225 with all the villagers dying as well. And that mini Berserker Rock. The villagers try to pull away. There is the Feast of Renown to help heal them up. The Jarls coming through. Another big fight. Lots and lots of Goatee here. Not really that helpful, though. That lots of very, very average units, but the town center falls. The villagers get to safety. And Suppe, well, he can pull back up here, get himself champion infantry, take this town center, and say thank you very much, Garnath, who's on one town center. Last game of his Gameathlon Road to Athens attempt. He's got to find something here. What else can he do? Portable ram raids hitting this position, not an option. Transport ship to hit the town center, maybe raids onto the backside. Anything to help keep this game going. But Suppe now, he can take 5 town centers if he wants. And 5 town centers is indeed what he chooses to go for. We're still seeing over onto this side an attempt to hit this food situation, but I mean, after all is said and done, this really doesn't matter. Raiding cavalry, throwing action coming in, desperation attempt. We do see the transport ship here for Garnath. But I don't know what that's really planning to do. Pull villagers over onto this gold mine, I guess. Because he's out of gold. He's out of gold. He's got 1 town center. He's out of gold. And he doesn't have population for the transport ship either. And he doesn't make it easy for Suppe, but he does tap out. A hard-fought series, a hard-fought tournament run for Garnath, but he can take pride in how far he's come from when I saw him early in the tournaments to now. Garnath, he's a beast. He is taking games off the best players consistently, and it's not easy for anyone to take this guy out in a tournament. Suppe, it looked close. 5-game series, but he hits the semifinals for, I believe, the 5th time in a row. We'll see him tomorrow. We'll take a short break. We're going to be back with Matador versus Hell's Ravage. Don't you guys go nowhere. See you guys soon. As the army charges forward, bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side, another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up. And Magic so far in front on economy here. Oh. Let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might, and this here is the Suppe Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu Hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and hits the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up. Can't get to the next stage. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Kwafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a Suppe grand fight. He did not cheese one single time. Versus grass. Mountainous Might Rush. And this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next stage. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes the Boulders of Doom. Oh, God, the Kwafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling off the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Mosca is going to need to micro very, very well here. Good dodge from Mosca. Dodging everything. In comes the boulders. He hits one. There's no ballistics here. There's no... Oh, he hits two. He hits 3! The temple is denied for the time being. More now in comes Matreiuss. He says, time for the fight. The trolls do get some big boulder tosses into the middle here. I don't know if this is a fight that Matreiuss can actually win, though. No chaos in. There goes the chaos now into the middle of the fight as Frost gets dropped. But that there cannot have been good for Matreiuss. Villagers, for the moment, they're going to be coming through. It might be a worthwhile move to use those villagers to get on top of the back line of those Karabalista. Berserk's coming in, more trolls coming through. There's so much favor in the bank for Matreiuss. Units streaming in up onto the top side. Is Satyr going to be coming through? That's not that effective here, but still. 5 seconds remaining as the reinforcements from the surface on the way. One Hero Karabalista over here goes straight in on top of that troll as that's going to get shanked down. Can Matreiuss hold on here? Dwarves getting pulled. The boys are in. Satyr goes down onto this side. He's not attacking with the dwarves, though. Hersa doing what they can to keep themselves going through all this. The military differential is very, very close as the troll pulls back behind the wall here. And it looks like another healing spring. Clutch healing spring to come through there to keep the Hersa alive. And Grass, well, he's going to continue trying to make this attack happen as the troll over here pulls back again through that very crucial wall. In comes that big boulder toss. You can see the ballistics paying dividends there. And Matreiuss survives. And Tezcatlipoca Incarnate gets dropped down. And there goes the Lullaby Corrupted Ground combo. And Suppe, he can run here. He's not running. His army is getting erased at the moment, but so too is this Jutsu getting mad value in the middle. I said you can't sit in the death arena, but apparently, nope, you can't. But both players drop down to nearly no military numbers. And Magic here, well, he's got some units coming in. The Jaguar Riders hitting over onto this side. The military is getting spammed out by Suppe for the moment. As over onto this side, huge damage coming in from the Jaguar Riders. Is there enough stuff here from Magic to keep this? All right. Another day, another you, another me. Not really another day. It's the same day. Probably not another you either. It's the same you. Not another me either. Same me. But we got one more game. Wait, hold on. Was that right? We got 2 more games, excuse me, as we move into our 3rd game of the day. Matador versus Hell's Ravage. Matador is yet to make a semi-final. Maybe by design, he's been saving himself for the very last one. I go, see that question, Mr. Aikinator. And let me break it down for you. The players who I would have thought would have made this tournament so far have not made it. There are 5 players. There are 5 players who I thought had a real shot at making Athens. Suppe, Grass, Bee, Matreiuss, and Matador. They all have a real shot. Other players who showed up this tournament and showed, before I even started the tournament, showed how much skill they've got. Izamato, Eric BR, Garnath. Well, they've come in and shown, well, they can compete. So basically, at this point in the tournament, I go, the 8th player could be any one of these guys remaining. There is nothing that says that Hell's Ravage can't make it. Hell's Ravage is probably the most dark horse that's in here. If Hell's Ravage makes it to the semifinals today, makes it to the finals, that would be a story without question. But he's up against Matador, who has not yet found his stride. He's a player who, I think if he has a good day, he's unbeatable. If Matador has a good day and he hits everything that he's capable of hitting, and he plays as well as he possibly can, I don't think there's a player in this tournament that's better than him. But he's yet to show that he can do that on the tournament stage. Is today going to be the day that he gets that confidence that he needs in order to show everyone how good he is at this game? Let's check out the head-to-head. I don't believe that Matador and Hell's Ravage have played each other, but let's check it out. All right. Well, we keep doing this. Unfortunately, this hasn't been updated yet. Let me change it. Update. There we go. So El Matador and Hell's Ravage have indeed not played each other yet. But one thing that is a real big surprise is that win rate for Hell's Ravage. That win rate for Hell's Ravage is very, very solid. Nearly 60%. That's a surprise, considering I think this is his first quarterfinals of the tournament. So that either means he's had an amazing run. Like, I don't even know what that means. That's wild. Anyways, Hell's Ravage here, he is looking strong. I've played him a couple of times. His level is getting higher and higher every time I play him. Incredibly aggressive player. Really, really intelligent with his army movements. But he can get caught in some knowledge issues. His God pool isn't as wide, as deep as everyone else in this competition, but he definitely has enough gods that he can play, and he's been playing the game. He's a veteran of the game. He can play a lot of gods, and he's going to be fine. Let's jump over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to play. Alrighty. Well, this is exciting, guys. This is very, very exciting. We got ourselves our first look at the draft. And some bands here that are interesting. Zeus band, Tsukiyomi band, Uranus band, Huitzilopochtli. As Matador picks up Gaia first and foremost. Hells then takes the Loki and the Susanoo. Then Tezcatlipoca Shenong comes through for Matador. Amaterasu Cronus in for Hell's Ravage. Matador then says thank you very much for the Chinese gods as he takes Shenong Nuwa. Hells grabs his Norse gods in Odin and Freyr, and Matador finishes up his draft with the Fushi. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting draft. Our first matchup of the series. Well, this is going to be a Gaia versus Amaterasu. Gaia versus Matreiuss. I think this is a tough matchup. But I'll tell you what I like to do here. I love Leto in this matchup. I just think it's better than Oceanus for Gaia. It allows you to play a very defensive game. It allows you to build up the Autobots. It allows you to not have to interact and not feel like you need to go kill the Matreiuss, which is really important. Staying away from fighting and giving Matreiuss Bushido early on and allowing you to just say, nah, it's all good, we can sit back. It's really strong. But Matador, his style, that's not his style. Matador wants to get in there. He wants to do damage. And he wants to basically force his opponent to make mistakes. It's definitely a way to play the game. If you play it well, you can, and you play it better than everyone else, there's no way for you to, that you don't lose the game. You don't lose the game. But if you go for that sort of a style and your opponent plays good defense, well, you don't win the game. So that's been the problem for Matador throughout this tournament thus far, is he's been trying to make this style work, which works for him. And he just hasn't been able to execute. We'll see what he goes for here. I imagine we're going to see the Oceanus. I imagine we're going to be seeing Minakata Tomi from the Amaterasu. But time will tell. It is Giza, so somewhat defensive map. It could be a far second town center Oceanus angle for the leads for the Gaia as well. We'll just have to see what's going to happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get going. Let's get into Giza and check it out. Well, we got to pause here. Let me just double check what's going on. I see nothing from them, so I don't know what's happening. We sit here and wait until we get the all good. So yeah, for everyone who's here, I just saw a comment on YouTube. And if you don't know what this tournament is, you only just joined in. We're in our 6th week of the qualifiers for the Gameathlon Athens LAN happening in September. There's 8 players playing in a literal Olympic stadium in Athens. We fly out there, we play 3 days, someone is crowned the winner, and then we go home and we do it all again. But yeah, I don't know what's going on here. They didn't send me a message, so. Oh, all right, we're off to the races. Fantastic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is playoff 5, last chance, round of 8, quarterfinals. You lose this game, your road to Athens is over. You win this game, well, you get to play tomorrow for your shot. The map is Giza. This is Hell's Ravager's first quarterfinals here. Matador's made it to the quarterfinals before, but he hasn't been able to get past them. Let's check out some relics and see how it's all going to go. Up onto the top side, Archimedes' Ledger, Siege and Kinemetsu population -1. Over on this side, the Dwarven Horseshoes here for the cavalry movement speed +5%. Onto this bottom side, Scales of Echidna for food, wood, and gold cost, minus 15% there. And onto the bottom side, Shenong's Okra Whip, which is plow and irrigation and flood control, giving an extra 5%. So you get 15% per upgrade, which is quite nice. The players who have qualified thus far for the tournament are the Mister, Kvoth, the Rapple. They qualified through winning an S-tier tournament in Age of Mythology Retold. The next players were Recon, Tunison, Mosca, and then I Am Magic. And we are looking for that 8th one. Is it going to be B? Is it going to be Soup? Is it going to be Matador or Hell's Ravage? Or is it going to be Grass or Eric? There are only 6 remaining at the moment. We'll trim them down to 4 by the end of this day. Temple coming up at the back here for Hell's Ravage. And he is looking ready to go as he's getting all those villagers out. An old school player. No auto queue. I don't believe this. I don't believe that Hells is playing without auto queue. For those of you who also come from other RTS backgrounds and you sort of wonder what's going on in the Age of Mythology universe, Age of Mythology is the only Age of game that allows auto queue on like basically on anything, right? You got Age of Empires 3 has auto queue on villagers for a Civ from memory. I can't remember it. I think it's the Ottomans. I haven't played it, but Age of Empires 4, you have auto queue, I think, for custom games if you like, but it's not in ranked. In Age of Mythology, we have the auto queue on villagers. So there's that. So the thing is, when we don't really see anyone not using auto queue on villagers because it is a substantial disadvantage to not use it. It's brain power that could be better spent elsewhere, and you have to realize that even the best players are having a few seconds of idle town center time every single game. Even in like at the highest level in Age of Empires 2, you will see that too. So you have auto queue on Xbox. That's true. But what makes everybody in Twitch chat scared is when they don't see the villagers in the queue. So Hells remembers that. So don't worry. Don't worry, guys. But nonetheless, Matador threatened Leto. I saw Leto for a second there, but he changed it off onto Oceanus because, well, he doesn't want to mess around with the OP Leto in this matchup. As the Oracle will pull back. Minakata Tomi is now in, and we will see a dojo immediately coming through here for Hell's Ravage and a stable. Now, this is what I would consider to be the best way to open, but Hells does something that I do not recommend. And that's he drops the Shrine of the Hunt on the bottom side of his base where no resources are. Generally, and not even general, just plainly, the best place to drop your Shrine of the Hunt is where your gold mine is. Right here, helps protect your gold mine from raids, and you're good to go. But we are going to be seeing a second town center in from Matador, which I'm honestly not surprised about. I think this is pretty much stock standard here. If you're going to play Oceanus, if you've got double Rhinoceros. But the issue with this is now you have to play really good defense. And Hell's Ravage, well, like I said, Hell's Ravage is basically Matador. They both have the same style. And that's raiding, that's lots of micro, lots of multitasking, and just trying to get as much damage done as they possibly can. Can Matador just defend himself is the big question. We'll see. Alrighty. Murmillo's coming through here for Matador. Up onto the top side, we will see a mana getting dropped down as the Murmillos will pull back. Hells makes his move over onto the hunt for the time being. As he is just, I mean, he's not scouted. He is trying to check for town centers, but he's missed this one. So he doesn't know that he's playing versus 2 TCs, and he's just scared. Now, I mean, he could sort of realize what's going on. He's making 1 Udor while this is all going on. So you generally don't make 1 Udor if your opponent is attacking you. If they're 1 town center versus 1 town center, you generally wait on the 1 Udor for later. But in this situation, he obviously feels like it's a 2 TC, but he just hasn't confirmed it. There's now counter barracks coming down from Matador. Very, very, very slow on that one. He's going into a whole bunch of Mamillos, as it looks like he's looking for somewhat of a raid here. Charging forward as the army coming into the main base. Hells goes in. Matty goes in. He decides not to run into that main base just yet before he goes, all right, no. Here we go. Finds the Naginata Rider. Going to get a couple of smacks off onto that one. Can also pacify this guy and potentially finish it off full speed. You'd think he could get there, but it looks like he's not going to quite be able to. Pulls back over here into the main base. The temple going to be going down pretty quickly there as, well, you can do basically nothing but run for the time being as all your units are out of position, not able to defend. Temple falls. Villagers will pull off of the gold mine as the tower now going to be getting taken down. Now, luckily for Matador, he does have the gold mine over on this side that he can go and grab. But what Matador needs here is Hero Karabalista. Drops 2 relics, Shenong Zokra Whip, as well as Dwarven Horseshoes. There is a on the Musha here who can pick up the Dwarven Horseshoes as well, as more buildings are going to get taken down. And Matador has to be very careful how he takes these fights, because this is a lot of pain coming in. Onto the backside comes the Carnivora as the units are going to pull back. One Samurai does end up going down over there as a desperate attempt to try and defend here, as the On the Musha does get that Soulless Shield, but that's not really that big of an assistance there, as though you normally want to save the Soulless Shield to try and keep your 1 Udor alive, as Matador tries to take out all the units. He's getting into his town center to keep them alive as he pulls onto the backside there with the Caladria. Back over here, coming in to try and take out that back line again as Mamillo's still pumping out. But Matador doesn't have the infrastructure to get these finished as the citizens help out. 1 Udor number 2 ends up falling, and Hell's Ravage continues his assault on the main base of Matador. As up to the top side, 1 Naginata Rider going to be trying to take out some citizens over here. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the Hell's Ravage style. He is going to go pedal to the metal, full send, no stoppage. Citizen over here shanking away. That needs to garrison. I'm not sure what Matador is doing there, as he does pull that one back. And the Catapulti will come over here and say, get out of there, Mr. Naginata Rider. As after all the fighting is done, second tier of Bushido is through, and Hell's Ravage gets a pretty big boost there. But I repeat, Karabalista are without question desirable right now for Matador. But he's not building them. He's obviously scared the Naginata Riders are going to come through. But get yourself your temple, 3 or 4 Caladria, heal up the Karabalista as they're getting targeted by the Naginata Riders, defend with your Catapultis. It's totally fine. For the moment here, Matador, I don't believe he's got his upgrades just yet for channels and things like that, as the temple was taken down. So his units will have to pull back as they retreat down to the bottom side. Mana's getting taken down isn't the end of the world, and here's another gold mine for Matador. He's playing some great defense at the moment. As another Caladria will join in, and the Karabalista are now on the way, as well as Terma, to deal with the Yumi archers. Now up to the top side, Hells has seen this town center. He has 2 Infernal 1 Udor, which is scary, but realistically, given the amount of time that's passed and this town center being up for this long, I feel like Matador should be fine to defend himself here. Or just bail out on this position, sacrifice the town center, and just live the dream with the villager advantage for just a little bit longer. Maybe even wander down to the bottom and grab this town center while that's all going on, if he really wants to. As the Naginata Riders will split up, looking to pick off the gold villagers over there. At the moment, Matador is all over the map on the gold, so some damage will definitely come through. Channels now on the way as Matador bails off onto this position. Leaves a couple of citizens back here, though. He says, I want to get back onto that gold mine. Why not? But the Naginata Riders, are they able to get anything happening? Can he get the citizen? He does get one citizen pick. Upgrades coming through for Matador. Matador trying to defend on this position as he's got the other units on the back just chilling, waiting, watching. Town center getting targeted down with the Infernal One Yudo over here as the Carnivora comes in, eats one Samurai. And like I said, he doesn't have to fight this. This is giving Bushido over to Hell's Ravage. Hell's Ravage has taken out all of those Mamillo on the front there. The citizens pulling back. And now Heavy is in. And the town center is going down. And Matador is in a very, very difficult spot. I feel like he was completely fine not 1 minute and a half ago. And I don't know what happened, but it looked like he just switched his brain off there. Sakara Ballister numbers are still trying to come through, but I mean, in losing all these citizens, he's still got a villager lead, but he's so far behind on military that I don't think it matters. The citizen will bail out onto this side, over onto the bottom side, looking for the gold there. Naginata Riders into the main base here, hitting everything left, right, and center. You see a mana coming down onto this position as the Naginata Rider will see that, and immediate value over here, I think, for the Hell's Ravage. This Matador still trying to find any sort of value over here, but he's just so tough in this position now. As the citizens over here have been spotted, and we will see a little bit of a shanking attempt. Economic guilds going down. The Naginata Riders will come through, picks off one citizen. He's going to go after this Rhino as the Naginata Riders swinging around here, checking the gold mine out first before potentially hitting those villagers on this food situation. And in he comes with a couple more Naginata Riders. I mean, kind of has to just turn and shank to some degree, but more units are coming through. Bails out onto the top side as the rest of these units will make their way down to the bottom. Mana's getting clicked off over here. I think at least the citizens should be ending up losing their life here. Every little bit of damage is going to matter for Hell's Ravage, but he is going up to the heroic age now through Raijin. We are also seeing a heroic age, though, for Matador as he's going up through Thea. So both players, I mean, it's a scary situation to be in for Matador. He did manage to sneak this gold mine at the top. He did manage to keep most of his citizens alive here. But he's still got a ways to go to catch up. There's a massive death ball here, which is very, very tough to kill. And we'll see what Matador is going to go for here. Moving forward. So over onto this side, the Naginata Riders sneaking in onto this position. Villagers will turn, shank. And up to the top side. More units coming in as there does go the Hesperidge tree. Terma, Catapulti, Murmillo, Caraballister versus all of this nonsense. The citizens will simply bail out on this side. He moves over onto this side. Great villager movements here from Matador, but Hell's Ravage is checking things out, though there is one medium and Miller to help out. These are two very low HP Naginata Riders. As he turns around to take that out. There is a potential to drop Solar Shield here if he wants to, but not going to happen just yet. 167 to 175 pop. Upgrades coming through for those Terma, for the Ontarius as well. But thing is here for Matador, he still needs a lot of help here in this game, as there goes the Thunderburst. Matador pulling back. Does manage to get out of the Thunderburst there into his main base. He's got himself his Gaia Lush to heal himself up. I mean, at this point, you almost want to just sit back here, play defense as much as you possibly can, and maybe look for some mini rage yourself. Look at the red units. Villagers coming up to the top to drop a town center at this point. Makes sense for Hell's Ravage. She needs some villagers very, very quickly. No heroes in for Matador for the time being. Can't say that's a good idea considering how much stuff is here. As onto the backside goes the Carnivora. Does eat one unit before falling. Backside under attack by a handful of Naginata Riders. Solar Shield coming down onto that Raiju. In onto the middle here as the Terma. Need to take out that backline. One hero, Contarius, goes in. Takes out a one Yulor. Going after the next one as the fire burning those Terma alive. But this is looking like Matador might be getting through this army as the Stymphalian Bird helps take out the Raiju on the back there. More Stymphalian Birds would not go astray here for Matador in this game, as the Raiju numbers are going to continue to build. But Matador gets through that fight, survives. But behind this, second town center up with Shido in. Nearly up to champion. Can Matador get to a late game here? That's the big question. Villager count is going to start catching up for Hells. He's got himself a palace coming down over here. I think he has to get to the Mythic Age. I don't think he should go for a town center here. Raids with the Contarius makes sense. Up onto the top side, the villagers do spot this gold mine here as a castle is going to come through. There are villages sort of everywhere on this map. Here, here. Matador sees the opportunity to try and hit the villagers at the top there. As the citizens for Matador, well, they're going to get stuck up here. He can try and jump from one manor to the other manor and maybe get out of here. But, of course, we see the map. Matador does not. But he has to know to attack here. And he has to know there's probably a gold mine elsewhere if you're only just moving onto this side. As the Contarius come through, try to distract up. Allows the citizens back home as Shinobi now in. Contarius heroes split off to take out the Raiju. They do a lot of damage here, especially on top of Lush. Solar Shield at the last minute gets dropped down. As the citizens do make it back to safety for the time being. It's the army for Matador looking for another cheeky little fight. Bottom side, Cheeky Miko coming through. Shinobi with 63 HP does decide to turn around and take this fight. And where to next is the big question. Heavy Cav not in just yet for Matador. Has to be a difficult situation to be in. Charges forward. Cairo Ballista on top of all of those samurai there. Contarius and the Dryads taking up on the front. But it's very quick to lose those Cairo Ballista as the Naginata Riders get through, and Matador's army does end up melting there. And those Caladria will fly back. More Dryads, more Caladria, more of everything. Walkini Nushi still pretty cute here. I think Hell's Ravage is looking incredible. He has a great position. Onto the backside, this gold mine's only got itself 1,500 gold in it as well. And you can kind of just wait that out. You don't have to go full crazy there. Town Center coming up for Matador on the bottom side. He's still got a slight villager lead for the time being. Unfortunately for Matador, his citizens are a little bit too far away from that palace for it to help out. Matador will again attempt to take another fight here, but he's just so far behind on military resource value. Onto the bottom side, gonna maybe come over here. He could come over and put a wall up. Hell's Ravage, in grabbing the shine on this gold mine, he's actually increasing the gold tier, and a palace will go up there. And now the next tier of Bushido comes through for Matador. And Okuninushi comes in. And the red units spot the palace. 24 seconds remaining. I don't think it's going to be finishing. Now, of course, with all the units moving down to the bottom side, Matador can move up to the top and try and grab this gold mine. This palace is almost finished with the shinobi coming in. It's going to get ripped to shreds as well. Into this middle, he does pick off a lot of villagers. Much needed villager kills here. Losing this position isn't ideal, but like I said, he can make a move up to this spot. As the hero, Matreiuss, getting converted in. But given the fact that it's 58 villages to 90, Okuninushi changes everything. Doesn't matter how many villages you kill. If you're on 3 town centers and you have the Divine Prefecture, you're going to be at 100 villages very quickly. In comes the Matador units. He spots the castle, sees these units here. Happily going to take the fight with all those hero Kontarius as the Raiju will pull back there. Onto this side, the Oyumi trying to take that gold mine out. As I'm sure Matador is going to try and grab this gold mine again. But the town center number 3 is up. And that means Hell's Ravage got a lot more population to play with. Fortified town centers as well can come through very, very shortly. See a Mythic Age at any point here for Matador. You can kind of go... He kind of has to go for Atlas here so you can have access to the Fanatics, though potentially going the other way might be not terrible either, with Hecate dropping a Tartarian gate to give himself a little bit more time and then into a mass amount of Dryads. It's up onto this side. Matador says, I can take this fight. It's not a great fight. Samurai don't necessarily beat the Kontarius. Shinobi definitely don't beat the Kontarius. But he takes that fight regardless. There's walls now on this side. Villagers up to this top side as the castle is going up on this gold mine. And Hell's Ravage is about to secure all the gold on the map. These citizens, well, they've got to pull back here. And onto the middle situation. Another Thunderburst here from the Sacred Gate gets dropped down. And Matador pulls back out of it nicely. Still has all those Caladru to heal himself up. And his citizens will retreat from the castle for the time being. But he will put up his own palace behind this. I mean, these citizens are all already over here, so he can just take them off and get the gold mine if he wants, and drop a market, potentially, for him to start a trade route here. It looks like full Kontarius to try and defeat this full infantry army. Let's see if it's going to work out for him. Do we see any destroyers? Nope. Just don't think he has enough stuff. I think the champion is too much. These samurai are too strong. And that there is game 1 in the books. As Hell's Ravage does manage to find the win here with his Amaterasu. Very, very nice game played from Hell's Ravage. I think Matador, I thought he was in a great spot, but he just kept on fighting. And I feel like he just had to play better defense, better building placement, watch towers, not look for the random raid early on, heroize his units, get the Cairo Ballaster out. Even losing this town center is not the end of the world. He did lose it anyways, but he still, even with that, he was in front on civilian units. So even though he lost a bunch of citizens while it was all going on, he was still in a fine position. But all the fighting did no justice for him. If you got if he just played defense, just sacrificed the talents, and it got heroic age, got himself full heavy before he even takes one fight, that's a different story. But Hell's Ravage shows, like, I mean, this is the case. Like, everyone so strong in this tournament. Everyone means business. Let's jump back over to the drafting menu and see if Matador can sort out game number 2. All right. Not sure what the next map is going to be. Blue Lagoon. Oh, all right. Not sure what's happening. Pause the stream for 10 minutes. I'm going to go to the shops. All right. Yep. I need some ice cream. Why is Loki first picked without a water map? Don't you know? Don't you know? Loki OP, man. Best god in the game. Oh, all right. I still don't know exactly what's happening. Oh, now I do. So Shenong versus Odin matchup. Top 5 gods right now, in my opinion. Susanoo, Uranos, Susanoo, Shenong, Huitzilopochtli. Is that 4? Uranos, Shenong, Huitzilopochtli, Susanoo. Can't remember. Can't remember who I had 5th. Wait, let me have a look. I think it might be Freyr from memory. It's Freyr. I really like that god. You're talking about my gods, right? The ones that I like to play, right? My opinion? Yeah, that's right. Why are Greeks so good on water? It's because they're just good everywhere, but players pick them on water, so you get to see them, how good they are on water. That's why. No, I just like playing Freyr. I think he's really strong when I play him. I don't know if I see anyone else playing him super well, apart from maybe Keto. But yeah, when you play the god and you figure out how to play and you make sure if you're on your game with Freyr, I feel like I can beat anything. Demeter is just a good god. I never said that. Well, I did say she was S tier last patch, but this patch I don't think she's S tier. She might actually be, though. Like, if I played her a bunch, I might change my mind on it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm still learning. Still learning. Demet has one of the lowest elos. Do you mean lowest win rates? Yeah, I don't think Demet is very good if you don't have a good plan. If you don't plan, if you don't have a good plan with Demeter to get you through the matchup, or you're trying to figure it out while you play, chances are you're gonna have a rough game. It's kind of similar to Freyr. Like, if you don't have a good plan with Freyr and you don't understand how to play the matchup, then it's going to be terrible for you. So there's that. Oh dear, that's the yawn. That's the big yawn. A Dryad's okay like this? I think that all myth units should be that strong. I think that heroes should be a... Currently, heroes are a soft counter to human units and a hard counter to myth units. I think that if they're going to continue to be so usable versus human units, then they should be, at very best, a soft counter versus myth units. Which basically means you need to invest a lot of resources to actually kill off your opponent's myth units. Like, for example, you watch players playing full Hersa with Norse, and the opponent doesn't build a single myth unit, and they still have a good game. And you're like, that's a head scratcher. So Manticore, yeah, they should be 0.5x multiplier versus units. All the ranged units should have a nice buff versus heroes. And then we can maybe have some of the melee myth units get a little bit of a boost in Pierce Armor or something. Sounds good. More buffs for the myth units until I see myth units getting massed by every player every single game. Do we start seeing Magic make myth units? I don't want to hear it. I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing myth units need any changes until I see Magic make myth units. Alrighty, guys. It's time for game number 2. Matador, Hell's Ravage. Let's jump into the map. Blue Lagoon. Off we go. And off we go into game number 2 here. This is one very, very interesting matchup. Odin versus Shenong. I've seen this matchup go really, really badly for Odin. And I've seen this matchup and played this matchup, mind you, and it go really, really badly for Shenong. But I tell you what, if I was to play it 100 times, I would rather play this 100 times as Shenong. Because it's on me. The matchup is on me to not make a ridiculous mistake. How do you play this hero as Shenong? Well, walls are your friend. Min-maxing favor? Guess what? I don't care about it. You don't need to. It's not important. Stop min-maxing it. Defend your base, put buildings here, building here, wall or buildings on this side. Wall this off, prevent the raids, and that removes the main advantage that Odin has. If you don't do that, then all of a sudden you have to fend off the raiding cavalry, and you have to play a very, very, very hyper-focused defensive game And it's very tough for you to move out of your base. Hell's Ravage plays this one very nicely, mind you. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make it work versus Matador. I haven't seen Matador playing China in a very long time. So last time I saw him actually play China, I think he played versus a Norse on Blue Lagoon and ended up losing. I can't remember the matchup, but I don't want to be the caster's curse here or anything, but last time he played this, I do recall him not getting the dub. So that's got to be in the back of his mind to some degree. Saddle Flattery Sledge gets grabbed. Going to drop that into the temple. Up onto this side, we've got the Scarab Pendant, making the crush damage go up for all of those myth units and siege weapons. Archimedes' Ledger on this map as well for the siege becoming cheaper. And finally, the Blank Curse of Empress Zoe. I guess we'll see how it's going to go. As there goes the walls that I was talking about. Very important. Finley needs to finish off the wall up here, though. He does notice that. Fantastic. Hell's Ravage, he's going through Freya, which does basically indicate that Hells wants to fight. You have two options, basically, here with Odin. You can go Heimdall and try and play a game of can't catch me, I've got stone walls. Or you can play Freya and say, hey, I'd like to fight you. Just please don't kill me with not flaming weapons. Please don't kill me with lightning weapons. You have to play around lightning weapons. You have to get the raids in, and you have to get picks, and you have to find a really, really good situation here. In comes Chi Yao. Oh, you guys are funny. Onto the top side of the Valkyrie there. Does get spotted, gets sent packing. I must say, I really, really love what I'm seeing here from Matador. Building placement is superb on the top and on the bottom. And he can just sit in on this position and just allow Hell's Ravage to come at him. Now, Hell's is also going to be dropping his own walls down. There's back hunt here. Does Matador see this? Yes, he does. There's back hunt, which is kind of a big deal because it means that Hell's can be very, very safe with his food villages. But the gold situation is a little bit more tricky as the arts comes in over here. Ooh. I'm going to say this. I've said this a million times, but I'm going to say it again. And he does it. Turn this special off. This special is not to be used automatically. Not even in a fight should you use that special automatically. You want to right... There goes the Valkyrie coming in. Village is quickly retreating. No problems there. As a Pioneer, going to be going down. This Pioneer comes in this way as well. Got to be careful not to drop that one. As a little bit of a fight ensuing up onto this side. As Matador has a lot of resources in the bank. And so far, hasn't dropped anything just yet, but Hell's Ravage has got a lot of units out here. He has double the military resource differential. As Matador will pull back into his main base, drops a couple of units, Village's garrison. Over onto this side, the Valkyrie is going to end up dying. As Hell's Ravage leaves that to dry. And let me finish my comment. The only time you turn this onto this special onto autocast is when you right-click on a backline of units in a fight. You right-click on the backline and then you turn it onto autocast and it jumps in there and you're happy. That's like the only time. Every other time it's not on special because now he's caught out and he's going to get another villager pick. Over onto this side, the units are in for the defense. Is the raiding cavalry checking things out here as well. There you go. It was Matreiuss beat the There you go. See, Soup, you've got the knowledge. Matreiuss did take Matador out on this map in this, almost in this matchup. Loki, not Odin. It's kind of a similar situation, though. His Matador sort of getting caught out over here. He's continuing to charge forward. Loses his Yachts over here. Dropping all of these units on the front. Not ideal for Matador, as he's now wandering up onto this top side with the Coiffeur. Going to be looking for all the walls in the world here. So raiding cavalry back in. I mean, I think here you just... he has to run, right? Does he get away? He does have the Shenong farms, but doesn't have the resources for it. Gets into the tower. A wall over here would not go astray as the halberdier split off and the revenge fire comes in. That's the risk you take when you're playing against players at this level. It's this Coiffeur over here. That's getting sent back and forth. Matador trying to keep it all alive as the post buildings coming down. And Matador will come over and finish off his wall, I'm sure. And I think another wall coming up onto this side. Matador going to be finishing up on this gold mine, though. He has to get some defense onto this position. Oftentimes, I suggest to the Shenong players, to the Chinese players, to just build some buildings over here. So 1 or 2 buildings and a wall and get the tower attachment there. That can sort of give yourself a little bit of extra defense. In comes the Shenong farms, and you can actually see these things are really cool. They will heal... Yes, they will heal up the peasants. And if you want to heal up the low HP Coiffeur as well, you can put that onto the Shenong farm. Not that it's super efficient, but getting it to full HP is better than it getting picked off later into the game. Now, Hell's Ravage checking out onto the bottom side. We do have the medium cavalry on the way. Ses Rumnir as well. And Hells is finding himself a nice bit of value for the time being. Going to try and take down this temple. Of course, Matador probably wants to just delete this wall anyways, so he can get out onto the gold mine. So it's not the end of the world for him to open his base up slightly. While this is going on, more walls coming up for Hell's Ravage as he has to start thinking about where to next. Funnily enough, given how aggressive he's been, I imagine it wouldn't have been a terrible idea to be on a second gold mine already with some villages. Like, have half the amount of villagers in your main gold mine, and everyone that's going to come out starts coming over onto the second gold mine. Keep yourself in a good position as the walls now coming up over here. And now Hells is going to be looking for a little bit of damage as the halberdier will lose its life over there. Hells has been getting a lot of nice picks here. The fact of the matter is, Matador doesn't have any Javelineers, and he's got to be really careful with what he's going to be doing here. He wants a Heroic Age. He gets the Heroic Age in. Fey Beasts, well, that's going to clean up a whole bunch of army. As the raiding cavalry trying to get it onto the backside there. The infantry units have got to be careful. They're going to lose their life here very quickly to that Throw and Axeman backline. As he does turn around, trying to take out the raiding cavalry there, pulling back behind the wall. As effectively here, can he break past this position? Hells looks like he's in command, in like a commanding lead here to some degree. There is still the lightning weapons, but he is in full flight. I feel like he's done so much damage that he probably should have stopped building units and just dropped a second town center. Cheongchi searching around, looking for some villagers to kill. course, the dwarves and villagers over on this gold mine would be ideal. So now, here comes Rusho, and this is, realistically, where Norse goes to die. This is such a tough position now to be in, because how do you keep the Throw and Axeman alive? You have to have the Herser on top of the Throw and Axeman at this point. As the wall's coming up over onto this side, there is still going to be a little bit of time remaining, as Matador still back and forth on the defense. Zhongqi does drop down over here, finds the villagers, going to be able to pick off the dwarf while this is all going on. Charging forward here wouldn't be a bad idea, because you're going to catch the Hell's Ravage army out with Fey Beasts. Raiding Cavalry split off. We're going to get in onto this side. Baihu coming in. That's kind of huge. So the Baihu does jump forward. He gets hit by the wall. Not getting a kill like he should have. So now in is Rusho. And generally you want to drop this down immediately. If you're Hell's Ravage, you go, let me out of here. Let me run. Get out of there. Get to safety. Stay very far away from anything that this Shenong can do. This heavy infantry comes in. But obviously what Hell's Ravage needs here is he needs Skadi. If he gets Skadi in, then he gets Frost. Frost is a good answer versus, well, Fey Beasts. And versus Lightning Weapons to boot. As in comes Ballistics. Heavy Dow Swordsman as well. Raiding Cavalry. Going to be hitting the main base here. Is you have to make somewhat of a decision. Do you try and chase the Raiding Cavalry around? Allow them into your main base? Maybe just build some units out in defense here? And charge forward? Another military camp up onto this side. He splits up with a couple of halberdiers. Well, he sort of does find himself in a weird spot. Going to pop up another wall over there. As over onto this side, the house is up. Skadi is momentarily in. And the fact that Matador is just taking so long here. I mean, I think his option, it might... Well, he's going for a town center? I thought maybe just straight to the Mythic Age for a for Huang Di and the Dragon would be enough. But he's just going to grab the town center. Still sitting back, still playing defense. The Baihu are scary here. One villager down. Two villagers down. He will have to run from this, though. The Valkyrie can, and the Raiding Cavalry can catch those Baihu out. I mean, to be honest, you could drop Fey Beasts here if he wants. Coming in, though, now the Skadi is in. And in comes the Matador army. He's got to be very, very aware. Maybe a Lightning Weapons wouldn't be a bad idea, so that he can then drop Fey Beasts. There's a Throw an Axeman coming through here. Fey Beasts come down, and that will be the Frost. But still, a bunch. Oh my god! Surely those Throw an Axemen don't all die. Well, that there is what we call an oof. That there is what we call a major oof. Look, we've been complaining about this god power since the release of China, but it's just not been quite able to get nerfed, has it? Oh, dear. These Raiding Cavalry are also a little bit... They're skating. They're skating on the ice. That's what's happening. As in comes Gilded Shields. In comes Divine Judgment for Matador. And remember, he does still have the lightning weapons. But the thing is here, Hell's Ravage can spread out. He can go up to the top gold mine with these villagers. He can pull these villagers through his wall. And he can delay. Delay is the name of the game here while looking for raids with the raiding cavalry. But look at the way that Matador is playing. Walls everywhere. I got to say, this is exactly the type of gameplay you've got to do when you have an immobile army versus a mobile army. This is some incredible game. This is some incredible gameplay to study if you're looking to level up in the Age of Mythology world. Machine workshops coming up. All the other good stuff is in comes the raiding cavalry onto this side. Waff are going to pull back this way. And Wang Di behind this is pre-queued, but it's a long ways away. The big thing here for Matador is he's on 2 town centers. So he's just getting a ton of villagers in as the raiding cavalry pulling back onto this side. We'll lose 1 to the Baihu. Shannon Farms as well helps the food economy. How many does he have? Just 2? 3? 6? 6? And onto this side now. Lightning weapons will get dropped down. The fire archers not actually focus firing that back line though. While the front line is going to melt. There's a lot of myth units here for Hell's Ravage. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Lightning weapons is just not something you want to fight. And those fire archers will now be able to take out the throw and axemen on the backside. You do kind of need javelineers here as well because the Goaty are very, very powerful. And more units coming through for Hell's Ravage as he's got just a handful of cav on that backside. But the halberdiers, they're still doing their thing here. Wow. Hell's Ravage in the center of the map, right next to the army of Matador. Is there no food left on the map? Not really. I think that's it. I mean, there's some rhinos down here. Now you see Chuko Nu actually coming through for Matador. It's not a unit you see all too often because it generally dies really quickly to anything that's got counter, like ranged counter archers. But Norse doesn't have them, so they're quite good where that's concerned. White Horse Cav going to be sent up to the top side. Checking gold mines and things like that, I have to imagine. He doesn't see this gold mine over here, but... Said it a million times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was there a 7th gold mine somewhere? He must have already mined it out. Oh, over here. 7. There's a gold mine missing here, Mr. Matador. As he pulls back yet again, Huang Di is on the way, but he's just gifted a lot of initiative back over to Hell's Ravage after all is said and done here. Matador should be building a whole bunch of Javelineer here. The best way to take out throwing axemen is Javelineer. Of course, they're not amazing versus Berserks, they're not amazing versus Hersa, but they're way better than the Fire Archers versus those throwing axemen. The other thing is the Javelineers are pretty good versus the Goaty, which you do need to kill because you're going to be getting yourself the Dragon, of which Odin really only has one answer to that. I mean, he's got Myth units. I could go Fire Giants, but you need Goaty. In comes Stone Walls, Bronze Armor, more Fire Archers. Second Townsend are now coming up for Hell. So he goes, I better get something in. Can't be falling too far behind here as his gold mine over here is about to expire. We see him checking all the gold mines at the top. Yes, he has spotted it. Just chilling over here on patrol. As the Qinglong will sit here as well. And the villagers, well, they sneak down onto this gold mine. And this is probably the one that Matador doesn't expect. These 2 gold mines are really close to him. Nearly up to full population for the time being. And with all the advantage in the world, he has to be careful to not take a very, very bad fight here, because this would help Hell's Ravage. You can see the score difference is gigantic, but there's plenty of opportunities here for things to go south for Matador. As he comes in onto this fight, trying to break through all these guys, but there goes the Mythic Age as the Dragon will come through, and that is, well, a big amount of damage onto that backline as he immediately runs away. Not sure why. I think he could have happily just taken a whole bunch of damage there, but it's like the archers trying to take out those Goateers. Now the throwing axemen pulling back. More Goatee in, and Hell's Ravage's army has dissipated for the nth time as he does decide to throw in the towel as Matador finds the dub after what was a considerably shaky early game from Matador. Like, how do I put this? I think the way to open here with Shenong is actually to open in to a machine workshop, because the first units that a Odin is going to have is Hersa. And then you get your military camp up and you go into Halberdier. But for some reason, Matador went into Gao Swordsman right at the start, which doesn't really help you versus anything. Doesn't really help you versus anything. But nonetheless, a well-played game from Matador as he manages the dub. And he is now equalized in the series. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what game number 3 is going to bring us. Our next game is on the map Ghost Lake. And it's going to be Tezcat Lapoka versus Loki. Alrighty. We got about, let's say, this much time. Could be the Heimdall angle. I feel like if you go Heimdall, I'm more than happy to play a macro game versus you as Shenong. Doesn't have to be a death ball. You go into your mass walls, fine. I wall up my side of the map. You wall up your side of the map. I got so much more economy than you. That doesn't matter that your walls are cheaper than mine. Does Shenong lose the late game against all of the side builds? Maybe. Oh, this matchup. Oh, my bad. This is always a Heimdall angle from you, though. Find yourself a guy who likes a minor god more than Soup likes Heimdall. I dare you. It's not going to happen. Like watching so many games in the recent weeks that the map pool is a little bit small. Look, it's not that the map pool is small. It's that the players are lame. There's 2 maps here in this map pool that have been the maps that have been some of the best games that we've seen this tournament. And I'm standing by that. The players are lame, and they don't want to play on Mount Olympus, and they don't want to play on Cloud Forest. And they're both been amazing maps that have had some amazing games on them. So I blame the players, and you two can blame the players. Bring back Setonaikai. Sorry, no Setonaikai. No Setonaikai. Not today. That one I'm happy to see go. There's only a few maps that I really didn't like. Setonaikai is one of them. Tell you what, a map that I didn't mind that, of course, a lot of other players hated. What was it called? Obsidian Ridge. I liked that map. I thought that map was like really interesting. But how's everyone going over onto the YouTubes? Yeah, see, you've got a proper gentleman saying Obsidian Ridge is fantastic. And we got Honey Nuts saying Obsidian Ridge was so boring. And I'm like, guys, you can't both be right. You both can't have different opinions. What's up? I don't understand. I mean, it's also probably similar to people that don't like Arena as well, right? Arena is a very interesting map for Age of Mythology that takes you down a very different path to try and find wins. But people don't like that. They just want to play on the open maps where they can just build horse and go raid. I'm locking that in. That's the reason. Try and figure out why they like that so much. I don't know. Alrighty. Time to jump into game number 3. For Ghost Lake. Let's go. If I can find it. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 3. It's 1-1 here. Left side of the map, Hell's Ravage playing as Loki. Right side of the map, Matador playing as Tezcatlipoca as he steals away the spy. So we've got ourselves 2 spies on this map. Spy is such a cool god power. There's so much you can get out of it. Do you drop it onto a village? Or do you drop it onto a unit of the enemy army? So you can see the army movements and counter those. As the spy does get dropped down there. Now, I'm pretty sure the unfortunate factoid of the whole thing is that when Tezcatlipoca drops spy, you see it. So you know, that's kind of like when Loki used to drop spy in Legacy. You could open and close this thing on repeat and you'd see the god power get used. And then you'd have some sort of knowledge of where he used it because you can kind of see how many, you can see what he can see basically for your own units. Take a guess. Of course, that doesn't work in Retold, but Tezcatlipoca and Tezcatlipoca's spy is definitely that too. But the other thing is, at only 30 favor, this is something that was recently changed for Loki. A secondary spy feels really, really appealing. Of course, the extra myth units are fantastic, but in a situation where maybe dropping 1 spy in onto the enemy base on a villager, and then another spy later on to the enemy army, kind of makes sense. Kind of makes you know a lot about what's happening in your opponent's game plan. Flux Bomb, thanks for the kind words. Your thanks should go directly to Wolf Studios with Uros, as he did all of the map intros for this tournament, and a proper gentleman as well who did the actual in-game scenario design. So couldn't have done it without those guys. So huge shout out to both of them. As the Acality. I don't know if that's how I say that. We got the crowd-funded Herser here. Each one of these Herser have got a name from one of you guys who supported this tournament. So thank you guys as well. Without you guys, this definitely would not have happened. Well, it would have happened. It just wouldn't have been as epic. Up onto the top side, Matador dropping the temple here. The house is coming down over here as well. There's 9 cauldrons actually coming through for Hell's Ravage. Not the most impactful relic for him. Matador definitely would have liked that, but beggars can't be choosers. As TSM player is in the legend. The legend. Alrighty. So, Forseti through Huehue Coyotl for Tezcatlipoca is a bit of an interesting choice here. You see the double houses already up for Matador. Really late advance time. Main base here. He does have this gold mine that probably should have been getting mined early on because there is the Kalpuli lumber outpost here. Lots and lots of houses coming up early for Matador because he's got plenty of wood. But for the moment, Hell's Ravage is kind of letting... He's kind of letting Matador get away with this late advance. It's really, really late. He does drop the spy down. Over onto this position as Matador picks up Hecate's Torch. That's going to make that secondary spy cost 3 favor less. Kind of nice. Also gets this relic over here, which is the monkeys. So 6 monkeys in. And double war huts in for Matador. Where's Vindicare? There you go. You got tournament game, Tezcatlipoca player playing classical fight with Huehue Coyotl. Time to learn. We'll see how it's all going to go. Tower of Cestus on the way as well for Matador. Finish that all up and we'll see which sort of units he wants to go for immediately. It's going to be Tequila Archers as well as Spearmen. Onto this side. Oop. Berserk gets taken out. Don't really know what's going on. Anyways, Hell's up to the top side. We can take a look at more of these names. Manach. A random guy, dude, fellow. Is there 2? There's 2! A random dude, guy, fellows. And Ironhide is here. There you go. As in comes Tebanatsley drums. Matador, well, he is searching for his first little bit of damage. Meanwhile, House is just going everywhere to get scouting in and all the other good stuff. Matador takes a look over here. Going to be able to deny the house for the time being, but there is still no real problems for the population just yet for Matador. Matador just spamming Hersa. Makes sense. The more Hersa you get, the more potential myth units you get. The rest of the units now making their way forward. These monkeys are slowing this army down a lot. Did he get Tepanatsley drums? Are they really that slow? Do they have it? Oh. Are these not a unit? Needs talk. Wait, how does this tech? I thought this tech was all units. Villager, human soldier, and hero. It's not a human soldier. It's a monkey. There you go. In onto this position. Matador under attack just a little bit as he's got to be careful not to take too much damage there and start building up those myth units. One thing that Hell's Ravage hasn't been doing here is building up his myth unit spawns. Actually, does that work or was that changed? I can't remember. Might have been changed. Anyways, Hell's continuing his multi-raids for the time being as these Tequila Archers will get a little bit of damage done over here. Still no upgrades in terms of the armor. Getting into a fairly early armory and going in for ballistics is pretty important here for Matador as this one Tequila Archer gets caught out. Nice spot there from Hells as the monkeys are searching around the map for all that they can do. Yeah, you really don't want to take a fight with all of these Tequila Archers until you have that ballistics. You can poke and all that other good stuff, but a fight seems a little bit dangerous. As the Tequila archers do spot the villagers over here, and Hells will say, I don't want to be there. We aren't risking it. Pulls back. And Matador continuing his devious ways series. He does spot the troll and retreats. And the troll is not yet ballistics up either. So no damage where that's concerned. As the Tequila archers, do they get the pick? Yes, they do. Nice control there from Matador. He's got that ADC micro. He's in onto the back here. Spearman getting targeted down. We see Bragi coming through as well. Of course, Matador getting his own armory up here. Bragi is obviously fine for Hell's Ravage, but you click Flaming Weapons, you're just going to get lullabied, and then Matador will run away. At least you'd have to think so. Onto this side. Oh, binary spawn and the horn to get dropped over here. No, not just yet. Still no armory for Matador. He needs that ballistics if he has any chance of winning here. But Coil Xiaoqui on the way. Ballistics now coming through. But man, this is scary for Matador. He is sitting in the middle of this position. The Herser coming through. They're looking to get some serious damage happening here. I mean, right now, Hells doesn't even need flaming weapons. He can just get that surround in there. I'm going to pick off a villager. Does he get the villager? Not just yet. There goes the Heimdall horn roar. And Matador, he's going to try and retreat out of here. 5.5 speed Herser. And the Tequila archers are going to try and get as much damage as they possibly can as one Tejipla comes through. Great control from Matador, as is always the case, but these are very, very fast Herser here. In comes a Battle Boar as well, as the Herser coming in onto this side. Matador continuing his shoot and scoot ways. The Coil Xiaoqui is almost through for Matador. Is he's going to do... Well, there's some pretty tricky stuff you can do with the units if you want to do speed walking and things like that, but Matador pulls back, and I'm sure he's going to drop the Starfall down. Indeed, does go for it. Flaming weapons will get dropped. You can't drop your lullaby here because of the Starfall. It'll just wake all the units up. It doesn't matter. Matador does it anyways. Does have the Tejipla here that he can turn around and use momentarily as he continues to pull back into his main base. He's got a beautiful defensive position here with all of those Tequila archers. Almost makes you wonder why he even went heroic age. Just stay classical age and make more Tequila archers. Anyways. In comes the Coil Xiaoqui stone, and of course the next movement for Matador would probably be a Great Temple and into those Jaguar Riders, which is so strong. Takes away the healing spring for himself as these Titamiddles will come through. You got to be careful with them because there's so many Herser here. And Matador pulls back yet again, still waiting on his Great Temple here as the Herser gets some damage off, but good control from Matador yet again. I mean, this is what Matador is made of. This is the Matador advantage here. He's got that ADC shoot and scoot micro at probably the highest level out of anyone on the tournament. Another great temple into the main base. Makes sense. There's still a lot of gold left over here, but Hells has already moved out onto this spot. He's taking all the advantage he can from having the map control for the time being. As these Tequila archers yet again coming out here looking for little pot shots and all the other good stuff. As Matador's great temple is almost through. So much food in the bank, not a whole lot of gold. We do see a little bit of raids down onto the bottom side as the Berserks. Don't think he converted them, but he might have. Shoos those Flower Money Spearmen away as the Hersa will chase them down. They do have that speed advantage, so they'll get a little bit of damage in as the Tequila archers come through for all the shots they possibly can. And Hell's there when he gets a face full of arrows as he drops quite a few of them. Cheeky spike traps getting dropped all over the place, so there's a defensive retreating positions here. The big question is, how are those battle balls going to do? Spike traps do end up finishing up. There will be one Tajipla here. But it's quite far away from the battle balls as the Warrior Priest up to the top. Trying to take those out. Battle balls get in here. Utilize that special ability. Matador continuing to run as those raiding cavalry are going to be stopping all of that. Over onto this side, it's looking like, well, it's looking like Matador is actually having a little bit of trouble here. But he is now into his heavy Jaguar riders. As these Tequila archers, they can just pull behind the wall. You can't really fight with a wall like that. Great defensive positioning from Matador. Mountain Giant spawn kind of huge for Hells as well. Helps him take out those obsidian shards, as we will see Tepeyotl's reach coming through. And more spike traps getting dropped down by Matador as this is all going on. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Jaguar riders in, and they will eviscerate those throwing axemen if they want to, but taking out the other units as the Tequila archers chasing down the throwing axemen here, and Hells is just falling further and further behind in this game. Battle balls coming through to shoo away the Tequila archers, and Matador says, all right, no worries, see ya. They'll still need more warrior priests. One thing that I've noticed from a lot of Aztec players is almost a refusal to drop a second temple. It's probably one of the more important civs to have a second temple in, just to get more warrior priests out, because you often need to have 10 warrior priests, just because, like especially versus Loki. Killing off myth units. Myth units are kind of the weakest situation for you, but those Jaguar riders, they just come in. They're so brutal. 6.1 speed. Oof. Hell's Ravage does still have some gold left in his main base, but it's barely any. So he has to move out onto another gold mine. He's got villagers on the food here, so he can grab the gold there if he likes. Not the end of the world. But immediately he just turns around and he's like, hello there, more villagers. That's more kills. Why not? Gotta be careful, though. He's just got such a speed advantage that he can just run from this. But the battle balls prevent that running as the rest of the army coming in from Matador. 146 pop to 175 pop. And this looks like the big push that Matador is going to be needing. I don't see how Hell's Ravage is going to be able to keep himself going through this amount of Jaguar Rider, Tequila Archer, and all these units getting obliterated. The Jarls, however, that's going to be a nice big amount of assistance there as this Tajipla is still going after the Battle Boar on the back. There's not really enough heroes here to take down all of the myth units as the Tajipla has only got a couple of seconds, actually a little bit longer, decent amount of time left. Kills another Battle Boar. It's about to get picked off or lose its life to the timeout, but that there is game 3 done as Matador pulls off the win with the Tezcatlipoca. It was looking pretty good for Hells for a little bit here. But I don't know if he just didn't make the right middle game decisions. He just started falling behind and behind and behind. The fact of the matter is he went Bragi. He's got access to Herdman with Swine Array, so he can deal with these Jaguar Riders. Don't particularly like the Jarls here. Just keep going into Raiding Cavalry. They're perfectly fine versus these Tequila Archers at 5 speed with the 6 speed Raiding Cavalry. Jarls, 4.8 speed is just not really helping you. They're just more sitting there tanking things up. I would have preferred to see that option. Raiding Cavalry, Herdman against this army that Matador was building. Maybe, of course, also with the Throwing Axemen to deal with the Spearmen, but Battle Boars were good. Just missing, I think, the Herdman Raiding Cavalry angle. But nonetheless, game 3 in the books. Matador 1 win away from his first semifinals. Has he hit his semifinals before? I think he hasn't. 1 win away from his first semifinals. We'll see if Hells can force a game 5 or if Matador is going to continue his winning ways. Alrighty, our next one is going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Susanol. On what map? Elysium. Okay. Does skin get... What are you asking? I don't even know what that means. Well, after this day started very, very quickly, we have managed to have quite the day of games so far. Our first series was a lightning series, 1 hour and over. And then we had a 5-game series. We got a 4-game series at the very least here between Matador and Hell's Ravage. And then I think the final series of today, I think a lot of players are waiting to see what happens there because, well, it's an interesting matchup waiting behind us here. Let's not get into it too much. I got a special guest joining me for our last series of the day. I'm excited to hang out with him. What brand of headphones? They are Sennheiser. Got my yawns on. Yesterday I crashed about this time. I think I'm still good. We're still good, but I am getting on that tired wagon. All right. So, Quetzalcoatl versus Susanol. Another matchup I'm not really sure about, but anytime I play versus Susanol, it is a terrible time for me because I just don't get it, apparently. Are you guys ready for game number 4 on the map Elysium? Let's jump into it. And off to the races we go into game number 4 here. Matador up 2-1, 1 win from victory. It's best of 5, first to 3. If we get to 3, we stop. No sense in playing all 5 if the series is already over. But Hell's Ravage is on one of his power gods. He did get his first win with the Japanese. He had a very nice game with the Matreiuss in game number 1. We'll see if he can replicate that success with Susanoo versus the Quetzalcoatl here. For those of you who are just joining and just wondering what exactly is going on, well, this is the final qualifier. This is the last chance. We've had 6 weekends. This is the 6th weekend in a row of Gameathlon Road to Athens playoffs, qualifiers. 1 final spot. 6 players currently remain. After this series, there will be 5. And after the next one, there will be 4. We trim them down until there's 1 left. And then we send them off to Athens. Let's check out the relics and see what's happening there. Hermes' wing sandals at the top is going to be hero movement speed plus 5% there. Up over onto this side, there is the Black Lotus, which is going to be plus 10% there for the farms and Shenong farms. On the bottom side of the map there, there are arrows of Heracles for the plus 5% of damage versus ranged attacks. And onto the bottom side of the map, the Ring of the Nibelung, which is gold trickle rate plus 0.5. And for those of you who are wondering how you support, how you can get involved and all that other good stuff, you can subscribe, you can follow, you can subscribe on YouTube, you can become a member on YouTube. All of that stuff is very, very much appreciated. I've also got merch you can pick up, or if you really feel so, you can donate. I do appreciate you all regardless. The smallest thing you can do is hit the thumbs up button on the YouTube video, because actually I learned this recently while I was watching the FIBA basketball. Apparently, if you guys hit thumbs up on the live stream, it gets recommended more. So everyone on YouTube right now, hit that thumbs up button. Let's get to, I don't know, 300 likes. I don't know what we're at right now, and see if that helps. All right, guys, we are got an Origami coming through for Hell's Ravage. It's a little bit, I'm not exactly sure which way to go here for Susanoo. If you go for the Inadi Origami, you get access to the Super Kitsune. They're going to go raid and keep the Matador Quetzalcoatl at bay while it's all going on. If you go for Minakatatomi, you defend yourself. With the Shrine of the Hunt, you don't have to leave your base. The Hunt. Kind of an interesting conundrum to sort of work out, but we'll see how it's all going to go. We're already seeing a lot of houses coming down from Matador early on. No walls up just yet. I imagine when he sees an Origami, he might decide, okay, put up a wall here and lock off this position here, and then lock this off and play from that sort of position. As we see some relics coming in, and this is the Hermes' wing sandals. So the warrior priests are moving at 5.3 speed here. Funnily enough, he went Huehue Coyotl in this matchup. He would have 5.8 speed or 5.75 speed warrior priests. Insane. But for the moment, the warrior priest looking to be aggressive, as immediately comes in that wisdom of the 9 tech. And these Kitsune, well, they are going to be looking for the early game damage. They don't have themselves just yet the crushing waves. There's the villager here blocking this one. Oh, he doesn't get it to safety. He tries to save it with the agave bloom. Meanwhile, over onto this side, a little bit of pressure there. I don't think there was a vill pick. Great play from Hells. Great multitasking. As the agave bloom will get eaten up for a large amount of early game food. I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of a fast heroic behind all of this, though. We are seeing the war huts down and the spearmen and the Tequila archers on the way. I guess one thing that's kind of interesting here is you can probably go for the war hut flood in this matchup, especially if you've got access to Tailwind and you mix in Coyote Warriors. If the Susanoo goes into those Yumi archers. And you can just tailwind onto him. Of course, there would be a Swampland, but I don't think it's going to be enough, or wouldn't be enough if it's a somewhat equal situation. We'd be able to kill off everything. Unless the Naginata Rider's now out, as the Kitsune gets sent back home to get healed up by their parents, the Miko. Mama Kitsune, Papa Kitsune. Sensen Totochtin comes through there, and I think Hells, well, oh, I thought he wanted to take that out. He probably could have, but not just yet. Up onto this side. Hells starts almost pick. Oh, he picks off the Warrior Priest there, but the Town Center will end up taking out a Naginata Rider, as Matador putting little bits of pressure over onto this side, just getting any little bit of damage done. Trading one Naginata Rider for a Warrior Priest is value. That is what you want. Meanwhile, Fireman Spearman can come up and grab this Kawapuli, keep that safe. The question is, where did the Kitsune go? They're over here. You want those Kitsune with the Naginata Rider, so they're moving at 6.6 speed. As units over onto this side, looking to take the fight. There goes that Swampland. And Matador here, he can tailwind out of this if he wants to. Or tailwind into it now. I think he's got a pretty big advantage to turn around and just take the fight and have a very, very good time. But he has to make sure he's microing this well. The Warrior Priest over here picks off one unit. He doesn't have the Warrior Priests behind this to take out the other Kitsunes. He's going to try to take that one down now. Does manage to do so. And all of these units of Hell's Ravage are ending up losing their lives. But in comes the tier 2 Bushido. And Hells can now get himself a whole bunch of Juragumo if he wants. Or start working towards his second Swampland or whatever else. But the big problem for Hells is now that he is really stuck in his base. So while he probably will have another Swampland available to him when that comes off, or he can get himself more Juragumo or something like that. If we take a quick look at what at the hero state for Matador, he does have 2 Warrior Priests, and maybe converting one into a Tejipla for the fight to try and take out the Juragumo wouldn't be a terrible idea. Meanwhile, the Sensen, the bunny rabbits are back. Did they eat some berries? There are berries all over the place, right? Well, there's only 2 lots of berries, it looks like. But there's berries all over the place. As in comes Coatl Cute, or at least pre-queued. It's not actually close. The fact of the matter is that Matador is very happily getting himself a whole bunch of food in. Random villager onto this side does get spotted by the Tequila archers. Charges forward, picks that one off. Villager's pulled off for the wood line at the top. It's perfectly safe. Wood line over here at the bottom with the walls up, so it's probably fine to go to there. But gold situation, 800 gold left as Matador is squeezing for the time being. As this bunny rabbit is running in here looking for something, as the Naginata Riders now, well, they are going to be searching for some damage in the main base, but for the moment, it's looking fairly safe for Matador. Onto this side, the units do get greeted by a faceful of arrows, and they say, okay, I don't want any of that. Let me get out of there. No problems.
Shikamanalti.
A fistful? A faceful? I mean, it could be a fistful of arrows if you go like this. I don't know. Anyways, Naginata Riders up onto the top here. Villagers for Hell's Ravage now moving onto the watermill into the center of the map. At the moment, Matador has spread out, and I don't like these attacks. Not in the slightest. You're going heroic age. Just be calm. As the Naginata riders will charge forward, trying to get on top of everything. Matador switches. Tries to get some damage done. Kusanagi gets dropped. Not the best Kusanagi in the world, but it does prevent a little bit of a retreat there. Behind this, in comes the Tajipla, and Hell says, I don't want anything to do with that. It's almost another usage of the Swampland there as well. But again, Matador pushing forward while he's going Heroic Age is such a... I mean, he feels confident. I don't know if he should. Drops down that big fat earth monster onto this army, trying to keep the units in here. Getting little bits of damage done, picks off a villager or two. Does he see this? No, he doesn't. All the units are going to pop out onto this side, and I feel like he probably can fight this. Especially with all the Juragumo, but they're not over onto this side. Warrior Priest is happily going to take some fights over there, as well as the Rabbit doing what it can. Little attempt at ghost buildings with the rest of these villages as the units come over here and going to start taking out the Tekiwa archers there. Huge amounts of Bushido that come through now for Hell's Ravage as Matador... Well, he's going to lose a lot of his own units as he's desperately trying to get out of here. But one Juragumo goes down to the Tajipla. The other one, that one might not... Nope, that's not going down just yet. As we do have an Otochli to come through. All of those Naginata riders won't be enough to break through the rest of the guys here as the Bunny Rabbits with 5 buddies end up going down. But now, Hell's Ravage, he is moments away from having heavy. As he drops that Juragumo over there. He's equal on villagers for the time being. Of course, he's going to lose a whole bunch if he's not careful. These spearman numbers, he's got a lot of them, but they're like kind of not all in the fight just yet. There goes that Swampland for the second time. Tailwind this time to get away from here. He loses a lot of units on the retreat. But he does manage to escape without too many losses. Couple seconds remaining on the Swampland, and then Matador can continue his aggressive ways. But there will be another tier of Bushido coming through momentarily for the upcoming favor reward of 75. The villagers on the gold mine have been spotted. Naginata riders charging forward, but the Talalmani spearmen, they are there. Samurai on the front, getting a big amount of damage. No re-micro from Hell's Ravage. Sorry, from Matador. Big mistake as Hells gets onto the back line there, but the Aotochli to help out with that special. Kusanagi comes down again as the favor is through, but Hells runs out of military here. Still able to grab gold on this gold mine as for some reason Matador looking for other kills. Of course, he will probably turn around and go after the gold mine now. And I cannot see Hells getting out of this position. Getting out of this position, he cannot, as he does tap out. And that there is 3 wins for Matador and a series win. We'll be seeing him tomorrow as he moves on to the semi-finals. So a well-played game from Matador. I'm not sure exactly what Hells' plan was here. I like the idea of just staying in the classical age like he did, but just did not quite work out for him. Constant Kitsune raids was very important, and he kind of just let Matador do whatever he wanted here, to put it bluntly. But a well-played game from Matador, well-played series from Matador. we'll see him tomorrow. I believe he's going on to fight Suppe next, as our next 2 players will be going on to fight Bee. So a very interesting situation there. We're going to have a short break while we get set up for the next game. Don't you guys go nowhere. We'll be back momentarily. As the army charges forward, bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side. Another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up. And Magic so far in front on economy here. Oh. Let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might. And this here is the Suppe Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu Hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and it's the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up. Can't get to the next age. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Kwafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a Suppe grand fight. He did not cheese one single time versus grass. Mountainous Might Rush. And this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next stage. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes the Boulders of Doom. Oh, God, the Kwafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling off the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Mosca is going to need to micro very, very well here. Good dodge from Mosca. Dodging everything. In comes the boulders. He hits one. There's no ballistics here. There's no... Oh, he hits 2. He hits 3. The temple is denied for the time being. More now in comes Matreiuss. He says, time for the fight. The trolls do get some big boulder tosses into the middle here. I don't know if this is a fight that Matreiuss can actually win, though. No chaos in. There goes the chaos now into the middle of the fight as Frost gets dropped. But that there cannot have been good for Matreiuss. Villagers, for the moment, they're going to be coming through. It might be a worthwhile move to use those villagers to get on top of the back line of those Karabalista. Berserk's coming in, more trolls coming through. There's so much favor in the bank for Matreiuss. Units streaming in up onto the top side as Satyr going to be coming through. That's not that effective here, but still. 5 seconds remaining as the reinforcements from the surface on the way. One Hero Karabalista over here goes straight in on top of that troll as that's going to get shanked down. Can Matreiuss hold on here? Dwarves getting pulled. The boys are in. Satyr goes down onto this side. He's not attacking with the dwarves, though. Hersa doing what they can to keep themselves going through all this. The military differential is very, very close as the troll pulls back behind the wall here. And it looks like another healing spring. Clutch healing spring to come through there to keep the Hersa alive. And Grass, well, he's going to continue trying to make this attack happen as the troll over here pulls back again through that very crucial wall. In comes that big boulder toss. You can see the ballistics paying dividends there. And Matreiuss survives. And Tezcatlipoca Incarnate gets dropped down. And there goes the Lullaby Corrupted Ground combo. And Suppe, he can run here. He's not running. His army is getting erased at the moment, but so too is this Jutsu getting mad value in the middle. I said you can't sit in the death arena, but apparently, nope, you can't. But both players drop down to nearly no military numbers. And Magic here, well, he's got some units coming in. The Jaguar Riders hitting over onto this side. The military is getting spammed out by Suppe for the moment. As over onto this side, huge damage coming in from the Jaguar Riders. Is there enough stuff here from Magic to keep this fight going? As the Halberd back at it again. This time I get Suppe with me. Yay!
Hello world.
Can everyone hear Suppe, or do I have him muted again? I have a bad habit of muting the Suppester. I did check.
This time it's good.
Yes, let's go. We got one more semi-final, or not semi-final, quarter-final for the day. We've got Grass versus Eric BR, and well, it's a pretty exciting matchup because this is probably one of those matchups that I think most people probably don't think this, but I think that this can go either way. What do you think, Suppe?
What was the? Oh, you mean just the player matchup? Not
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think obviously we gotta say Grass is the favorite, but at the same time, yes, I do think it can go both ways. Eric is an amazing player. I've practiced with him a bit in this tournament, and he's consistently performing well in scrims. He is the scrim king.
Scrim king. I mean, he's got.
So all he has to do is step up in the actual tournament now.
Yeah, he's got the. How do I put this? It seems like he's got a really good understanding of what's going on. Very, very good mechanics. Maybe missing a little bit of confidence in himself. And then also inside of that, making questionable decisions during the actual tournament games. And that's why he's been finding himself in winning positions quite a lot and then losing. And hasn't had that opportunity yet to get to semi-final. I think he's made the quarterfinals a couple of times, but no semi-final just yet for him. Anyways, I don't know if these guys have played yet, so I'm going to click on this sick drafting head-to-head thing and see if they've had any games together. And there you go. It's another matchup we haven't seen before. That's actually really exciting.
Yeah, that's actually. Also, these players have played like most tournaments, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how it goes though, right? Like if the tournament isn't a round robin, which we've only really had, I mean, we kind of had a round robin in Champions League, but it wasn't exactly because we didn't have the time to do it. I wanted to have like a 8-player round robin, and an 8-player round robin ended up being 4-player, or 4 groups of 4. But yeah, these guys haven't played each other, and look at that win rate for Eric. Like clearly he's doing something right. He's got a 60% win rate. Wow. That's tough to have.
60%.
Yeah.
I feel like Eric always somewhat underperforms in tournaments. People always say he's good, but then all the memories I have of Eric in tournaments is that he loses versus like Killuminati or Garnath or people he shouldn't lose to.
Yeah.
That's my memory of Eric in tournaments.
Yeah, I mean it'll always go to like game 5 as well. So that's probably why his win rate is quite good. Like if you win, if every single one of your games or series goes to game 5, you're like constantly just improving your win rate by a little bit if you win and not really going that far down on if you lose. But we do have a draft here to check out. The players are in the lobby for the time being. They're probably getting ready to hit go. So let's see. Oh, they actually already have hit go. So let's check out their draft and see what they're going to play today. Well then, another draft here coming in as we've got the Aztecs getting banned out by Grass in Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca. And then Eric bans out Grass's best gods in Odin and Uranus there. Of course, Grass picks Gaia first because that is one of his... I don't know if he's won a huge amount with this god, but it's been one of his more consistent picks. And then Eric grabs 2 Norse gods right off the bat. Soup! What's happening in this world?
That's because Eric likes playing these 2 Norse gods. But I think more than anything, it's because he wants to steal them away from Grass.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. Grass has got... I mean, if you get to look at the actual win rates of specific players, if there's any player on the tournament who's been consistently picking Norse and consistently getting wins, it's been Grass. He's been an absolute nightmare to deal with for everyone. So getting those, specifically those Herso, 4-city Herso gods away from him makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we spoke in chat just now, and Recon said that Grass apparently plays Loki extremely well, to the point where Recon fears playing Aztec into his Loki. Couldn't believe it. I said, Recon, you're crazy. But yeah, this Grass and Groom fella, he makes miracles happen with Norse that other players simply can't.
Yeah, he's got sometimes it just takes like an understanding of just a little bit, like one situation which no one else is getting, and you just go, well, I can angle for that, and that changes the entirety of a game plan, and everything ends up just working for you. And I guess if you can figure out what that is and what Grass is doing that's different, then you can take that away from him. But of course, Eric doesn't want to do that. He just wants to take the gods away from him, which he does.
But it's like it's looking so crazy to me. Once again, we do have Midgard here, so there is an option of playing Norse on Midgard. But other than that, like first picking Loki, just like Hills did last time, to me that's just insane. Like I don't think this god is that good. But apparently, some people do.
It's one of the things that I'm enjoying a lot about this tournament, actually, is it seems like we've got Greek mains, we've got Egyptian players, we've got Norse players, we've got the Aztec players, we've got the Chinese players, we've got the Japanese players, and we've got the Aztec players. Like everybody's got their gods in their pool of gods that they want to play, and it seems incredibly diverse.
Yeah, definitely. There's no real civ that's just left out. Yeah. We see Set here played by Grass. We see Mosca playing a ton of Egyptian. But other than that, probably Egyptian is the one that's left out, if we're being real. But plenty of Norse, plenty of Greek, as well as the other. I think there are 4, in my opinion. I may as well just say this. I think there are 4 top civs, and it's Atlantean, Japan, China, and Aztecs.
Yeah, I think a lot of players are considering that's the case. All of the DLC gods, plus the Atlanteans.
Incidentally.
But that's also why like Norse is doing well, because Norse, you probably won't agree with me. I'm not going to say it. I'm scared. I was about to say Norse is pretty good into Atlantean, pretty good into Aztecs. Not terrible versus the Japanese. Anyways, we're going to jump into game number 1 here. It's Fushi versus Thor on the map Steppe. Do you have the game up?
Yes, 4 seconds.
Alrighty, let's get into Steppe then as we go. And off to the races we go with our final quarterfinal. That doesn't even make sense, but that's what it is. Left-hand corner of the map, we've got Fushi, the grassing groom, and on the right side of the map, we've got Eric playing as Thor. I'm joined with Suppe today, as he's going to be helping calm the madness that comes out of my mouth, trying to make sure that I don't say anything too crazy here.
Yeah, well, I'm here to provide analytical insight on the Norse civilization. That's why you've brought me here today.
Exactly. Well,
Look at Eric already now. He's gone 4 dwarves on gold, and he's making villagers onto hunt underneath the TC. And this is, to me, clearly because he wants to get an early temple out, and 1, 2, 3 hearses out, and then he wants to go for an early forest fire attack onto grass. He does not want to play defense on this map. He wants to go full-on aggression, at least in the beginning.
Yeah, one of the difficulties to say, if there is any difficulties with playing China, is that early game, because you really want to get, if you're playing one town center, you really want to go 3 Kwafu, right? You want to take your time in the archaic age, get a big eco advantage, and then convert that into a sizable advantage you can move forward with. But yeah, if you get rushed and you go 3 Kwafu, life's tough. But Grass has scouted it, so I wouldn't be surprised if he actually just drops the temple and gets a fairly respectable advance time in himself, just to deflect whatever's happening here.
What's his scouting pattern here? So you use the balloon on the left side and you actually just walk straight up for it. Like he wanted to check out, is it an armory or is it a temple? Pretty clever when you're against Thor, because these days, you should not take it for granted that it's an armory or a temple. It can be either or.
Yeah, and it's also, the other thing here is it's also not, if you see an early temple, the way that Norse players are playing now doesn't actually mean that they're going for a fast advance. That doesn't mean they're going for a rush. It actually kind of just means that they're getting a Hersa out and they're looking for relics. They can still rush you, but they're looking for relics, and you just have to respect the fact that it could be one or the other. And we see that happening.
Eric has found himself an amazing relic on the left side here. He wants to grab that, and he wants to utilize that for some early aggression here.
That's the monkey relic?
Yes.
I'm not going to say it. All right. It's a really good relic for early game, right? Like, you can prevent a town center from going up. You can get scouting everywhere on the map. The one thing you don't want to do is run around with your army with it in it, because it slows your army down to, what is it, 3.3 speed.
Yes, yeah, exactly. What I like to do with it early on is honestly more or less suicide them early on. Just get some initial value in.
Yeah.
Because they deal a lot of damage early on. And you can really slow down your enemy with that relic. And they're going to respawn. And then they're just nice for raiding or scouting or whatever after that initial spawn.
I've just noticed that Grass is playing China. This is the first... No, he played China and I saw him play China before. He's a changed man.
He played it yesterday and he kind of sucked at it. Is what you said in a nicer way. And then you said, is he gonna pick it again? But it seems like he will. Oh, little skirmish going on here.
Yeah, monkeys versus pioneer, but the pioneer outruns the monkeys. They're too slow. I think if these were real monkeys, I think they'd be able to catch that pioneer. They're actually quite fast, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
I think it's dependent on the species.
Okay. Well, these are the relic ones.
Yeah, these are relic the species are called relic monkey.
Yeah.
Grass going in with the instant halberdiers here and the Neja.
I don't know if I mean, this is just, obviously you're scared that raiding cavalry are going to come at you, but I've never really liked instant halberdier against Norse. The first unit you want to worry about is obviously the Valkyrie, but then after that it's Ursa. Why would you not just go fire archers right away and then into halberdier a little later?
I think it's because Grass knows that when Grass plays Norse, he goes for instant cavalry. He really, oh my god, so much damage dealt to Vel.
Yeah,
where did that damage come from?
That's what Neja does. he does.
Just Neja?
Yeah, he does this burn damage that comes in. If you hit a couple of times, it stacks, and it's obviously 6.5x. Is that coming in, Eric? Almost getting a Vil pick. Does get a Vil pick. It's kind of nice.
That Eric needed that, I think. Grass has done a good job defending early. He's lost a lot of HP on Pioneers and Halberdiers, and he's got no real way of healing them in the classical age, so that's good for Eric. And then with the villager kill here, things are looking alright for both players, I would say. Hunt is about to be depleted for Grass, and it is depleted for Eric, so I think that these players have to decide now, do we go risky, go for outside Hunt, or do we take it a bit slow and just go for chicken, berries, and even goats?
Yeah, I play China here early on incredibly scared because I am terrified. I don't have the mobility to protect my second hunt, protect my back wood line, protect my gold mine. So sometimes I want to just sit in my main base and eat chickens, maybe even go on to goats before, just make sure my hunts before I might leave my base. Because I need my base to be fully walled in. Otherwise I personally have a lot of trouble getting raided as China. If I get my base sorted out, then I have no trouble as China versus Norse. So that's like number one thing for me to get sorted out.
Yeah, and I think you're right. That is the thing you need to sort out, because there comes a point around the 9-minute mark maybe where China army becomes more or less unbeatable if things are just going normally anyways. And so what you want to do with China is you want to have everything walled up exactly like you said. And then around that mark, when your army becomes quote-unquote unbeatable against Norse, you want to be aggressive there, and that requires you to have your villagers safe.
I mean, and Grass attempts to get some sort of a raid off, and Eric, I mean, he is switched on at the moment. He may have lost a Valkyrie early on to Neja, but he's got some revenge damage in, picks off the Yartsa, and gets the Neja. So, all things equal.
Killing that initial Valk is so big value, because it means not only do you kill one Valkyrie, but it also means that when the second comes out, you don't get to heal up that first one. And the whole Valkyrie spam game and just gets delayed significantly as a result.
Yeah, and Grass is opting into what I would call the hard way through this matchup, which is splitting your army up to try and defend the right side, defend the left side, and just basically having your army just in many, many different positions, just trying to prevent villager losses. But Eric is going to continue harassing everything, where he probably just needs to grab his army and just pick one position to attack. For example, send everything to attack the food situation, while maybe one Valkyrie goes into the main base or something. I don't know.
If there are 8 Halberdiers positioned on the left side, he is definitely vulnerable on the right side. That's true. But dude, 2 Valkyries went down for Eric here on the right side. Did you see?
Yeah, this is brutal. You can't... Was it 2 Valkyries or raiding cavalry? No, I don't think he lost the Valkyries. He still got 2 alive. Surely he couldn't have had 5 Valkyries out this game. Like 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, there's another raid coming. This time the Halberdiers are out and about. But the houses are in. I think there's a small pathway in there. No?
I think there is 2, but it seems like... I mean, they're going to get away around anyways, and... Grass is just like, I've got rocks, and this is also exactly what Grass wants. He wants you to charge at him and just lose all your raiding cavalry, and Eric's just continuing to try and get this value, but it's not doing anything. He's just losing. He's losing units and not getting any real kills.
He is, while all this is going on, he is getting his armory upgrades, so he's got 1, and he's researching Pierce copper shields as well, and he's already pre-queued copper weapons, so he's getting somewhere. He is expanding his economy while all of this is going on, but certainly the fact that raids are not paying off at all, except for that initial villager kill he got really early on. Like even now, losing another cavalry, these things are not good for Eric.
No, and Eric does spot all the Halberdiers up here, so he's going to get a little bit of revenge fire on. It's not like it's all bad for him, but main base here, villagers under attack yet again. It's a lot of chaos here. If you stop paying attention for just a tiny bit, you lose a raiding cavalry, you lose a halberdier, you lose some units. You have to be so on your game, and it's looking like for the moment Grass is playing some great defense. But the one thing I'm interested in here is, do you ever build Javelineers? I always feel like you have to build Javelineers in this matchup. Not a ton of them, but just enough so that I can start poking down, throw an axeman from afar. And also, I guess you've got the goatee to deal with for later, but...
I guess you can. For me personally, I don't like doing it for a very newbie reason, being that if I select all archers, I'm going to select Javelineers, Fire Archers, and Pioneers. And that just makes microing extremely difficult.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Pioneers as well, right? When you have Fire Archers and Pioneers, you go select all archers and your Pioneers get selected. So you have to like... It's weird. You have to go and shoot, like set the Fire Archer micro up first and then do the Pioneer micro. If you do it the other way around, then it screws it up.
I think with Pioneers and Fire Archers, it's very doable, at least for me. But if you add Javelineers to the mix, it becomes so difficult.
Yeah. Well, now Grass in the center of the map. He's got his death ball in. I don't see Eric finding a win with this heavy raid style. He's getting some value picking off some houses, but I mean, 100 wood down the drain is not that, not that much of a, not that big of a deal. And then he loses a bunch of HP. Doesn't lose a unit though. It's out of there. That was pre-Halberdin. If he would have lost all those raiding cavalry.
Look at the middle. Might be a fight occurring here.
Yeah, big fight for Eric. He sees the opportunity to get in here. The Kwafu is simply just turning to join in on the fight as well, as lightning weapons will get dropped down, and now Eric has to just consider to leave.
This was good for Eric. He needed this.
Yes.
When you quote-unquote bait out the lightning weapons like this, as Thor, it gives you the option to go for Bragi, which would otherwise not be an option at all. And so, if Eric somehow can get the resources in for Bragi, start to make a big fight, you know, there is potentially a flaming weapons option, although, yeah, with the Baule coming in and the option to go for forest protection, yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah, the fact that Grass was able to get off a heroic age there, and he's still equal on military, goes to show how many units Eric has thrown away in this game trying to get these raids off.
Yeah. Yeah, and the onus is actually on the Norse page to get damage still. It's not the other way around.
Yeah.
Big fight here. Eric really committing to this. He's not going heroic age anytime soon. He's just fighting here. Underneath the Baule and the forest protection.
I think Eric is almost just giving up at this point. You can't take a fight like this. Not with the forest protection killing the enemy units, and that there is. Game 1 down, and Grass, well, he bounces back from yesterday's, was it yesterday? Yesterday's Chinese kerfuffle, and well, he gets the dub versus the Norse. It looks like he's played this matchup so many times on the Norse side that he knows exactly what's hard for him to deal with, and he played it so well. Great defense.
He knows the timings, he knows the strengths that he has to play for, and that's exactly what he did. Defended for, what I said, like 9 or 10 minutes, and then when you're ready, you go out with your death ball, and you're not going to lose a fight, and, you know, very, very cookie-cutter play here from Grass. He did it really well.
Yeah. All right. Well, Grass is looking fantastic at the moment. Eric, I was talking to him earlier. He's had some issues with sleep today. And if there's one thing that I've noticed about Age of Mythology, it's that bad sleep, life gets very, very tough. So hopefully he got a nap in and he's all switched on and he's going to shake off that first loss. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what game 2 is going to bring us. Alrighty, so game 2 is on, I believe it's on Ghost Lake, unless I misread that. And it is a Set versus a Matreiuss matchup.
There's some metagaming here from Grass with the Set pick on Ghost Lake. Very unorthodox. What was he trying to accomplish with this pick? Which matchup do you think he was trying to snipe here?
I was about to say Thor, but Thor's already been picked. So Thor's such a classic Ghost Lake map pick here. I actually don't mind Set on Ghost Lake. I think Set's perfectly fine here. Maybe he was looking to hit the Zeus. Set versus Zeus on Ghost Lake could be somewhat difficult. But even outside of that, if you get a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake for Set, it's good. If you get a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake Set, that's also good because you can play the 2 TC game, you can play the 1 TC game. But I mean, the problem is with Egyptian in general at the moment, it's just a lot of different matchups you don't want to play Egyptian into. I don't think that is a Matreiuss. I think you're fine playing Set into a Matreiuss. What do you think?
I think so too. I think the initial Egyptian barracks army has an easy time dealing with the initial Japan army. And so you have some extra spare resources early on to do stuff with, be a bit greedy, find an advantage economically. That can be a village center, it can even be a delayed town center, even just eco-ops, a faster heroic age time than your opponent, stuff like that. But you do have a lot of freedom early on due to your units being just more overwhelming than the Amaterasu units, I think.
Yeah. I always find that if I can get to 2 Migdols without losing too much, in fact, without losing anything, if I can get to 2 Migdols without losing anything, I'm in for a good game versus Amaterasu. But if things go wrong for whatever reason, whether I misplay or the map is not easy to function in or whatever is going on in my brain, if I don't get to that double Migdol, then life gets real tough for me in this matchup. I haven't played it, I think, in a while, but has the Shinobi changes, buffs,
Oh,
changed
that's
things here as
interesting.
well?
Yeah, like chariots, camels, you should be wary about going into that, for example, shouldn't you?
I guess you have Axemen still. Axemen are always going to be the unit to throw in when the Shinobi comes. Like Huskarl, right? Like, oh, you're building
Yeah,
Huskarl
but then
versus me. I just get Axemen.
then the entire point of your comp being a fast comp is no longer really makes sense. 7 seconds.
Alrighty, well, let's jump into game number 2 then. Ghost Lake time. Off we go. Okay. A little early. You guys hear me if the overlay is going and I say, what's going on, everyone? No, okay. Grass, left side of the map, playing as Set. Eric, right side of the map, playing as Amaterasu this time. It's 1 gold mine Ghost Lake Soup. What does this mean?
It means that obviously it's not going to be as boomy a game as it would be if it was 2 gold mines. But more than that, it means that scouting becomes very important because Ghost Lake can have very scuffed versions of outer gold mines as well. So if we take off the map cover, we see there are gold mines on the left, gold mines on the right. So you want to get to either the left side or the right side here, and ideally one where there's a settlement that you can grab. So I'm thinking the one we follow along the side and there's a settlement and then a gold mine. I think that's what these players are going to aim for, some form of slow start into an expansion on towards the settlement and the gold mine.
Yeah, I mean, one of the advantages of playing Set over, say, playing Ra or playing Isis is that if you have a town center like this on the bottom side of the map, and you see those caribou, they're just that little bit too far away. If I was playing Isis or Ra and I grab this town center and I try and get onto that hunt, I'm going to have a really tough time to defend it if any units come attack me, right? But as Set, I can just convert animals and I can just sit on the town center and I'm happy because the gold mine is relatively close. So it might be fine here if Grass really wants to just rush that second town center up. That being said, if Eric decides to go for Uzume, which is a little offbeat, but we've seen it being used even as far as Tsukiyomi using it versus Egyptian and having success. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Eric throw that in.
I've heard you mention that Eric, he's a meta player, and I think I agree. And what that means is that he's very unlikely, I think, to go for something offbeat like that. You know what? Talking about offbeat.
Yes.
If you're grass here and you're looking on the left side of the map on the large gold mine there, I see a forest, a gold mine, and I see Hunt. Hello.
This is the Suppe paradise.
I want to live. That's where I want to live. I'm sending my economy over there instead, and I'm empowering a village center, and then have every single villager empowered right then and there.
I just want you to also pay attention. Take a little look-see at the pharaoh's name.
Oh, it's the fake one though, or the real one, as he said.
Shout out to the real Suppe. Yeah, so what Suppe means by this is normally the pharaoh can only empower one resource at a time, right? You can only, or one drop-off site at a time, which is only going to have one resource being dropped into it. But if you have a town center or a village center, then the pharaoh can empower every resource, which basically means instead of you just getting a 20% boost to one part of your economy, you can get a 20% boost to the entirety of your economy, which is insane. That's a lot of bonus resources. So it is well worth it to drop a village center up here and go for that sort of an idea, especially with set, because you can then also bring more animals over there to continue eating while that's all getting empowered up.
Such a nice strategy, and it never really caught on, but I do think it has its merits. Anyways, Eric is actually going for a settlement. Dude, I said we both agreed he's a meta player, but this is a nice little move here. Amaterasu, rare that you see them proactively grabbing a town center.
Yeah, it is very strange because, I mean, it might be no, I don't think so. I think it's just a weird opening from grass. If you read that grass is advancing this late, then sure, the town center is free, fair game, going to get it up. But grass advances when he should advance with set. It's normally around 4 minutes. And the town center is dangerous. You're going to get hit with an Unubite, or you're going to get hit with a shifting sands and a bunch of spearmen. I would go in so far as to shifting sands my villagers onto these villagers to kill them off if I notice this going on. But yeah, Eric gets away with it.
I think these two probably play practice games together as well.
Most
and
likely, yeah.
I think Eric probably has a good inkling of knowledge about what Grass wants to do here.
Yeah, if you know that this is always going to be like a 2 monument, 4 minute 45 classical age, you just go, yeah, well, I'll take the town center. Watch out for the Anubites, and we'll play some defense here. And generally speaking, if you get to play defense, you have a, well, actually not really in this situation. You might end up getting gold starved either way, but we'll see how it goes.
It's a good counter though, because it is like you said, Grass takes his precious time here. 2 monuments, slow advance, setting up barracks and slowly getting started. And the good counter to that is to just play very, very greedy, which is exactly what Eric does. So where's the...
Wow, this is an interesting move. Up onto the top, the Shrine of the Hunt is here, and Grass says, all right, well, I'll drop my Plague of Serpents down, but aren't these just all going to die to the wolves?
Yeah. Yeah, the wolves are way superior here.
And he's trying
to coming in too, though.
He's getting idle time force. That's nice. It's a Vil pick. But he's losing Spearman while this is going on, and his God Power is now out of here. Not that it's the most impactful or powerful of God Powers, but yeah, there are no more serpents.
Oh, he's attacking the wolves too. Only one remaining. Actually managed to kill off the Shrine of the Hunt wolves with the hell of that serpent. Lost an Anubite down the bottom of the map. But this Shrine of the Hunt needs to stay up for Eric. It's essential. He needs it for protection with the wolves, and he needs it for hunt with the deer. Both uses from the Shrine of the Hunt are essential here. And I think Eric knows that he's going all in. Both Bleed players are going all in, except Grass actually grabs his TC behind it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass go Heroic Age behind this either. I feel like he's done... I think he should have maybe built a few more units before doing this, but he's done a lot of good damage. But yeah, not killing off that Shrine of the Hunt is... Not getting it is bad.
He killed one villager, he forced some idle time, yes, but now it's a Japan player who's ahead by a villager. It's generally not what you want to, generally not a situation you want to be in as Egyptian versus Japan, I think.
No. Well, it's not a situation you're often in versus Japan, because Japan is slow to get going. It's part of the reason they have this Bushido system is they're just slow. They're slow to get going, and it helps them compete throughout the game with the mini power spikes you get from unlocking the next tier of line upgrades for free. But yeah, Grass is still continuing his strat. He's going Heroic Age. He's got the forward town center. He's not falling any further behind. And you can see that Eric is forced to build a whole bunch of units. But the fact of the matter is, he doesn't really need to build units. I'm sorry, he doesn't need to go to the next age. He can just stay classical age and just keep spamming out Yadi, Spearman, Naginata Riders, Bushi, and he should be fine. But he might get blown off the map by a whole bunch of Chariot Archers.
He's lost 2 units there. 2 villages to the Spearman raid. And also, Grass is getting away with hunting on the bottom side. I think Eric actually may have even just passed right.
Yeah,
no,
he didn't check it. I don't even know. Like, I don't know how you don't check that. That's got to be like an immediate, like, just run by it. Like, that's one of the moments.
Yeah. He only now does he notice the town center, and soon he'll have the notification about the Heroic Age. Yeah. And what happens then is Eric is going to panic, and he's going to think, holy shit, what's going on? He has no clue about what Grass is doing. And not scouting properly the right side of the map, allowing Grass to get away with that, that's crazy.
And also, on top of this, look at Grass's food. I don't know if he's thinking about going to the Mythic Age here, but... And he is trying to get a Migdol Stronghold up on the front. This is maybe going to have to be an Ancestors. He drops that down, but Ancestors gets cleaned up pretty quickly by Bushi and One Udol. And the One Udol can also take out that Migdol Stronghold relatively quick as well. Spearman onto the back line here, trying to take out all of the archers as all those minions do come through. And Grass, well, he's got a forward Migdol up in Eric's face. And Eric, he has to get out of there. Full retreat for Eric. Big moment for Grass moving forward.
That Ancestors was really clutch. Allows the Migdol to go up. Big raid on the top next to the Migdol maybe, although the Migdol is so strong.
Yeah, you don't want to send naked units underneath a Migdol stronghold. Let alone like somewhat upgraded units, but yeah, definitely not the naked ones. And so much damage here from this Ancestors coming through. And Grass is just happily going into Camel Riders as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see like a couple of elephants coming in at this point either, because that's going to be some big damage. But Eric is just falling.
He's got 0 villagers and food, 27 on gold, and 5 on wood. That's Grass's macro currently.
Well, he needs gold for more Camel Riders. Who needs food? I think he's moving villages, right?
13 villagers going to a gold mine down the bottom. What is this? It's crazy.
Is he just gonna? Oh, he might just buy food and wood.
Is this a strategy when you feel like you're winning this hard? You just say screw it and we go full priest, full siege.
Yeah, I don't know. What's he worried about? More Migdols? Put a Migdol in the face on the top side. Run up onto the right side on the back gold mine. Put a Migdol there.
I think versus Amaterasu, versus Japan in general, it's honestly a nice plan because they have a hard time dealing with buildings.
Yeah, and he is going for it. So another Migdol coming through. Siege Tower cleaning everything up. And Eric's villages, they're just getting massacred. As this one was domination by Grass with the set. And, okay, well, you said it at the start. It's pretty odd for Matreiuss to go for that second town center. This game would have been a very, very different game if he didn't go for that. After watching it, I'm a little surprised to see Eric opting in for that idea, especially on a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake.
Yes, I agree. It didn't seem very effective, very powerful at all. Probably that TC was simply too weak. The hunt was not safe. The gold mine was not safe. There was a way of getting there, but I think it had to be a delayed TC. If you just go for it immediately without any army, going from the town center to the resources nearby, it proved too difficult.
Yeah, just the early game spearmen, the problem you kind of run into, I guess, if you're going into this specific idea is you need a lot of food income to support the 2 TCs and also get samurai out to deal with those spearmen. And you don't really want to go for Yumi archers, I think, as a Matreiuss in the classical age, unless you're doing some sort of 1 town center death ball push. Takes a little bit too long on 2 TCs. So
yeah,
maybe that was another angle maybe Eric could have tried to avoid and maybe he would have been fine. I don't know. But game 2 in the books here. Grass looking very, very strong. Grass hasn't missed a semifinals either. I think you and Grass are maybe the only 2 players who have been in every semifinals thus far. Is that correct?
he's with the 2 best players currently, so that's cool.
You said it. All right, let's jump back to the draft and see what game 3 is going to bring us. Well, we have another kind of classic matchup we've seen a lot throughout this tournament. This is Gaia versus Susanoo on Giza.
Oh boy. These are, a lot of people have made tier lists recently on YouTube. I feel like there's a new tier list out every day. And Gaia, Susanoo are consistently placed at the top of those tier lists. So this should be interesting. Game's already started, by the way. I'm 4 seconds in.
Alrighty. Well, seeing as it's already started, let's jump into it. Off to Giza. We can talk about it in the game. Alrighty, off to the races we go. Left side of the map is Grass's Gaia. Right side of the map is Eric's Susanoo. Now, I'm trying to remember Eric's Susanoo games throughout this tournament. He's consistently picked it. He's consistently had good positions with Susanoo, but oftentimes he's just sort of not been able to convert with this god from what is my memory. I remember a series of Eric versus Moscow. It was like a Poseidon versus Susanoo. And Eric was looking dominating and he couldn't finish it off. But this is Grass's Gaia. So yet again, he runs into his opponent's best god with his Susanoo. What do you think about this matchup?
It's hard, man. It's hard for me to say. Susanoo is a god that, if you look at my drafts, I just ban this god. I don't want to play against it.
Yeah.
So it's one of those gods that I haven't put too much thought into. I will try anyways. I think the question is, do you go 1 TC or 2 TC? And I do see a nice corner for grass with a gold mine there and 2 rhinos available on the TC. So that might be an option. Otherwise, dude, I think just what I think is gonna happen is full Mamillos from grass. He loves doing that.
Yeah, he only knows how to build 1 unit with the Atlanteans, and it's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, so actually, now that the more I think about it, I think that's what's gonna happen. And then it's up to Eric. to find a way to be the aggressor. And given that Giza is quite an open and a large map, I would say this map is probably good for Susanoo in this matchup. Yeah.
I guess the always the worry is, right, when you play versus Gaia and Uranus as the Japanese, is that both Gaia and Uranus have access to Oceanus, and they have Carnivora, and the Carnivora will inevitably eat one of your high priority samurai, which you absolutely need to build. The way that I see it is, okay, I'm just going to lose a samurai. That's fine. I'll get my 1 or 2 on the musher out so I can deal with said Carnivora, and then I just go into samurai. It might seem simple, but that's like what you have to do, right?
Yeah, well, you can do that, but you can also go Minakata Tomi and actually go for the archer route.
The archer, I haven't tried that one. How does that work?
Well, you do Shrine of the Hunt inside of your base, you play a very, very slow game, and you even invest into both archer upgrades so your archers becomes cheaper, and you sort of just... You play a slow game like that and just build up a nice big army. Behind it, you can go raiding with the cavalry, Naginata riders, of course.
I guess that makes
sense. And then you don't have to
sense.
invest into samurais. Then you don't have to make the sacrifice of letting the plant eat one of your big units, because that hurts so bad.
And I guess you also then force the Gaia player to build Terma, and then you have a use for your Naginata riders as well. It's not just looking for raids, it's also going to have something to kill in the actual main army.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Grass has gone out into the center of the map now.
Yep.
Almost off to Oceanus, and crushing waves coming in for Eric already. What's he up to?
I mean, every Susanoo player wants to just get out some early Kitsune, get some of that nibbling going on, hunting oracles, forcing some spend onto the hero oracles, get a little bit of damage done. But yeah, this is the general plan. You got to do this so you get that Bushido ticking, and while it was nerfed touch, it's definitely worth it to just be looking for tiny bits of Bushido gains as well as the passive. What are you getting? 5?
Look at Eric, by the way. Look what Eric is making.
Double guardhouse. All right, so he's going for his Yumi archers. And
it could be. I mean, it's not going to be Spearman.
I was like, is he going to make Yadi? I mean, of course, they beat the Terma, kinda. Especially with the Kitsune upgrade. You get 2 Kitsune. No, he doesn't have the upgrade. He didn't go in Ari Okami. Never mind.
Surely they lose to Bite of the Shark Milo.
Oh, yeah. No, you don't. Anyways. Bushi and Yumi archers to start off here. And I think the thing that Grass does, and he does this so well, is he's just going to find so much value charging in early. The Yumi archers and archers in general are not very good when you only have a small number of them. When they get good is when they start having 10, 15, 20 archers. And that takes a while to get to if you're going to start up in the classical age building.
There was an oracle kill for Eric, by the way, you saw?
We missed that one, but yeah, I've got it. 100 damage for the Kitsune, so they've been working hard. They're already up to already past 25%, 33% of the way to Bushido tier 2.
And Grass has invested into a new oracle, and he's already made an oracle hero. So I mean, just that is good value for Eric. We're in the early stages of the game, so we're counting every resource here. That's 170 resources in total, and Grass now has 3 oracles, you know, so...
Yeah,
the whole... like he's gained anything, so.
The whole game plan for Grass is get Caladria and get Mamilla. Like, oftentimes, one simple way to play Age Mythology, for those of you trying to find what's an easy way to play this game, is build one really strong human unit and build one really strong myth unit, and you combine the two, and it ends up being able to run through a lot of different stuff. There's a lot of different examples of this, like for example Hippias plus Centaur is probably one that a lot of people would know, but you can find a whole bunch of different ones inside the game, and of course the Caladria Mermillo are another super strong combo.
Shout out to Hoplite Minotaur.
Yeah, Hoplite Minotaur, Toxote, Cyclops, the list goes on.
Sphinx Things X-Men versus
Yeah.
Norse.
Yes. Enjoy.
No, don't do that. Never mind.
No, never do that.
Scratch that.
Don't do that. Norse, no, never Axeman versus Norse. I mean,
Oh.
Eric with the
Grass on the full defense, utilizing Lush here. The
Yeah.
Kitsune will not get kills on the Gaia Lush, but they can do the nibbles and they can get the Bushido going. So I think Eric is just happy with that.
I don't think he's expecting to get a kill here, especially not an actual villager kill. Like maybe an Oracle, as of course there's 3 Oracles out on the map at the moment. Maybe he can find one of those, but yeah, not a citizen kill.
Grassy is kind of playing with fire, like this Oracle on near the cliff. Very likely that Kitsune are gonna run past there. Like, just get that friend back home. There's no reason to
He's
bring
got
him
Yadi
there.
Spearmen out. He
really?
built them. Like,
Nice.
why are we?
Well, they are good. They're good generalist units. 6 damage, 4.8 speed. They're good. He doesn't want his samurai to get eaten, Boit. It's not like
Okay,
you.
all right,
He
all right,
takes
Eric.
care of his army.
He's the meta player. I am the I don't want to ever play meta in my entire life player. We'll see if it works out for him. This gives the
One Yari
Mamillo.
Spearman dead.
This gives the
This
Mamillo
is
a
good.
lot of value.
Oh, look down the bottom. Eric is getting attacked, but the Shrine of the Hunt Wolf are doing a good job of defending. Actually took down a Terma there.
Yeah.
While it's going on, Eric is destroying buildings with the one Yudo and shit. This is looking good for Eric. The Yari Spearmen, just 6 of them, proving to be enough of a front line to allow the one Yudo and the archers to do the brunt of the work.
And behind this as well, we're seeing Thea coming through for Grass. So Grass, I mean, to some degree here, I think this push that Eric has done, I don't know if it's any good if Grass was spamming units out. But because Grass decided to go Heroic Age, Eric got a lot of value out of this push.
Yeah. Now Thea is in. I mean, it makes so much sense why you want to go for a semi-fast heroic on this map, because it's big, it's wide and open, and it's gonna be very hard to deal with. You know.
Yeah.
The Yari Spearmen obviously good against them, but the horses can just say, "I don't want to fight you. I'll leave."
That's right. But the only other issue is the fact that there's going to be some gold mine problems coming up for Grass momentarily. He does have the gold mine to the right with the mana already up there, but he has to catch up on military here.
Dude, Eric is hunting oracles on the left side. He almost took down an oracle near that tower. Grass has got 2 oracles, 16 favor. And he does have enough favor for his horse upgrades here, but he's not going to be able to build additional Caladria or Stymphalian Bird can be really, really nice. He doesn't have the luxury favor to do all the things he wants to do here in the heroic age.
I really like this move from Grass. He sees the army on the right side, and he goes, all right, I'll go to the left side. Palace coming down, but Eric, he's got himself 3 units over there scouting that out, and as soon as the palace starts, Eric is going to beeline to that left side. And what does it? What does it? Does he notice? Maybe he notices. Yes, he definitely does. And this will be a fight forced. And I don't know, even with a palace up, if Grass can win this fight.
Is a palace even what you want when you're against 7 burning hot wheels like this?
Yeah, that's
Let's say he gets the palace up here. Does it even matter? Because these wheels are just gonna plow right through, I believe.
Yep, that's right. And the Stymphalian Bird goes down there. Very quick citizens fall. I think this might just be game right on this spot. Grass gets caught out, drops his Carnivora. Palace taken down. He's losing on citizens. He's going to try and take the fight now after all of that as well. And we'll see if he can make it happen. He does have somewhat of a counter army, but Kusanagi comes through, sends the units flying, and this is now a heavy Susanoo army.
Huge game from Eric here. Huge game.
Yeah, that was domination. I think, I have to just say, I think Eric was just in Grass's brain. He read it perfectly. He's like, he didn't even have he didn't even have the right gold mine scouted. He left it. Grass could have gone to the close gold mine and Eric would have been, he wouldn't have known. At least not for a little bit.
Yeah. But we saw what happened. As soon as Eric moves his army there, doesn't matter if there's a palace there. Doesn't even matter if there's granary there with Lush and everything else. Like, these wheels are just so strong. The death ball was so real here.
Yeah. And I guess it comes back to the main point of why not just spam out those units? Like, I do think that as good as the Yumi archers are, Terma beat them. And Milos can sit on top of your Terma. I mean, it's hard to micro, I guess, but these are the best players in the world. They got to be able to do it. That's my take. But Eric gets on the board. Eric gets on the board. That's huge. Alrighty, let's jump over to the draft and see what game number 4 is going to bring us, as Grass just needs one more win, but Eric ain't making it easy for him. All right, Stu. The next map is on Midgard. I'll give you one guess as to what the matchup is.
I don't know, Grass. Is he like Hades or Frey? It's gonna be Zeus versus Hades. Yeah, Zeus Hades. Let's go.
Yeah, you so yeah. Thought you yeah. It's Frey.
It's Frey?
Yeah, we got a fun one. I like this match, watching this matchup way more than the Zeus Hades one. Seems like
Yeah.
seems like the players, when you watch like a Zeus Hades matchup on Midgard or on Budapest, it seems like it's almost determined. It feels like the game plans are so set in stone. There's like no adaptability. There's no adaptation in it. It's just, no, we just do this. This is what we do. This is what we do.
Yeah.
And I go, guys, you could try something else. Might work. You don't know.
Flowchart gaming. Yeah, we don't want that.
But Zeus versus Frey, this is a fun matchup because this can go a lot of different ways. There's a lot of fun here with the Zeus and going in for Hydras, and Hydras are and going in for Minotaurs and like lightning storms and random, like maybe even underworlds.
It's Midgard, you can run around with those hoplites, and versus Frey, you need to do that. So lots of pressure on the Zeus player to get things done here, and that makes the matchup just so much more interesting when there's pressure on one player to do stuff on a map where you can do it.
Yeah, it's gonna be some fun. So let's get into this game number. What have you got to? Game number 4 on the map Midgard. Let's jump into it. Off we go. Left side of the map, Grass is Frey. Right side of the map, Eric's Zeus, as this is Eric's pride and joy. It's been a god that he started off Age of Mythology with. He put many, many hours into learning this god, and then he almost gave up on it at some point. Though, and to be honest, I think he's kind of been cursed on this god for most of his tournament games. As what's the game? I think it was Chasing the Sun. Eric versus Chasing the Sun in his Pandora's Box 2 qualifier way back when. It went to game 5. He picked Zeus, and it was an insane game, but he didn't get across the line. So we'll see if it's going to help him out here.
Yeah, I think Eric is of the understanding that Zeus is primarily a water god, and that is definitely the opinion that's most widely shared by the people in this tournament. Zeus is just amazing on water, but we do also see people playing Zeus on land these days.
Yep.
People slowly picking up on the fact that hoplites are just as good as they've always been, and with myth units also being amazing, why not play Zeus a bit on land?
Yeah, if you can find the opportunities to make the Death Ball comps with Zeus, whether it be Centaur, Hoplite, Hippias, whether it be something with Manticores, whether it be a whole bunch of Minotaurs and Hydras into a bronze, whether it be Hydras in the Mythic Age with Monstrous Rage, there's a lot of scary stuff. The one thing that I think maybe held Greek back and has recently been buffed is the ability to put 10 plus villages on favor. Before the recent change, you couldn't do it. It was just a bad choice. You were not getting the favor returns. Now you can put 20 villages, you can put 30 villages. It's fine. So you can make those decisions. Oh, my opponent isn't building heroes. Great. Let me throw 30 villages on favor and let me go into myth units and catch him out here. But yeah, that's my story at the very least.
I like that story. I agree with it. Dude, can you take a look at the map from Grass's perspective? Look how he scouted with his fishing boat and see how much info he got with it.
Yummy, yummy, yummy. That's one. Wait, how is this just? Oh my! This map has. It's not spawned unfairly, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it is all on the top side, which I don't know if that favors Eric or doesn't, but Grass knows that that's there, and he's going to have to defend this side. You can't say, oh, you're on the left side. Let me redirect to the right side. He's going to have to put all the pressure up here.
I think it favors whoever recognizes it first.
Yeah.
Whoever recognizes that both themselves and their opponent have so much invested on this top side of water, and whoever then is first mover to just commit heavily on water plus land up there. I think whoever does that first is going to get rewarded very, very nicely. Eric already with 2 docks. That's a good sign for him, I would say.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like he's switched on to this. Like, he's going to get at least his share of the fish over here. So what's it going to be? 369. 369 fish over there. Whereas, of course, Grass is going to be getting himself his own 369, 12 on this side. So it's pretty much maybe slightly Grass favored over there, but Eric's also got the bottom side of the map he can go to if he really wants to. We will be seeing Ulla and we will be seeing Athena, so I'm not surprised on these god picks. I think Hermes is sleeper versus Freyr. We saw Mosca doing this on Budapest versus I Am Magic, but
What's the reasoning?
Pardon?
Why is Hermes good versus Frey?
So the Centaur prevent you from going into Berserks because you can snipe all of those out early. Gives you ceasefire versus a Ghoul and Bursty or a Tempest, which can save you, and then you still have the bronze to go through the other one. So you either ceasefire the Ghoul and Bursty or you ceasefire the Tempest and you bronze through the other stuff. Whereas Restoration doesn't really save you versus either. It just helps you win a random fight. But yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Athena's also very, very good though. So it's not like this is a bad choice by any stretch for Eric.
I think this being Midgard, I do really value the Athena, just simply because the hoplites will be more powerful. I think that's so nice here.
Yeah.
And Restoration Bronze is amazing.
Yes.
If you can never get to it here.
Especially if you mix in the myth units. We've seen recently how strong Hydra get when you get that chthonic rights, which I think a lot of players just wrote off as almost a meme tech, but no, it's been buffed. I don't even know when it got buffed, but it is really, really good now. So Super Hydra with 4 or 5 HP per second regen, living the dream.
Look at Grass grabbing his town center, and there's a Pegasus flying out and about. If Eric sees this, that really opens up a lot of opportunity for Eric to commit to something one way or the other, like either water fight, either like fast heroic into Scylla or something like that. Like he sees it now, the hill fort up, the town center up, means grass is perfectly fine, he's perfectly safe here with the gold mine nearby. But it also means that Eric can do a lot of things now.
Yeah.
So all the pressure in the world on Eric BR here to do something.
Yeah, Eric is going into 3 military academies. He's got his archery range there as well to make Toxotes. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of Toxotes here.
No.
I don't see the point. If you just either go pure
No.
hoplites or Hippias to help deal with those throw and axemen. Toxotes, maybe for Peltas later on, sure, but I don't see any reason for them here.
He's making a market and an armory. He's still got 8 villagers on wood. I think this is just something that happens. I do this myself and it's a bad habit. But you sit there with 300, 400 wood in your bank and you see you have 10 villagers in wood. Oh, I'm gonna need to make Toxotes. But if you consider it, do I want Toxotes here? The answer is a big flat no.
Yeah. I mean, you've got plenty of hunt on this map as well, so it's like, it's not an issue of food. It's just an issue of actually gold, really. You can put every villager onto gold and make whatever you want. But hoplites...
Look at the grass.
Yeah. Big berserk raid.
Yeah.
Eric, he should be able to get into the tower. I don't see... Never mind, he wants to go to the town center. And he does lose a villager for it.
It's a very good raid. Does lose a berserk, but I think that's probably fine.
Yeah, whenever you're on 2 TCs and you get villager picks, if you're on 2 TCs and your opponent's on 1 TC and you get villager picks, it's worth double. So
yeah,
losing a berserk for a villager, and even if you're on 1 town center, it's generally fine. But yeah, now it's even better for the grass there, as he's going to keep on distracting, running around. But Eric here, he's got an opening to kill the main town center, or at least force
out the Ghoul Bursty, which will be all right. You can force out the Ghoul Bursty, turn on it, and then a lot of your hoplites are going to be low HP, but you can then use Restoration just as they're about to die. Yeah. I think that would be fine. Like just go on the Ghoul Bursty now. Doesn't happen.
I mean, to some degree, sure, just run. This is fine. Now you can have all the pressure in the world onto the other position, but yeah, I think I like the idea of just trading Restoration for Ghoul Bursty. That's fine. Yeah. But anyways, doesn't happen. Eric pulls back and Grass is slowly getting ahead on villager count. He is defending himself nicely on the water. I think Eric has not managed to achieve kind of anything over there.
No, well, he is going aggressive now, which is nice to see. And Grass has moved on to his second gold mine. No Ghoul Bursty available. This will surely force out the Tempest. Restoration is a decent counter to the Tempest. And Eric is just going through Dionysus behind all this aggression.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Eric. I mean, picking off the Asgardian Hill Fort would be huge. Not going to be able to do so. Grass is kind of... He's doing this thing it's kind of just min defending. He doesn't have enough stuff here, really, to defend. But because he's got the Asgardian Hill Fort, he's got the position with the walls, he's fine. And Eric respects that, pulls back. But he's now in this next position where not only is he behind on villagers, but he's also seeing a Frey player in the heroic age who's now going to be able to get himself effectively double the resource, or like increasing his economy even more, because he doesn't have to pay full price for his upgrades as he gets heavy infantry, Assault Amphora, Shaftmine, Bowsaw, Ballistics. It's all coming through. He just has to sit back and wait.
You like the timing here from Eric, though. He can bolt the Rock Giant, and he can then use Bronze, and he can do an attack before all of those set upgrades kick in.
Yeah, well, there's the
bolt.
bolt.
That's usually where Frey is very vulnerable.
Yeah, the thing for Grass is he's doing something pretty interesting. More infrastructure forward distracts the army and gives him time. So if he just keeps on putting buildings down and just runs, and what's going to happen next?
Eric needs to commit to something.
Yeah.
The passing is so weird when you've got these Hydras, Minotaurs in your army. He was a bit screwed over by that, but he needs to commit to something. 26 hoplites now. running, I guess, to the main TC.
Yeah, he's going to go after the main town center again. But even if he kills this, if I'm Grass and I see the hoplites go there, I'm like, fine, kill it.
Yeah.
I'll leave. I'm
What I was thinking.
I'm already winning. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Take down that TC and take down the towers even. It doesn't matter. 52 villages versus 36. Like, the benefit of this TC obviously is building villages right now, but that's not even needed for Grass. So, okay.
And yeah,
Eric does that. Meanwhile, Grass is going aggressive.
Yeah, and he's gonna push. He's gonna push Eric off of the middle of the map as well. So yeah, you lose a town center, but Eric's gonna lose a whole bunch of units. And the other thing is you can use Tempest to retreat through when bronze gets dropped. You don't really want to fight it. You can just run.
There's the resto, no bronze.
Okay, well, Tempest getting dropped down here is a little bit interesting. We see the bronze now coming through, and well, Grass is going to be pulling back as the hoplites can chase them all down. Not the best taunt from the Bergreezy there from Grass, but he's not too far away from his Asgardian hill fort to get back to safety.
Yeah, that's really big for Grass. There's no restoration, no bronze available. Yeah, no Tempest either, but the big thing for Grass is that he doesn't have to fear the bronze restoration push anymore.
Yeah, there's no bronze, no restoration. He's up 20 plus villages. He's got all of his heroic age upgrades in. Grass's position is just looking beautiful.
Yeah, really is. Really looking mighty fine here.
I guess the one thing that Eric's got going for him, and this is, you have to really be patient and look to the future, is gold mines will expire. This gold mine here, 2,000 gold in it, that's going to expire. So you don't have to force at this specific moment. You can sit back and just, I'm falling behind, it's fine. But you've got to take that fight when this next gold mine drops. And you have to prevent things like hill forts coming up to protect the next gold mines.
I guess that's the next thing to play for Eric here. Meanwhile, he's just doing some hoplite raids, and obviously the Throwing Axeman will fend off those raids. Yeah, but holy, there's another hill fort coming up there, like you mentioned. 3 Bergreezy there.
There
Eric's in a world of trouble.
There is a potential for like a Hera option. I bet Eric's not even close to that. And I imagine Vidar, if Grass would just cancel his Q, Vidar could come through right now.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, Grass' economy is looking so strong. 59 to 39, and he's got all the upgrades in the heroic gauge. Look at his Q as well.
I guess the other option for Eric, and I do see him kind of going for it, but he could just take, he's got full population, take all those wood villages, throw them over onto the temple, and then shoot up for an extra restoration or an extra bronze here to try and break through the Grass third gold mine.
Huh. Well, Eric is full population, grabbing his second town center now. Really heavily delayed. Grass is on 2 TCs again. He's getting his third. Good aggression here. 23 hoplites. Gonna take down this unbuilt town center. Grass realizes and he turns. Good action here from Eric.
Yeah, this is a nice move from Eric. He's getting still good value. He's still slowing Grass down, but he's losing units for it as well. It's not like he is just getting good value because he dropped a bunch of hoplites and HP. But he will have a restoration shortly, so that's going to be helpful for him. I mean, I'm watching this army and I'm going, why aren't you building Hydra? Where are the Hydra? There's a unit here that would really be helping Eric. It would be that. I'm biased because I love my myth units, but there's barely any heroes in here for Grass. Just get Hydra. Maybe after the restoration, I don't know.
There are 17 Hypaspis to deal with a few hearses here.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. Three, 4 Hydras would go so hard.
Like, what is Fred gonna really do? If you've got Peltash, you've got Hypaspist. How do you kill off myth units? Your own myth units, I guess.
Yeah.
Behind this, though, Soup, Hell is well and truly on the way. And a Nidhogg, there is...
Hell's Ravage is about to kick in.
Yeah, Hell's Ravage is about to kick in. It's a generally very strong. The only real issue is when Restoration is on the cards. And it sometimes doesn't get the value.
True. I think it will here, though.
Yeah.
You just imagine right here. Villagers, hibiscus, archers. Oh my god.
These
Six very greasy here.
These Bergrizi are so good at preventing those Aspis from doing what they're supposed to be doing. Or those Peltash from doing what they're supposed to be doing. But Eric, great fight. He manages to hold there. Very much so, as now, after the Restoration is down, well, all of a sudden, Dragon is in. And I think this army is not going to be enjoying itself.
The combo!
He doesn't let us see it. He just taps out. God, Eric. Oh,
look at the Nidhogg. I am as angry as the Nidhogg is right now.
It's like when people resign before the Vidar Inferno blows up.
Yeah. What is the combo? I've never even thought of that being a thing, but that's so sick, actually.
Yeah. Bergrizi taunt into Nidhogg. The other one is Tempest Nidhogg, which is also obnoxious.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I guess it's almost like an instant stun on the first Nidhogg attack, almost.
Yeah, well, all the units when they run from the Tempest, they bunch up. So, yeah, you can't spread formation and dodge it. Anyways,
I see.
Congratulations to Grass. Unfortunate for Eric, not able to make it happen. He had a good tournament run, but it's over for him. Grass will be making it to the semifinals for the 5th time. And
what a gamer.
Yeah, he's been showing up every single week. It's his time. Well, is it his time? We've got Suppe. He's playing tomorrow as well. The players tomorrow, I can't exactly remember what the matchups are. Do you know what they are?
I'm playing versus Matador, and then it's going to be Grass versus Bee.
Oof. That's some excitement. That's going to be some wild games. Well, I don't know what else to say. That's going to be some wild games. We start tomorrow at 1400 GMT. So be there or be square, so to speak.
Be a bee.
All right.
Be a bee.
Be a bee or be a C. Okay. I'm going to jump over here. All right, guys. I say thank you to Soup for joining me for the Game 4. I say good luck to Soup for tomorrow. I'll be figuring out the schedule after I finish up.
Awesome. Pleasure casting with you, Boit. See you.
Thank you. I'll see you later. And I will find someone to raid on the Twitches. We've got John Arbiter playing tournament games versus Dexito in, I believe, the Athenian League. So I'm going to send you over to John Arbiter. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Road to Athens. The last day. There's not any more day. Well, it's not really the last day. There's the actual Athens land, which we're not on the road to Athens anymore. We're at. Anyway, you know what I mean. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Huge shout out to Soup for donating his time. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.